So as far as the third world aristocrat video from today goes, I gotta say, huge win for the toe and a stroke of genius on my part.
Mr. Radio Voice, he's doing his shows. He's roasting some ass and he's picking his nose. He speaks like a pro on the Steel Toe Show. He's making a mess and everyone knows. Ready or not, he already came. April is a hoe and she's snorting for fame. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He spilled the beans. He's rooting for rage as he gets her thrice. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He had a felony charge, but he's gonna walk. He's got a big mouth and he talks the talk. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He's always a guest with Alex Stein. He's making a wish. He's taking his time. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. Oh, hip hop dibbity dap to the wop 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 wop. Hong dong whittle dangle wang. Oh, he sang dooley mama splatting your hat. Do the poot cakes.
And with that, we begin. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. Hello. Johnny's technically here. There's a picture of Johnny. I don't think that's really, it's technically not Johnny. It's just a camera's capture of Johnny. And as everyone knows from their studies of the Cherokee, a picture of someone is simply a capture of their soul. I don't know what's going on. What's the deal over there?
There we go.
There we are. There's our
I forgot
pretty
to
boy.
turn on the virtual cam. I was busy setting up the studio, and I didn't hit the virtual cam button. So
I'm going to let it go because, as they say, there but for the grace of God go I.
it's just
I have
wicked early.
I have forgot. Wicked. What do you mean it's wicked early? We need to talk about
My
this.
body refuses to get up early. I'm fighting
this
against the current.
this is a problem. This is something that you should have been brought to my attention yesterday.
I missed one. I forgot one button because I have to click 8 million little windows and tabs to open.
no.
And I forgot. Oh yeah, you got to turn the Streamlabs virtual camera.
The virtual camera, I don't give a shit. I forget that all the time.
All right.
It's the constant reference to doing a morning show and going, what was the one a while back? I'm not a morning person, which was news to me. And then this one, it's early. I get it's like for you and I.
You don't ever forget something because it's early and you're just doing a lot of stuff. And
No,
you're like,
I'm
I forgot.
sharp.
I got to do that one little thing.
I'm sharp as a tack in the morning. I mean, I can't be rattled. I'm
for you.
I'm unflappable in the morning. But I feel like early is relative. So I get up between 5 and 5:30. So for me, if something is going on at 4, then I'd be like, fuck you, it's early. You know?
Yeah.
I think if there's anything between 5 and 7, I can't tell people it's early because that's my time. Baby, that's just my time.
Right.
So
but I
I-
normally get up at like 8 or 9 in the morning
Jesus Christ, how do you sleep that long?
because usually I'm going to bed later at night.
Until like literally last year, I was doing comedy stuff and DJ shit. Like I wasn't getting home until 2 in the morning.
What's up
sometimes.
with going to bed so late at night? Why you need your beauty sleep?
Strip club work?
No.
back
I
in
mean,
the day,
no. I mean
DJ
now.
work?
I mean now.
Now I'm not going to bed late at night now.
I thought you
But
said
I only
you go.
get up this early twice in the morning. The rest of the week, I don't have a set time to get up, so my body wakes up on its natural rhythm.
Man, now I'm just jealous. My body can't do
Right.
that.
Yeah.
My body gets up at 6, whether I want
Well,
to or
if
not.
I did this 5 days a week like you, it'd probably reset my schedule more.
No, so
But
I'm
I only do it
so
like I
I'm
said, I
re-
get
so
the
I'm
two.
retarded.
No, I work less than you.
You're fired. The
More.
correct answer was yes. We have a lot to do today. We are very, very busy. I am very, very excited. We have lots of cool shit to do, and we are going to get to it. Unfortunately, so much of the news, when you go to prep a show, when you go to read, and man, I'm on entertainment websites, local, national, world news, silly shit, whatever. They all are just, it doesn't matter what realm of the news they cover, they all want to get into the LA stuff, Even, like, I go to that guy Yeet on Twitter. I go to Yeet for my streamer news, for like what's going on with fucked up streamers.
Yeah, like I use a Tozy. Yeah, I get you.
A Tozy, there's another good one. If you want to know about Johnny Somali, you go to...
You want legal mindset.
You want legal mindset. So I go to Yeet yesterday, and Yeet is covering Hasan Piker and AsmonGold, and they're talking about seeing each other at the LA riots. Now, we both know they're internet nerds. They ain't going to see each other anywhere. It ain't happening. But yesterday, as I'm looking for stuff to talk about on the show, I'm getting nothing but LA riots. And you know what? The other story that was popping up a lot, and we'll get to this one too today. Your girl.
What?
Your girl making the news yesterday.
Digger?
No. Why would Digger make the news? What did Digger do?
I don't know. You're like, your girl.
Unless
Which girl?
Digger committed a grape and murder, she's not going to make the news.
Oh, then fine. We're great.
Your girl, your guy's wife. You don't know about this?
Mm-mm.
Ryan Reynolds' wife, the lawsuit was dropped.
The lawsuit was dropped?
You didn't know about this. See, this was out there. This was...
I
So,
proudly don't look for news after I get done doing my show.
Do me a favor. Tell me you didn't read the prep sheets without telling me you didn't read the prep sheets.
Oh, I didn't read the prep sheets. I didn't even know I had a prep sheet until I turned it on this morning.
Oh, yeah. No, I sent it last night. It's fine.
It's fine. Yeah, no.
It's okay.
It's erratic when it shows up. So
Showed up right after the evening show was over.
I might have been talking to my girl in a hockey game yesterday. I got distracted.
It's fine. How's hockey going?
Panthers won the second game in a row for them. So now they literally, it's the first of 4. So
Is that the Stanley Cup?
Yep.
Panthers might win
Panthers versus the Oilers.
Holy fucking shit. I bet you the NHL's pissed about that one.
Why?
No New York, no LA, no big market, just fucking Edmonton
Florida.
and Florida with hockey hotbed Florida, and who gives a shit Edmonton? Wow.
Well, at this point, it's kind of become quasi USA versus Canada is the way a lot of us take it.
That's kind of fun. So we're Panthers fans?
Yeah,
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Even though they all are Canadian and Russian. I mean,
Pretty much, yeah. They're all
American hockey teams, Canadian hockey teams, all made in Romania.
Uh-huh.
So, all right, Stanley Cup going on. Didn't read the prep sheets. Understandable. If the Timberwolves were in the finals, I wouldn't give a shit either. I get it. Okay, we have plenty to do today. We got the Baldoni, Blake Lively thing. She's the luckiest piece of shit in the world. A judge just threw that out yesterday. Now, it proves my point, something I've been saying a long time. Defamation against a public figure is fucking
incredibly hard to prove.
It's impossible. You can't, if you're a public figure, you can't be defamed. And if you are, let's say you are defamed. Let's say someone says shit about you that is not true. You have to go and prove it. You have to prove that what they said is not true. If you're a public figure, they just assume everything about you is true. I mean, why would the National Enquirer couldn't be in business if it was easy to sue if you're a public figure? The National Enquirer wouldn't exist. TMZ would have never made it out there. In this case, I'm just laughing at a pinned comment. One of our mods pinned a comment in the Rumble chat. Cockdiff, put your wallet in your front pocket around that digger, Johnny. Hey, my comment section from our clip yesterday is full of comments about how disgustingly racist this show is. We'll get to that too. But
Good thing I didn't wear the shirt.
The Blake Lively thing, is a great example of how if you're a public figure, defamation is impossible because
Just doesn't exist.
even if they do sue you for defamation, you can now take that. It's not like a criminal case where a judge is like, that evidence doesn't count, that evidence isn't allowed, that testimony isn't allowed, it doesn't pertain to this case. In a civil suit, you can go anywhere to defend yourself. Well, in a criminal case, for the most part, you can go anywhere to defend yourself. But in a civil case, you can go fucking nuts. You can bring up shit from people's past. You can bring up shit that has nothing to do with the actual defamation. You bring people in for, what do they call those? Not a citation, where you interview them for hours and the lawyers grill them. You sit deposition. You can bring people in for a deposition and you talk about anything. This is why Blake Lively and Taylor Swift aren't speaking anymore, because Taylor Swift got brought in for a deposition, and she was pissed at Blake Lively. She's like, I can't believe you put me through this, because they're asking Taylor Swift all kinds of personal questions. So a lot of the reason public figures don't want to go through the defamation thing is because A, it's hard to prove, and B, it can, I mean, look at the shit. There's been so many lawsuits where like other shit comes out as a result of it. Like Bill Clinton, the Whitewater investigations. Whitewater investigations, real estate deal gone bad, but what does it reveal? Bill Clinton fucks everything that moves.
Yep.
So because of this one thing, we get 6 other things. So Justin Baldoni, though, did bring the lawsuit against Blake Lively. What was it, like $400 million?
Something.
It was something really big. And a judge,
Yeah, I mean, fucking Ryan Reynolds is like a billionaire at this point.
Yeah, and you love him.
I love him.
You
It's
love-
a strong word. I
you
like a
love
lot
him.
of his roles. I
You
like a lot
love
of
him.
the movies he's in.
You love him.
And I love
hey,
Deadpool. Like,
he's-
there's
yeah,
the
he's
other thing.
Deadpool.
Like, the Deadpool thing is a big one for me.
You love Deadpool?
Love is strong. What? Yeah, he plays Deadpool.
You love Deadpool, though?
Yeah.
Then you love Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, pretty much.
I love Rocky. You know?
You love Sylvester Stallone.
Love Sylvester Stallone. I excuse Tulsa King. I watch it with glee. It's a bag of shit. It's corny as fuck. It's, hey, what are you doing? Hey.
See, but I don't excuse some of the movies like there's a bunch he did on Netflix and stuff where I'm like, come on, we're just like the one he did. I even rewatched it recently, Red Notice, with him and fucking The Rock and what's her name?
That fucking rules. I'm gonna watch that movie now.
Yeah, no,
He did a movie with The Rock.
He did a movie with The Rock. He's done several movies. Him and The Rock have a weird charisma thing. That
Was it called Rocky and The Rock?
No, it's called, again, Red Notice. Where
Red Notice.
Yeah,
is that when you get a really? Did one of them get a really hard boner?
No, it's about like art theft stuff. It's weird because it's the name and the title almost evokes the movie series that fucking Bruce Willis was in, and then they're just
Moonlighting.
It's not. It's what? No, he was in something about, I don't remember the fucking name of it. You know what? The chat will have it. I can't.
He was in a TV show.
Ooh, Ryan? No,
Bruce Willis.
Bruce Willis was in a
Where the
series of
fuck are
movies
we
that
going?
read
See,
something.
this is why you can't do defamation lawsuits. You see, we went from Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni, and now we're at a fucking Bruce Willis sitcom that
Well,
he
you
did.
started grilling me, or not grilling me. You started giving me shit about loving Ryan Reynolds. Like, there's plenty
That's
of movies
why
he does
you
that I
can't
think that suck.
sue public figures for defamation.
Just
Because
goes
look,
off to nowhere.
do you see why Taylor Swift is pissed at Blake Lively now?
Oh yeah,
You get it. You get it. We do. Guys, I guarantee you, aside from what you've seen in these first 10 minutes, we have a great show today. I promise. Jake Fire starting us off with $5 says, let me start the day off. Be well, Aaron. Be well, John
Thank you.
Spartan. 191 Redbird with $5 says that free-for-all fight at the end of the game was great. Hey, you made us some money talking about hockey.
yeah. Buddy.
What was the fight about?
I'm pretty sure it's just a hockey game, so it's like fights break out. Probably somebody checked somebody hard. I don't really know what the fight was about. I just enjoy it.
Dynamite drop-in money that broadcasting school's really paying off.
Not really.
This is John. Hey, Johnny, describe to me the game. Fly ball.
Caught.
It's the greatest fucking catch of all time. The guy just goes full extension to caught. All right, let's get into some audience stuff, and then I want to talk about have you seen? I don't know if you followed it all. maybe you're like me. Once the show's over, you don't do anything steel toe. But did you see our Sin City Manny video?
Yeah, that one's gotten some hits.
Bro, it's up over 10K right now, and it ain't slowing down. Like, I went to bed, it was at 7. I woke up, it's at 10. That motherfucker's going to be at 20 because they ain't done with that story yet. Did you see what the results were?
Yeah,
Because,
a lot of people think you're horribly
oh, my God. So this is the greatest thing that's ever happened to this show in the last year or two. So I clipped out. I had a list of things I wanted to clip from yesterday's show. I had the Joe Rogan, Kash Patel stuff, but I thought that's a little aged. So I didn't do that one. Plus, everybody does Rogan clips. And then there was the Farron thing and all that we talked about, but I figured Stalin would get that one. By the way, he and Alyssa both clipped it. Alyssa fucking clipping and putting up posts from her goddamn bed,
hospital room,
whatever. She's in there. She's got some guy growing on her pancreas, and she's in there clippity clip, just clipping stuff up and uploading it. You can't stop that chick. You can't stop
so much.
Yeah, you can't stop Alyssa clip. So her and Stalin got that one. Then there was the Sin City Manny and Finn the Legend, the Las Vegas streamer shooting. And
which I thought was just a fun, like, little throwaway story. Like, we covered it like, hey, drama in the internet world. Woo,
yeah.
And then moved on.
And I'm like, I'm going to throw
what
that.
You've built out of
yeah,
it.
I'm going to throw that one up there. See what it's our most successful clip since we interviewed Anthony Cumia.
It proves we still don't fucking understand the internet.
Yeah,
We've been
it
doing
shows
this how
that,
long,
dude.
and we don't.
Because I put it up there, and I'm like, honestly, if that one gets to 1,000, I'll shit my pants. Like, I don't think anyone's going to.
Jesus. So how many shades in are we now?
I have been doing nothing but water shitting for the last 6 hours. It's unbelievable. So I put that clip up there, and I'm like, maybe that'll catch something. We'll see. And all of a sudden, like an hour in, it's like at 1,500, and I'm like, all right, what's going on? And then I start going into the comments because I like and heart all the comments for the algorithm. And as I go in to start, it's just a bunch of black people. It is just a shitload of black people writing in our video, just being like, this guy's fucking racist. This shit is racist. The other shooter ain't even black. You know how we thought that it was black on black crime until like 10 minutes in?
Yeah.
Oh my God, there's so many of the first comments are, the shooter wasn't black. This is racist as fuck. I'm like, that's true.
Fair.
This guy's a piece of shit. Blah, 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 blah. My favorite comment is somebody, you're going to love this. Some black guy was watching it, and he goes, this guy racist as fuck. Why doesn't his co-host just get up and walk away?
Mostly because I can't.
He can't.
Like,
he can't walk away.
It's gonna be like a 2-minute ordeal, and it's gonna be sad.
He can't walk away. So then a bunch of people are writing, this guy's racist. This piece of shit. This racist motherfucker. And it's just that over and over. Well, then it must have got shared somewhere on like Black Twitter or a Reddit channel or something like that. And it was like, this guy's racist. Well, then I guess maybe the fact that black people were getting upset at our clip must have caused it to get posted to some like white site or like anti-censorship, political correctness site. Because then last night I start getting a bunch of comments where like, these guys are fucking hilarious. Thanks for not being PC, boys. Fuck anyone who gets offended at this shit. And while that's very nice and our subs have gone way up since we put that video out there, at the same time, when these people are writing the nice stuff, I'm sitting there going, guys, don't. Come on.
Don't spoil it.
This is fucking great. I'm having because like, if somebody writes something really nice, I like it, I heart it, I'm like, okay, whatever. But if somebody's like foaming at the mouth about how racist and awful I am, those are the comments I enjoy.
That's weird as shit, but to each their own.
Right. That's the shit I want to read. Because like, I'm fucking around. I'm just sitting here, I'm having fun, I'm in my basement, I'm doing a show, I'm asking people for their money. Trying to give them the best morning show I can while they're at work. And so the most like I'm not like a racist guy, but boy, do I love making racist jokes. And so when people come on and they're like actually angry and I'm a disgusting racist and a vile person. For some reason, that entertains me. That makes me laugh because I'm like, I'm so not that guy. But I can see where you would look at me talking and think that that was the case.
I'm glad I didn't wear the shirt that I had with the, because nobody noticed yesterday. I had my I got my Digger Lover merch that I sell on my merch site because I've been getting the items on my merch site slowly to test them all out. I was really worried people were going to get offended at the cup if they didn't see the D. They might be.
Oh,
And I have a shirt now too, like a black shirt that just says it. So
Digger
yeah, I
Lover.
chose not to.
So now today I have a choice. My 2 clips are going to either be Joey C, because Joey C went viral. Did you see that?
What did Joey C go viral for?
The not helping the broken neck person because they didn't want to end their stream.
So it went viral?
So a couple Twitter accounts with over 1 million followers tweeted it out.
Uh-oh.
And they said, this piece of shit won't stop live streaming after someone breaks their neck and needs to call 911. It was so funny. So I'm like, well, tomorrow I think I know what my clip's going to be. It's going to be us talking about Joey C yesterday. But it could also be us talking about the Sin City Manny video. You know, keep going to the well.
There you go.
So it was a great day yesterday. It was a lot of fun. We're looking forward to more fun today. It was a perfect day yesterday. Looking for a perfect day today. Thank you so much. 270 is the number for today. Of course, we are starting every day ahead this week because of Rumble Creator Program. We started the last couple goals of last week ahead by 100. We're starting, I think, ahead by 50 or 60 for this week, the whole week. Are you talking about Red and Red 2? Were those the movies you were talking about?
Yeah, there we go. There's
Okay.
too many. There's Red Notice. There's Red something else. Red 1.
Red
That's
Dawn?
a Santa movie. Red Dawn.
I
There's just-
unironically watched the original Red Dawn this weekend.
Was it? Is it good? I've never
Yeah.
seen it.
You've never seen Red Dawn?
Mm-mm.
Bruh.
I heard about the remake and I didn't want to watch it.
Swayze, Sheen,
It's got a lot of great names in it.
fucking Coach Riley from the Mighty Ducks.
I know lots of clips of it. I've seen lots
C.
of
Thomas
pieces of it
Howell,
over time.
not in blackface. Powers Booth, Leah Thompson, Jennifer Grey. Star-studded as all fuck.
I might have to watch that.
Is Emilio Estevez in Red Dawn too? Are the brothers Sheen in there? Emilio Estevez, no, I don't think he's in Red Dawn.
Because I know they did the, not Unforgiven. What's the fucking Western that they were in? Fuck.
Oh,
Johnson.
not Young Guns.
Young Guns. It is Young
Is
Guns.
it Young Guns?
It's Young Guns 1 and 2. Well, Sheen's dead in 2. But yeah, so they did that together, but did they do anything else together?
I'm just
I don't
looking to
think
make.
they
I'm
did.
looking to make sure that Estevez was in Red Dawn real quick.
He
19
comes in at the end of the movie. He's like, guys, we can win this. Whack.
Quack.
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 They're like, we're Wolverines, you queer. And then they find out he's working for the Russians. No, Estevez.
Oh, no.
Estevez is not in. He's in The Outsiders. He's 2-bit in The Outsiders. But I don't know, man. I loved Gordon Bombay growing up because I was like 5 when that movie came out.
Mhm.
And so I loved the Mighty Ducks and I loved Gordon Bombay. And I was always so bummed that I would never see Emilio Estevez in anything but the Mighty Ducks. That always kind of bothered me. That he was, and then I didn't realize until later in life that he was big in the 80s. That the 90s
He had a
and-
lot of movies, just not.
yeah. The 80s and 90s weren't, or the 90s weren't his thing. He was more of an 80s guy, unfortunately. All right, let's catch up to you guys, then let's get into some shit. McBuster says the original Red Dawn is great. The remake sucks like Ghostbusters DEI
Yeah, that's why.
women version.
Yeah, I haven't seen the original, and the remake sucks. I knew that going in. Never watched it.
You know what? This is the first time hearing this from people. I didn't mind the remake with Thor in it.
The Hemsworth brothers, was it? Yeah.
Bro, Thor's pretty awesome in it. I didn't
Yeah,
mind it.
him and his brother were both in that, I thought.
Yeah. Fuck that, dude. I'll stand by the Red Dawn remake. Not as good as the original because it didn't have like the Cuban guy for me, or was it Ernesto? Like that guy made Red Dawn for me because he's like this conquered dude who's now working for the Soviets. And he's like, I was always part of the insurgency. Like I was always the guy resisting. And now I'm on the conquering side. And it's weird. So he's having this inner conflict. And at the end of the movie, when Charlie Sheen's carrying his dead brother, I'm not going to say spoiler alert. It's been literally 40 years.
You've had a chance.
You had your chance. When he's carrying Charlie Sheen to the park and he sees the Cuban guy and the Cuban guy has a chance to like, I'm going to put Patrick Swayze in the fucking ground. He looks at him and the Cuban guy's just like, there's been enough killing. And he kind of knows it's over for the Ruskies and that the Americans are going to fuck him up. So he's like, go in peace, brother. Get out of here. Whatever. You know? I like that. I like that ending. It's 80s cheese because in real life, that fucking Cuban dude would be fighting to the fucking death. Yeah. he would tear Patrick Swayze's fucking heart out with his bare hands. But I thought that was a nice little 80s ending. And yes, Red Dawn is where the phrase, avenge me, where their dad, not Jed. Jed is, Jed's Patrick Swayze's character. But yeah, they're dead. They find their dad in a re-education camp because apparently he's a guy that they needed to, get the fuck out of there. Yeah, they needed to re-educate him because he's too American. And he tells the boys to avenge him. Very sweet. Very, very sweet. Zen Man Builds with $1 says Red and Red 2, Retired and Extremely Dangerous was a comic book adaptation, if I recall correctly. Well, holy shit.
It is.
You win the prize for biggest nerd of the day.
Like Red and Red 2 and Red Notice, those were like right together. So and they had a very similar like concept, except they had different casts. The whole thing with Red Notice again was just that it was The Rock and that what's that Israeli chick that played Wonder Woman?
Gal Gadot.
Gal Gadot, thank you.
Dude, I would.
Gal Gadot is well, there's a lot you'd like about the Red Notice movie then. She has quite a few like fight scenes and stuff. She's pretty.
Gal Gadot's tall. She's pretty. I like a tall, pretty girl.
That's always very tall, pretty girl.
There aren't a lot of tall, pretty girls out there. I got one. Gal Gadot is one. I think that's 2 of the 4. That's like, when you open a pack of baseball cards when you were a kid and you got one of those limited editions. It was 2 of 4. That's a Gal Gadot. Los Federales with $1 says, hear me out. No. These illegal, and then we go with the word, he's Hispanic. He can say it. Need to realize that they have literally been on the run for 20 years. You fucked around, did nothing to become legal. Now it's time to find out. Deport wetback. Wow. Hokamash. So
you're the racist one.
You know how we can talk about anything and like a hobo chili or whatever can rip it apart and call us gay? Apparently we found Hobo's soft spot because he's all in with the Red Dawn discussion.
Uh-oh.
Hobo is in. It triggers his inner military guy. Hulkamash says the remake isn't bad, but it was supposed to be China, not North Korea. But Chinese investors made them airbrush out all the Chinese flags. Yeah, because the studios want to play the movie in China and make a lot of money. Mm-hmm. And if you make China the fucking bad guy.
Oh, dude, that's the same reason that they edited Tom Cruise's jacket in the Top Gun sequel. Because he had a patch on his jacket in the original movie that was for like a 2-day conflict that happened with China and like for Taiwan or some shit. And then when they redid the movie to appease Chinese, or not redid, but when they made the sequel to appease Chinese investors, they took the jacket and they made sure that they had all the same patches. And they go, yeah, but we got to remove that one because that one brings up a conflict that China wants to pretend never happened.
Okay.
Okay.
It was kind of weak sauce, though, that the movie was like, the North Koreans have invaded. And, like, the gymnastics that they had to pull, they're like, oh, well, they did, like, an EMP attack, and they knocked out all of our computers, so our defenses were all down. So the North Koreans were able to come in.
Right, but even without our computers, we still have, like, the 3.5 months it'll take them to row a boat over here.
Yeah, it was hard to buy in, but once you suspend your disbelief, it's all right. Hobo Chili Recipe says, Aaron, he was a Cuban colonel because it was Venezuelan and Cuban forces too. Yeah, and the Russians had already taken Mexico. That Powers Booth monologue he does at the fire when they're having a fire, and Powers
like,
Booth
I thought it was like a million China or not anymore.
Dude, fucking that. That movie is such good 80s cheese. Like, don't hide your love of Red Dawn when people make fun of you. You fucking embrace it. Here's your job, guys. The next time someone talks about how cheesy and shitty Red Dawn is, if you don't defend it, that's like, you know how Jesus told was it Peter or Paul who denied him 3 times? Was it Peter? I think it was Peter, and he still got to be the Pope. He told Peter, you will deny me 3 times. He's like, no, I won't. I'm not going to deny you 3 times. This is like Red Dawn. Don't make the same mistake St. Peter did. People shit on Red Dawn. Don't do the thing where you want to be cool, so you go, oh, yeah, that's fucking stupid. You sit there and you dig your feet in, as Hassan Piker would say, 10 toes down, and you defend Red Dawn. And you go, that Powers Booth scene, like you were saying, like the perfect 80s schlock. Well, who's on our side? 600 million screaming Chinamen. I thought there were 1 billion screaming Chinamen. There were. And then he throws his booze on the fire.
Yeah, dude, like it was a cup of I thought it was a cup of coffee and then he spiked it or whatever. All I remember is just when he threw that, I'm like, dude, you were drinking that. That's the scariest part of the scene. Like,
you're gonna get indigestion, dude. Stomach. Your hangover's gonna be nasty. You should get some what do they call it? A hydration pack.
Fucking jet fuel from the look of things.
Jesus Christ. He was actually drinking his vehicle's fuel. Yeah, so now that intimates in the movie that the Soviet Union killed 400 million Chinese people. That
probably nuked them.
If you think about it, that's the most unbelievable part of the movie. Just imagine 400 million dead bodies. China wouldn't be functioning. Even though that's 40% of your population wiped the fuck out. No way. Like, your basic services aren't going to get provided. You can't bury all the bodies.
But again, like I'm thinking with the time of it, it was probably a nuclear thing.
Okay.
Because again, like this is in the 80s. This is when we had the Cold War either like slowing down or ramping up, depending. And it's us using nukes, them using nukes. So everybody was afraid of nuclear weapons and the use of them. And so I'm thinking, like, they never really elaborate. That's the scary part.
Well,
your brain gets to play, how did we kill 400 million people?
Nuke 80 to 90 million Americans, and how are we functioning?
We're not.
It's going to be a rough day for the Dow, dude.
Like, I'm thinking that was the idea with the movie, too, though. It's kind of the point. He's like, well, I thought we had all these. And like, no, they killed a whole fuck ton of them. We're done. Packerbacker
says, dude, Thor was in the new Lady Ghostbusters, and I thought you meant that movie at first. No, he was retarded in that, but it's not his fault.
That whole movie was retarded.
Paul Feig is a terrible fucking writer and filmmaker. Historically White says we basically have the third world version of Red Dawn happening now. we need the Wolverines. Hobo Chili says Red Dawn, even though I love that movie, was a propaganda movie. The Russians had the same type of film about the U.S. and NATO invading. Did we win?
Yeah, it's called Ukraine. I'm sorry, what?
It took place in Ukraine. Hobo Chili says, because you're screwing up Patrick Swayze and Powers Booth, you're not giving them their respect. Fuck you, dude. Don't you ever say I don't give Powers Booth his respect. I like him when he's Senator O'Rourke, for Christ's sake. In Sin City, Powers Booth showing up. Remember he's playing cards in the back room?
Mm-hmm.
Senator O'Rourke in there fucking shit up. And Powers Booth also was, the TV show. There's Tombstone, of course, as well. Mm-hmm. Powers Booth kicking ass in Tombstone. But then there was a TV show I really like that he was in for a while. I can't remember. Anyway, McBuster says, Red Dawn saw Cuban paratroopers attacking Colorado. Gotta suspend some disbelief. The commies have always been our adversaries since they killed our Marines in China after World War II. You know, the paratroopers, well, didn't Powers Booth explain that? Like they came in through Alaska, cut the pipelines, and came down through Canada, and then they paratrooped into the Rockies?
I'm guessing. I don't know. I haven't seen the movie.
Oh, that's
Like I said,
right.
That's what started this whole thing. Is you were like, how have you not seen this amazing movie?
Hobo Chili says, what's funny is China was like nobody in the original Red Dawn. Yeah, it was just, China was literally just there so we could find out that the Soviets were ruthless as fuck.
Yeah, and that they just killed a fuck ton of people.
Hulkamash says, bro, all our electronics are shielded and backed up in Faraday cages. If they tried that shit, we'd be fine. Yeah, you kind of it had to be a reach. If it's not China, it doesn't make any sense. McBuster says they should not be afraid of the CCP and make a new Red Dawn. Wolverines invade Mexican CCP-run cartels and take back CCP-owned farmland in the U.S. Well, here's the deal. And people don't want to talk about this because America always needs an enemy. In terms of like the size and scope, China is nowhere near as competitive with us as the Soviet Union was, say, in the 50s and 60s. I mean, China got their first aircraft carrier like this century. So, I mean, it's not...
They've got a really, really awesome, like, state-of-the-art, like, fucking mind-bending high-tech sub. It's just, it sank.
Fuck. So, like, our GDP is $27.7 trillion a year. China's is 17.79. They're not there. U.S. GDP 1956, let's say. What was our GDP? 449 billion? Yeah, that makes sense. 449 billion.
I thought you were about to say million. I'm like, that seems a little low.
Soviet GDP 1956 was 260 billion, about 47% of the U.S. Oh, no. You know what? I'm starting to think maybe the United States has always overplayed our enemies so that they could keep the people scared as shit so we could take away civil liberties.
What? You don't say.
Yeah. Starting to think that we always kind of had the drop on these motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, is anyone honestly afraid? I think the only thing about Russia was that we were the two big dogs and we wanted to nuke each other.
Right. And we were the two big dogs with nukes, especially in the beginning.
Like
we invented them and they stole all the Germans that we didn't. So
you know how they got nukes?
How?
We had a bunch of fucking commies in our government giving them all the secrets.
Oh, shit.
People shit all over Joseph McCarthy, and, they say McCarthyism, it's a witch hunt, blah, blah, blah. No. McCarthy was right. There were a fuckload of communist spies inside the United States military and inside the United States government, and he was right to go out and weed these motherfuckers out and pull them out, root and stem, and do these investigations. The problem is, like any dragnet, he grabbed up a few innocent people. But, like...
So the search got too big, the witch hunt got too large.
McCarthy was a hero. McCarthy was an anti-communist hero. Like, he was right. The only reason the Soviets got nukes is because the communist infiltrators inside the Manhattan Project gave it to them. Like, I hate to say this, Oppenheimer was a fucking commie.
What?
Yeah, Oppenheimer was, either he went to Communist Party meetings or he was a member of the Communist Party. Like, Oppenheimer was... fully, Jewish people, by and large, tend to be more...
God, I was about to say it. I was like, oh, now you're going to tell me there were a whole bunch of people in, like, Hollywood and media that were also, like, big commies that, like, oh, what?
Yeah, Jews were, to a large percentage, socialist or communist, so...
Right.
And the Manhattan Project was headed up by a couple of Jews, so... Einstein wasn't like an arch conservative or anything. He was a fucking autistic scientist. The only reason he came here is because Germany was going to fry him.
Right. He came here just to save his ass, which is a lot of them came over before then. After that, it was us or Russia. Which do you pick?
Yeah, a bunch of Jewish communists came over to the United States so we could save their ass from the Nazis. And what do? Fucking turn tail and tattle on us to the Russians. Thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate it. While Oppenheimer denied formal membership in the Communist Party, he did acknowledge past associations with communists and sympathizers, particularly in the 1930s. So when he was making the atom bomb in the early 40s, he had been associating with communists in the 30s. All that time ago, forever and ever ago, because everyone knows you just kind of dabble around with communism.
Yeah, no, I went to the parties for like a solid decade, and then I said, fuck it.
I like their dip, They had good snacks, so I hung out for a while.
I was doing it all for a dame.
But yeah, see, Papa Shab goes, who invented communism? Karl Marx, which, by the way, was not his real name. Do you want to know Karl Marx's real name? Karl Marx. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Vladimir Lenin. My bad. Karl Marx was Karl Heinrich Marx. But another big grandfather of
Lenin, yeah,
of communism, Leon Trotsky. He pushed for worldwide revolution. Vladimir Lenin's real name was, God, I can remember this. Cody Rhodes, I believe was Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov was his real name.
This is really, really weird. I wasn't expecting a history quiz.
You want to know what Leon Trotsky's real name was?
I have no idea.
Lev Davidovich Bronstein.
Holy Jesus.
Thank you, Papa Shab. Los Federales with $1 says, I work in finance. Rule of thumb for us is to never trust any members from China. We cannot vet their numbers because they won't allow it. Redbird with $1.
Just say, trust us.
Redbird with $1 says, no, there was a 10-year time period when most Soviet shit was way better than our stuff. Outside of nukes, nothing we could have done would have stopped them from taking Europe. Well, they had numbers, and Europe was broken in half. We basically had to bribe a good chunk of Europe to be on our side. That's what the Marshall Plan was. Everyone thinks that the U.S. was like this really nice, benevolent leader after World War II. No, we bribed the fuck out of countries with the Marshall Plan. We were like, hey, you know how your entire continent's rubble? And they're like, yeah, we'll print a shitload of money and we'll just hand it to you to rebuild. Oh, cool. Yeah, here you go. Say it. And then Europeans had to go, capitalism rules, communism drools. All right, there you go. You pledge your undying loyalty to the Monster Mash and the Graveyard Smash, and
then you're good.
Then we're good. So, like, Eastern Europe was like, Russia says we can't take any of your sweet aid money because we have to be beholden to them. So we left Eastern Europe in pieces. We just left it a bag of shit because they went, hey, you know who else we gave a shitload of money to? And then they decided to not be communist. They were going to be communist. And then we gave them a shitload of money when they were created, so they backed us. Ooh. And we gave them a bunch of airplanes and tanks and bombs when a bunch of countries were attacking them. The Israelis.
Oh.
Yeah. The Israelis were communists. But they just took the money and the weapons and they went, well, we can pretend we're not communist if that works for you.
Yeah, as long as it gets us through the day, I suppose it's okay.
Exactly. Let's go to, we got so much. Mild says, what if the real Red Dawn was white women all along? Bapa Shab says, Jews have been using La Reconquista sentiment to pit certain groups against each other. When they say, get the blonde-haired, blue-eyed gringo, it's fairly obvious who wrote the script in the 80s. Hobo Chili Recipe says, we have more in common with the Russians than any other country. People get upset when you say that, but you look at it, Christian.
In a lot of ways, yeah.
Christian, predominantly white. We have a lot of the same hangups culturally. I mean,
if Russia was just throwing a shitload of money and support behind Israel, we'd be twins.
Could you imagine if, like, how good it would be for the world if the United States and Russia were friends and allies? Like, if Russia and the U.S. had the relationship that Russia and the U.K. have, like, you'd have world peace. Who's going to fucking step to that team? Nobody.
But yeah, you also have the recipe for, like, world domination too. Because what if we're horrible pieces of shit? And it's like, who's going to step to that? Nobody. But they're also like, yeah, we're not cool though.
I'm on the side where the fire is warmest.
Fair enough.
Let's go to Hulkamash. He says, no, Oppenheimer didn't give info to the commies. No. Okay. I didn't say Oppenheimer gave info to the commies. I just said he was a communist. He agreed with their ideology, but he never betrayed the United States. Not that we know. People are trying to guess Karl Marx's real name. Karl Marxstein. No, that's not. He was Karl Marx. Hulkamash says, yeah, and they kicked Karl Marx out of his country, and instead of a public plot, he's buried in a private plot you have to pay money to see. Sounds pretty capitalist to me. Well, yeah, the Tsarist Russians they sent Vladimir Lenin out to Siberia. And then
they were not nice to people that helped start their government. And then as the beacon of communism, they really didn't represent that well either.
No, not at all.
They started out really well, and it just kept like kicking itself in the balls. And by the end, it was sad.
All right, guys, thank you very much for the fun start to today's show. 270 is our number. Go ahead and throw in. Let's make some money today. Another perfect day after yesterday's perfect day. Who's a happy boy? I'm a happy boy. Plenty to talk about today. Let's, we got some texts coming in. Let's get those first. We never won the Revolutionary War. Our elections have been bought since the beginning.
Oh.
I don't like to believe like that. It's probably true. Like every time you overthrow one overlord, another guy takes over.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the power behind the throne type of deal. But, I want to believe that it was real. You know, I want to believe that we were in charge for a while and that this wasn't all a fucking dog and pony show, if you don't mind. Okay, off we go with our first story of today. Remember yesterday we mentioned for a little bit that our favorite protester, Greta Thunberg, had been
arrested by Israel.
Yeah, detained by Israel doesn't like to use the term arrested.
Oh.
Israel likes to use the term seized, and she didn't get convicted of a crime and sentenced. They gave her some viewing material. So Israel takes Greta Thunberg, and you got to be careful when it comes to hating people for their ideology, so then being against them and everything, because yes, Greta Thunberg is insufferable, but the shit they're pulling with her in Israel right now is kind of horseshit. So she was trying to break the Gaza blockade and bring aid materials to Gaza. The Israelis said, no, that's not how we operate. We're not America. We don't have bleeding hearts. We don't we don't have feelings here.
Right. So they just intercepted her little sailboat.
Yeah, we're taking your fucking sailboat with your, Nesquik and whatever the fuck you got on board, and we're bringing you in. She's technically not under arrest in Israel, but they're not letting her leave until she watches a video on October 7th. So, they're like, hey, you're not under arrest. We're not charging you with a crime. However, you can't leave until you watch this oh-so-terrible, tear-jerking video about how terrible October 7th was, and, basically re-education. Basically, Greta Thunberg has to go under rewiring, which I'd feel...
Avenge me!
Avenge me, boys! Avenge me! So I would feel worse for her if she wasn't used to brainwashing. I mean, that's what her parents did to her.
Yeah.
So we have Greta Thunberg now going to Israel, trying to break the blockade, and Greta Thunberg then getting told that she has to watch this October 7th thing or she can't leave, which is one of the weirdest, most fucked up things I've ever seen, because it's like, well, okay, so she's charged with a crime and her sentence is watching the video? No. We just want her to watch the video. Can she just say no? Yeah, absolutely. She can deny it, and she can just go on her way.
No, we're not going to release her until she watches. It really seems like it's a punishment. Like this is like you've committed a crime and you won't be released from custody until you watch the video.
Yeah.
Can she fuck with him while she does it? Would that go back against her? She's like, hey, can I have popcorn?
Yeah, she laughs.
She starts cheering for the deaths of certain people.
She goes, this is my favorite
like,
part.
This is not the sentiment we
want.
Yeah.
I'm guessing Israel doesn't show any of their clips of them bombing Gaza.
Right. I'm sure they don't show any parts of them blowing up hospitals or any of the stuff they've done. Right.
Kicking babies and shit. I'm sure they don't show IDF soldiers blowing a kid's dick and balls off. That I could have phrased that better. They shoot kids in the dick and balls. In Gaza. Not. God damn it.
Well, it is.
It's not what I meant.
Yeah, I know.
Fucking hell. So they asked her. So here's my problem with the Greta Thunberg Israel thing is it just brings America and Americans like closer to Israel, and it makes them like Israel more, which is always a red flag to me. But I also understand because it's Greta Thunberg and it's really funny to look at what a fucking asshole she is. So I can understand the conflict. They asked Donald Trump yesterday about Greta Thunberg, and I'm not saying that this means Trump's going to war with Iran right away, but it's driving him closer to the arms of Netanyahu, which is too bad because, you know, recently we've been hearing Trump say some pretty good things about Israel. He's like, you go into Gaza, I'm not fucking backing you, and I'm not going to war with Ukraine for you motherfuckers, and you can just calm the fuck down. I like that.
I had hope when those things were happening.
Yeah, they asked him about Greta Thunberg, and he went right back to the arms of the Israelis.
President, go ahead, do you have a message for Greta Thunberg, and did she come?
Thunberg?
That's her when she does karaoke.
Oh, dude, no. When she does karaoke, I'm told she's Greta can't hold a Thunberg.
Oh, that's actually when Looney Tunes makes her a cartoon. Then she's Greta Thunberg.
Okay.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Tuna fish.
Tuna fish who?
You can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish.
Oh.
Greta Thunberg. You know, way better than Greta Thunberg.
But Greta Thunberg, now that's
too much.
Just too much.
Too much. By the time she's done watching that video, she's going to be Greta Goldberg. Oh, man. She's actually very antisocial.
She is?
Yeah, they call her Greta Iceberg.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
All right, let's continue. Greta Thunberg.
Do you have a message for Greta Thunberg, and did she come up on
Yes, John Douchman. We do.
Your call with the Prime Minister today?
Well, she's a strange person. She's a young, angry person. I don't know if it's real anger. It's hard to believe, actually, but I saw what happened.
I only believe anger when it's the blacks. The blacks have the best anger. They're very mad.
She's certainly different. Anger management. I think she has to go to an anger management class. That's my primary recommendation for her.
He's never not funny.
That's true.
I think she should go to anger management courses. That's my diagnosis. And the Israelis are like, well, I mean, we're kind of giving her that. We're showing her fucking guilt violence porn to see if she'll change her mind about Israel. I mean, I don't really get that. It's like, what's she going to do? Is she going to watch the January 7th thing and go, oh, yeah, you guys are right. Let's wipe out all the Palestinians.
Oh, wait. You guys are right. This was really horrible what I saw here. That justifies the complete starvation and deprivation of a group of people from basic necessities because of what happened.
Oh, my God. Why didn't you guys show me this video earlier? I would have never brought these little cunts snacks.
I could have swore on October 7th they brought you teddy bears. I was lied to.
They show her, like, they make her watch a Hassan Piker stream, and they're like, this is their biggest proponent. She's like, oh, my God, he's a fucking douche. Yeah, can I put a Star of David on my backpack, please? Fuck this guy. Greta 230berg.
Oh.
She's fine. I'm sure her dental is A-okay. Well, Donald Trump had some good humor about the Greta Thunberg thing. Piers Morgan did not. Piers Morgan was very upset with Greta.
About what's happening to her or about her in general?
He hates her. Well, Piers is a good, loyal dog for Israel. He thinks Israel should be allowed to bomb anyone who looks at him funny. Piers is an Israel guy. So this is the Greta Thunberg. This is her getting detained, and then we'll have Piers' reaction right after. Come on. Come on. This is Miss Thunberg.
I am from Sweden. If you see this video, we have been intercepted and kidnapped in international waters by the Israeli occupational forces or forces that support Israel. I urge all my friends, family, and comrades.
Easy with that fucking comrades talk. Oh, sorry. I just totally fucking boinked you out of existence.
It's fine.
to put pressure on the Swedish government to release me and the others as soon as
F you.
possible.
And if that doesn't work, she fully plans to take one of her tentacles and wrap it around the neck of one of the Israeli soldiers and tell Netanyahu, release me. By the way, anybody else when they watch Independence Day think, hey, Dr. Oken's dead?
Yeah.
Yeah, Data's dead.
Dr. Oken's flat out dead. But no. We want to make the sequel. Not enough of them came back. We need Brent Spinner to come in here. So,
Right. We need Brent Spiner back. We need Data back. So Dr. Oken. No, it was like the alien didn't kill him and take his voice. The alien kind of put him in like a rear naked choke. It was an MMA thing. And he just choked him out. And like, I guess it kind of, because like, didn't Adam Baldwin check his pulse? And he was
I
like,
thought so.
he's dead. Yeah. I mean, Adam Baldwin took the thing off of his neck, touched, and he went, I mean, maybe I'm gaslighting myself here. But
Now I actually kind of like. I haven't watched Independence Day in a long time, but the next time I do, I'm gonna pay ridiculous amount of attention to that one scene because I'm like, wait a minute, are we about to break the continuity of a sequel? Because Hollywood would never do that.
Border Outdoors Podcast says she recently got into porn. Her name is Greta Thunberg. See, I didn't know. That's another thing I didn't know. It's amazing. All right, guys, 270 away from this morning. 200 by 8:30. That's, I mean, fuck, an hour and a half away. That's what's great about these days where we start way up. A lot easier to stay ahead than get back ahead. We learn that every day. So go ahead and throw us a couple of bucks. This is the time of day where, honestly, $5 at a time will get us there nice and easy. We don't need to worry about the big splashes later on. So go in there. Throw a couple of subs our way, memberships, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Let's go. Oh, I got a phone call yesterday from Brad over at Wapakata. And he's like, apparently the Onion people have been calling him. They're very upset that we're having a golf tournament.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are they trying to pull gay ops?
They're trying to do their gay ops. They're pretending to be.
Oh, what cunts.
Check this out. So, like, this is going to sound douchey, but like, I'm known in this area. So like
before any of this shit happened.
So like all of these people, they'll just call me, like Scott and any of these other people, they'll just call me. So Brad calls me and he goes, what kind of morons do you have following you? And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, there's just weirdos calling me, weirdos claiming that they're from the news and they're from the newspaper. And he goes, but I know they're not. I go, well, how do you know they're not? He's like, they can't put two sentences together he can't put two words together to form a sentence. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds like some of mine. He goes, yeah, they're weird. He goes, they call and they tell me what a terrible person you are. He said, like, I'm not aware. and then he's like, yeah, they say that it's a 2-day tournament and this and that. It's like, we set this whole thing up so that Brad and Wapakata don't have to do anything but host the tournament. We take care of the bookings. They just gave us the tee times from 7 to 9, and we're good to go, and we have everybody going out there. And so he goes, you need to tell your audience, like, we don't handle any of that stuff. You've got it all. I'm like, no. My audience is well aware. He goes, these are just really jealous, angry, bitter people, and they're doing that. He goes, and dude, anytime Patrick and his people call, this is the same response I get from people. It's always, this sentence inevitably comes up. They go, don't these people have any sort of lives?
No, that's the weird part.
I told them,
apparently don't.
I said, most of these people are so retarded, courts won't let them see their children. Like, these are really dumb people. And, Brad's just like, well, so it's still one day. I'm like, yeah, it's still one day. He's like, we're still good. I go, yeah, we're good on everything. I go, I told him, if they call, here's what you do. I go, this will really drive them nuts. Humor them. Like, totally agree with them, and record it and send it to me, and we'll play it. And he's like, really? I'm like, yeah. I said, just record them calling and just agree with everything they say and go, oh, really? I told him yesterday, I go, when they call you, and by the way, I can totally lay this out there, and these people will still call, and they'll think they've got to
try this bullshit.
People are like, Aaron, why are you giving away your secret? No. This is part of the secret. I show you that these people are so retarded that I can spell it out for them and they'll still do it. So I told Brad, I go, when they call, record it. And as they're complaining, just be like, oh my God, that's terrible. Really? Wow, I didn't know that. I've never been in business with the guy before. Yeah, we're going to pull the plug on this immediately. I told Brad, I go, whenever they call, tell them you'll sit down and you'll give them an interview for the news and tell them that you're pulling the plug on the event immediately and this has really offended you. And then send me the audio and we'll play it on the show. So even as I lay it out there and tell people, they're still going to try. So I'm kind of pumped about that. So I apologize to Patrick and Moody and Carl and all of your fans. You took another shot. You know, you failed a lot with the toe, but you took another shot. You did miss again, but hey, you haven't given up. And that's what's important.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So let's look at it this way. You've technically lost nothing. You're just right back where you started.
Like, you guys, look, if you hadn't called at all, you would have gotten the same result, but there would have been no effort. So congratulations. It's just like, I would be so embarrassed if I was that pathetic that I just follow a guy around to everything he does and I just desperately try to get it like canceled or taken away and then pretend I'm not pro gay ops and cancel culture. And then to fail at it too, it's like, you've got to have some successes here and there. Otherwise, it's just embarrassing. But you know what? They don't embarrass easy. You got to give them that.
Thank Christ these aren't the same people that would be hypocritical and start screaming, oh, poor victim, if gay ops ever happened to them.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God. They cried to high heaven. I mean, Patrick is trying to create shadow companies because he's scared of getting sued for super tips because people have figured out.
People wonder why I don't want to touch this shit.
Right.
They're like, why don't you use super tips? You'd make bank. Like I got pissed because I had to explain this yet again on my show. So that was like the one, if anybody like, oh, we got to win. We got to rise out of Johnny. Like, I guess it's a win. After I turn off the show, I don't think about it, but this just reminded me of that. Somebody bitched to me about like getting super tips and they're like, you'd make bank. And I'm like, would I? I don't know. Like, are more people, are there people watching the show right now? They're like, well, I can't donate unless it's in some fucking stupid Twinkie.
I can't donate to a show unless I give Patrick and Moody all my personal information.
Right. And I've been like, I don't trust this. I don't want to do this. I tuned into part of your show last night and you said something about Boozmock and, fucking rage picky guy
Zumach
going at
Zumach
it,
and
you
Ralph.
explained the beginning of it because I was on my way to the grocery store, or on my way back from the grocery store, excuse me, when it was playing, and so you were saying something about like I guess Chad got cheated. Like, well, and I'm sitting here listening to this. I'm like, oh, thank Christ. Never did. Apparently, you have to let Melton access your computer to sign up for super tips.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I get it. I have multiple sclerosis and a doctor's note saying I'm retarded. But do people think I'm literally that retarded? I'm not giving anyone access to my computer. This super tips thing just sounds like the scariest, like the stupidest. Like, oh, I wonder if I could give a complete untrustworthy piece of shit a backdoor into all of my stuff.
Well, now, in fairness, the only reason it takes off, like the only reason any of this takes off, pure hatred of Steel Toe. Like, these people are you're like, are they that retarded? We got to remember, Patrick's used to having an audience that is that retarded. If you say, oh, we hate Steel Toe, they'll be like, let me type something in a funny voice. Like, the Chad Zumach thing, I think, is a perfect example. Chad got his monetization taken away on YouTube. He signs up for the super tips. He bends the knee. He says one critical thing of Patrick on MLC, and Patrick takes away a bunch of his voices and stops giving him technical support because Patrick can't handle being mocked because, again, Patrick is projection. His whole, feel thing, people feel. Bro, we all make you feel way more like the rest of us don't think about you.
You do a reaction show for your entire internet persona, whatever.
I'm sorry.
You're nothing but feels.
Every show you do is you feeling, my man. I'm sorry. So he gets pissy at Zumach. So then Zumach tweets out yesterday and says Moody had to run interference for Patrick because Patrick gets so sensitive and he's such a bitch that Moody has to contact Chad to try and smooth things over. How embarrassing. You're a grown man. And Moody's a fucking creep, too. Imagine a creep has to call somebody to smooth things over for how big of a creep his creepy partner is in their creep business. Yeah, Zumach right here. Moody emailed me today for PR purposes because of Melton. It simply is bad business to take away voice tips and revenue opportunities from me because Melton is emotional and reacts. It doesn't matter what I said about him on a podcast. I always said the super tip system was great once I learned more about it. Bending the knee. After only a few streams, I was one of their top earners. Again, after requesting for more voices that were already produced, he slashed 80% of my menu because he was butthurt. It's simply bad business, and hopefully others see it. I mean, no, none of you get sympathy from me, by the way. I've been telling you this about this little theater girl for 2 years, and I've been dragging him through the internet and watching him cry and whine about me forever. I've been telling you guys who this guy is, and I've known I'm right the whole time. You can spot a guy just like that. So I don't think Chad's big revelation is anything to write home about. It's something we already knew. What I didn't know is that Patrick is so fucking bitchy and sensitive that Moody has to embarrassingly run cover for him because he's so embarrassed by the emotionality of his girlfriend.
Yeah, I mean, clearly you don't have anything else going on. Doesn't he have a new costume to throw on his dog? I mean, literally anything.
Oh, God, remember how pissy he got with us and how in denial he got with us when we had the doggy pictures?
Oh yeah, because we were making jokes that was his his gateway to other dudes. And I mean, way to prove us wrong by getting super butthurt about our stupid gay take on that. Yeah.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, I think of Melton when I see whales who have a penchant for felonious behavior with children. Oh, man. Let's continue on here. I just had to take my little drive-by pot shots. So, you know how conservatives are attacking? We can get into the L.A. stuff now. Mm-hmm. You know how conservatives are attacking those L.A. protests and riots that are going on by saying, how dare any of you fly these foreign flags? How dare any of you fly these flags of another country in the United States of America? This is wrong. This isn't okay. Well, we have this photo. This is there's Chuck Schumer. There's Lindsey Graham. There's a fucking guy. I think that's Andrew Cuomo. There's Fetterman. Is that RFK Jr.? Yeah, there's RFK Jr. There's a guy with no legs.
Look, Chuck Schumer, I can see that. That fits. But, like, why the fuck are half of those people? What is this, Israel or America? Like, because there's a whole bunch of people with the riots going, oh, that's not an American flag, it's a Mexican flag, blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah. And apparently we love to have parades with that flag and this flag. Fuck off. I don't want to support Israel. I hate we have so many people on both sides of the aisle that are clearly for another country.
I mean, I find the hypocrisy of going like, you shouldn't be flying a foreign flag in the United States of America only to have you fucking, if an Israeli flag had a dick, you'd suck it to completion. It's remarkable to me. So, but you know what? The American attention span isn't long enough for most people to draw that conclusion. So people get so swept up in their armies and their groups and everything else that they'll just go, oh, no, when I see brown people waving a Mexican flag, I'll criticize that. But Israel is our greatest ally. And I'm like, how?
No, it isn't.
How is Israel our greatest ally? You know who our greatest ally in the world is?
No, who?
The UK. We drag them into so much shit, and they're just good little doggies. They follow along. Like, we drug them into Afghanistan. We drug them into Iraq. They helped us out in Libya. Every fucking dog shit folly that does nothing but cost the UK money and they get no benefit from it, they do it. They help us. They're like, remember when Tony Blair was the only guy getting Bush's back in Iraq?
I don't, but I'd believe that.
Remember the coalition of the willing? Because, like, France was out, Germany was out.
Oh, yeah. That's when we had our, France was out, so we had our, well, now they're freedom fries.
Yeah.
Like, all that stupid bullshit. Yeah, now I know what you're talking about.
I give my girl a freedom kiss, you know? Well, the UK fucking jumps into every fire with us with no benefit to them. It ain't like we're rebuilding the British Empire. And Yet Israel just demands that we attack places and we do things for them. And we get nothing out. We are Israel's Britain. We are to Israel as Britain is to us.
I think the word you're looking for is bitch.
Bitch. Yes, we're their bitch.
We're their bitch. I don't like it.
But imagine being a country's bitch, and then every time they talk about their best ally, they name someone else. Like, you're just like, all we do is we put ourselves further into debt to please you and make you happy. And all you do is talk about how hot your
It almost
other friend
sounds like
is.
we should stop doing all of those things.
Yeah, right?
I mean, we're not even getting the respect we deserve. We should probably just move on.
Hobo Chili Recipe writes, yeah, freedom come. Wait, what?
What? Well, we started with Freedom Kiss, and then, like, in my head, I thought that went to Freedom Dick. I guess he made the next logical leap to Freedom
You
Cum.
know what my favorite kind of pie is?
What's that?
Freedom Silk. My favorite sandwich?
What's that?
A Freedom Dip.
See, I enjoy a good Freedom onion soup.
Oh, that is very good. Stupid. Los Federale says, the UK is our retarded little brother who follows us like a stray dog and does all the stupid shit. I know. I feel like half the shit we do around the world, we do just to see if the UK will follow us.
And they do.
And they every fucking time. Every time they follow us. So we got some more news. So yesterday, the news came out that the Marines were being mobilized. Now, I don't know, are they using the Marines yet in LA or have they just been mobilized? I don't like the idea of us using military troops on our own soil. Mm-hmm. And I really don't think the LA situation is like, I don't think it's bad enough to be calling in the Marines. I think National Guard is fine. The National Guard can put this down. The Weekend Warriors can take care of it. I will say I don't like I see a lot of people who are Trump people, and they're my big thing about Trump people is sometimes I feel like they have no like morals. Like they have no ethics or principles. It's just whatever Trump wants. That's
right.
The awesome
They just
thing.
kind of worshipped a dude as opposed to policies. And
I don't like the idea of using military troops on American soil unless there's an attack. And I don't consider this an attack. I still consider this a law enforcement deal. And like the really heavy law enforcement shit, yeah, sometimes you need the National Guard for it, but that should be the extent of it. We don't need the Marines. Dude, it's a bunch of fucking illegal immigrants running around setting cars on fire. I don't think you need SEAL Team 6 for that.
it's also a bunch of, but there are like literal legal citizens too that believe in that side. Like, no, they have a right to be here. It's like, yeah, but they could have gone through the paperwork and everything to like stay here. They've had, again, a lot of time to figure this shit out, and no, they just decided I'd stay here.
What's funny about they have a right to be there argument is that literally by law they don't. Like, this is not a debate. I'm not going to sit here and debate with you, Jerry. So this is CNN talking about the Marines.
Now from the Pentagon, CNN can now report that roughly 500 Marines are being mobilized in response to the protests in Los Angeles.
And this is a significant escalation from President Trump, who had activated National Guard troops over the weekend without Governor Gavin Newsom's consent.
Which is another weird thing, because that was my deal. I was like, I thought the governor was the commander-in-chief of the National Guard in your state.
Well, when they're used there, but the military also pulls National Guard units to serve abroad all the time. In fact, Tim Walz is a member of a National Guard unit that was supposed to serve. And when they got called up,
he went?
Oh, no. He swore he would go if he won an election. And the minute he won the election, he bowed out like a bitch.
Oh, okay. But like he was just a soldier in a unit. Like he wasn't in charge.
No. He was like the leader of the unit, like the commander. Like there's a whole lot of people who are used to looking to him to like lead the way. And he was training with them and prepping with them. So they're like, this is the guy that we're going to have.
Yeah, but he told them he wasn't going to be there.
No. He promised the exact opposite, that even if he won the election, he'd find a way to serve his state as a governor while being overseas serving his country. He literally made the exact opposite promise and fucking tucked tail and ran the minute he got what he wanted.
See, that doesn't make any sense to me, because the way you describe it, it sounds like Tim Walz is a disingenuous piece of shit.
Yeah, because he is.
Oh, okay. Well, do you know that he has made friends with many school shooters?
Not surprising.
Oh.
In this new move, active duty military members are being deployed as a show of force against U.S. citizens. CNN's Natasha
Not all of them are U.S. citizens.
Bertrand is live.
Again, against the majority of them not being U.S. citizens. That's the worst part.
I have an idea. We'll send the Marines in there, and we'll go to the illegals that are protesting and be like, all right, you got a choice. We're going to take you in. We're going to put you in the windowless van, or you can sign up with us, and then we'll give you a path to citizenship. And then they can all join the Marines and help break. And then, hey, your first assignment as Marine, break up these protests.
Yeah, but then we are literally turning into we're turning into the world from Starship Troopers, where
or the Roman Empire.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Well, the Roman Empire did the same thing too.
Oh, really?
So, and it worked out great for them.
Where are they right now?
They haven't been around for a minute or two. You know?
Fuck.
Justinian tried to resurrect it. That didn't work. Mussolini gave it a shot. We all know.
Natasha, what are you learning?
My ABCs.
Well, Brianna, this is something that Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth had previewed over the weekend. He said that
I actually knew about these 500 Marines being mobilized before it happened. Did you know that?
You did?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, but Pete Hegseth sent me a text. Yeah, it was really nice.
You know, because of that whole snafu, they're having trouble finding people willing to work under him.
Wait, what?
Yeah, because they kind of buried that on his AIDS and everything.
He has AIDS?
Well, he had AIDS. They cured him of it.
Wow, that's great.
They tried to bury the whole, like, I don't have access to my Twitter all the time, and people that help me run the office like have access to it. So they kind of tried to like put the idea out there for a hot minute that there were other people, and people got fired for it. So as a result, like nobody wants to work with him. It's just at risk.
Shit. Poor Pete. He's got AIDS and nobody wants to work with him.
If
right?
necessary.
Well, would you work with him if you had?
Well, not if he's sending fucking signals to the Atlantic about what we're going to do.
Nobody wants to do it.
Deploy the Marines to Los Angeles to help federal agents with handling the protests there. And it appears now that these Marines, according to our sources, they have been mobilized. These 500 Marines, a full Marine battalion based out of 29 Palms, California, which is just...
This is what the United States does when we have no wars to fight. We get fidgety. We're just like, fuck, we spend a lot of money on this military. We'd better fucking use it. Here, go shoot some Mexicans.
It's like cabin fever with guns.
Yeah, it's like, if you're wondering if we, because anytime you propose cutting the military budget, they go, oh, that's going to be terrible for our military. If you're wondering if we can afford to cut a few $100 billion a year out of the military budget, here's your answer. Yeah. When we don't have a war to fight, we've got 500 Marines and we're like, have them go shoot beanbag rounds at a bunch of Mexicans in the streets of Los Angeles. It's like, I don't really know if that's the best use of our time and money, guys. I don't think we need the Marines to do that. You can get, like, I don't know, some high school grads.
Fellow comes in, he says, I'm going crazy out there at the base.
Yeah. In case shit pops off in Italy or Germany, we've still got bases and troops over there, so that's good.
Yeah. Whoopity-doo. We don't need that.
Outside San Bernardino, about an hour away from Los Angeles, they have been mobilized and they are gearing up to go and help ICE agents as well as other federal officials deal with these protests in Los Angeles. Importantly, they're going to be bolstering as well the National Guard, guardsmen and women who have been activated in Los Angeles.
Tom Homan went in there with a gun and he yelled to the Mexicans. He goes, "What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age." He goes to the Mexicans and he goes, "Chill out, bird boy." What?
We're really going to those Batman references?
Yeah.
I try really hard to forget that the Arnold Schwarzenegger Batman happened.
That actually kind of rules.
It does for certain moments.
What killed illegal immigration? The Ice Age.
That's actually kind of true.
Yeah.
Angeles by President Trump. But as you said, it is a significant escalation of the president's...
there's too many Mexicans. I can't drive my car. It's not even Victor Von Fries. That's just...
Who is your daddy and what is his immigration status?
All right, we're going to play a game. How many of you were born in Astoria? Now, how many of you were born outside of Astoria, like in Mexico? Oh, man. What happened to your citizen? It's not a citizen. It's a Mexican. What's a Mexican? This is a Mexican.
Use of the military as a show of force against these protests.
He shows up at a quinceañera. Who are you? I'm the party pooper.
Oh, no.
Tom Homan is Arnold Schwarzenegger.
It's really not clear, the last time Marines were deployed to help essentially with riot control, though it's unclear at this point just what their actual tasking will be. Typically, if they are deployed to these situations.
What did Arnold Schwarzenegger? Arnold Schwarzenegger was in a Revolutionary War movie, and in the scene where Benedict Arnold switched over to the British, you know what Arnold's character said?
What?
Screw you, Benedict. Another. The Mexicans go, you arrested us. What should we do now? And he goes, get to the chopper. Oh. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, I have AIDS and no one wants to work with me. How Steel Toe is like Pete Hegson. Wait, what? Wait, what happened now? The LAPD does not work for the people of LA, says Tilt. They work for an agenda. President needs to send in the Marines to save LA. I don't think we need to fucking D-Day Los Angeles.
I mean, it's not the Marines, but wasn't the Kent State thing? Like they sent National Guard.
Bro, if we could get a fucking, good old-fashioned Neil Young song out of LA, let's fucking go. I mean, last time when Kent State went down, we got 10 soldiers and Nixon's coming. We're finally on our own. This summer I hear the drumming. 4 dead in Ohio. Yeah, fuck yeah. Let's go. All right, now I'm in.
I'll be honest, that was not the reaction I was expecting. Like,
I don't understand.
Like, hey, we're deploying the military and the Marines. Like, yeah, but we might get a banger out of this. Let's do it.
Yeah, like Neil Young is like a big time lefty liberal, but it's like, should he be? Like, the Trump administration could put him back on top. Oh, by the way, Jeremy's back. We must be doing a more wholesome show these days. Jeremy says, what killed the dinosaurs? And gives me a bunch of laughy face emojis. So he liked my...
You liked your Arnold Schwarzenegger?
You liked my Arnold Schwarzenegger. Hey, Jeremy, if you're feeling like making a drop, we're at $270 today. We've made a whopping $5. So, Jeremy, if you're feeling generous and we've been doing a nice, wholesome show for you, jumpstart us a little bit, buddy. What do you say? We're not even at $230. For God's sake.
You know what they've been saying as they send people off when they arrest them?
What's that?
Hasta la vista, migrant.
Hasta la vista, wet bat. Oh, Jesus.
Oh.
Arnold, my
dear Lord,
God.
sir.
That is not okay. So, yeah, no, I'm honestly, though, I'm against the Marines going in. Personally, why don't we just let California learn their fucking lesson? Kind of like we let Minneapolis learn their lesson.
Did we, though? Did we learn a lesson with Minneapolis other than the fact that, wow, that precinct is remarkably flammable?
Right, well, but the rest of the state did. And that is leave Minneapolis to its own fucking devices. Fuck them. Right after Jeremy chimes in that he's enjoying the show, I dropped 2 F-bombs. What a dick. But with the Minneapolis deal, it was like Jacob Fry and Tim Walz were left to deal with that on their own. Let Gavin Newsom deal with this. If I'm J.D. Vance right now, I'm going to Donald Trump and I'm like, hey, leave California alone. Let Gavin Newsom fail his balls off because this is the guy I'm going to be running against in 2028.
And more importantly, it is kind of one of those situations where if you let them, they've already got the rope. If you let them, they'll hang themselves. Like, don't fight this because, again, all our ICE mission everywhere, like whatever, it's good. We're getting rid of illegal immigrants. Right. Let those people show how their discourse of disagreement, everything else, they're not, it's not like it's peaceful protests like they're trying to pitch it. Like they're burning shit. It's riots. It's horrible. Let it devolve into the third circle of hell. And you get to go back and go, right, so we want to keep these people here?
Yeah.
Show of hands.
I don't like the idea of the president calling the National Guard, and I don't like the idea of the Marines going into an American city. I don't like.
I could be wrong though.
things.
Didn't he threaten to do that with the George Floyd thing? But then like Walls is like, "Oh no, you don't. I'll beat you to the punch."
Yeah, and I was kind of hoping that's what Trump was doing here. Like he was bluffing to get Gavin Newsom. To,
Gavin Newsom's not going to do that.
You're saying Gavin
He's
Newsom's
running for election, but election isn't next year.
Yeah, but if
He's
you're
not gonna
running,
fucking
if you're
turn
running
that
for
much.
president, you want to keep this shit to shoe level.
You would think so.
So
But he also has made his entire career off of going, what? I have no responsibility for this. It was a couple of months ago when they're like, hey, there's a lot of fires burning down large parts of your state,
that's
and
right.
the fire hydrants have no water. Yeah, not really my responsibility.
Yeah, didn't Gavin pull like a millennial? That's not my job.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, during the wildfires, he's like, fuck you want me to do? It's like, I don't know, be governor? It's like, hey, my job. It's kind of like that scene in The Dark Knight Returns, like the comic book cartoon movie they made, where it's like, that's not my department. You're going to have to tell. They've got a great governor down there. And the governor's like, this is a local issue, and we're going to leave it to the mayor. The mayor's like, I got my deputy mayor working on this shit. He's got it. By the way, something gay I have to reveal today. I think I've taken a new step in the gay zone on my Celsius flavors. I wanted to try this one today, and I'm enjoying it. Green apple cherry. I did a green apple cherry.
The worst is, you were saying a new step into the gay zone, and then that flavor, and I'm like, it doesn't sound bad. So either I'm also in the gay zone, or that isn't. I'm hoping it's the latter.
Yeah, no, you're in the gay zone.
Fuck.
Yeah. You're in the gay zone. Never give this audience that. Never give this audience that option. If your option, you're giving the audience, you have to dictate to this audience. You can't let them choose.
Son of a bitch.
Because if you go, or I'm gay, this audience will always go with gay. Well, you're gay. It's the gay.
You're
one.
gay. That's the one.
That's what it is.
No, you. You're red hot. You're getting warmer. You're getting warmer. Nope. Now you're gay.
What
There you
else?
go.
What else does it say that I can't drink the fizz-free Celsius? I need the fizz.
You like frothy cup? I don't know what the fizz is. It's the mouthfeel, god damn it.
There was oh no, where's the Eaton Clam says try the man-seed melon. You'll love it. See that? I'm not ready to make that leap yet.
That one's harder to get because it's made by hand.
You know what? I don't know if SP ever woke up.
Uh-oh.
I didn't hear her, like,
I don't know if she ever woke
moving
up.
around up there. No, not like I killed her
I didn't suggest that.
or anything like that. I didn't hear her get up, and I don't know if I should go check on her and make sure she awoke. I didn't hear her. I didn't hear Gordy. I think they might be sleeping in. Or there was a carbon monoxide leak, and I've just got a tough system. One of the two. All right.
Actually, is carbon monoxide light or heavy? Because depending, you could just be under it. I don't know how carbon
I'm under the carbon. Is that
well? Like
so,
if it's heavier than air,
I
then
think
it's going to be
heavy.
lower.
I think carbon monoxide's heavier than air.
Then yeah, you'd be the first to go. It'd be you before anyone else.
Riding Dirty Llama says Aaron forgot to deep dick her awake. Oh, what a romantic I am. Jeremy bent to our will. $50 from Jeremy. Thank you so much, buddy.
They are afraid.
$50 over on
You're the best, Jeremy.
Thank you, Jeremy. And I'm glad that we've been able to fulfill your wishes on being a little more appropriate for you. Thank you, buddy. Hey, that puts us at 235. 230.
Please, somebody.
235.
10,
Show me you're
15,
alive.
20, just anything. Let's just nosedive out of this before it hurts my soul. It hurts my soul.
Coltrane with $1. We're $1 closer.
Oh,
says
son of
Trump
a-
isn't fucking around on this. He asked D.C. if they wanted guard troops, and they said no. And then the January 6th happened. They said they didn't need permission, and now they say he does need it. I think this is just more of the immigration enforcement stuff. Bulls Deep with $2 says, "Ayo, hey, we're only a few dollars away from that lovely, magical time here on Steel Toe that we love oh so much.
Oh, you do.
We're 235 away from today's goal. 235 away from today's goal. I'm going to enjoy this for as long as I can, if you don't mind.
I'm going to hope it ends quickly.
I'm going to have this hanging over our head like a sword of Damocles over today's program. By the way, if you guys get to 200 right now, we're 2 hours ahead. How great would that be? Zigzag with $2 says, Tooth Hurry. All right, 80, 140, that's 220, and 160, that's 380. So we're not quite there yet. We're still at 235 because we move at $5 increments. So 235 kind of hanging around.
Someone just throw like $20 in.
No, why? I'd say throw $5 in would be perfect.
Well, you throw like 20 in and we can just skip this whole madness.
I mean, why would you want to, though? It's everybody's favorite part of the show.
I don't know about everybody. I feel like you use like the royal we in a sense with everybody.
You think I'm
like,
speaking for people?
Yeah.
Stories with Joe has a good point. Wait, so Gavin had time as a governor to do a podcast? Yeah, he's got plenty of time to do all that shit.
He doesn't do his job.
Right. What do you think he's doing? Being governor? What are you, gay? By the way, Jeremy is now in third place with that $50. Captain Joe is now in fourth at $40. Adam Simon is at 32. And he's on the outside looking in. We got a bunch of people just right around that 30 number hanging around. 235 away from today's goal. Thank you guys again very much for all of your kind and generous contributions. Let's get into the AsmonGold Hasan Piker stuff because,
oh boy, I know about this one.
These days, we can't do a riot. We can't do civil unrest. We can't do immigration unless a couple of streamers are bitching at each other about it. Now, I will say this. When it comes to the AsmonGold Hasan Piker stuff, one of them has stayed incredibly emotionally balanced, had a good time with it, been funny, stayed, pretty even keel. And the other one is Hasan Piker, who is a histrionic bitch. Hasan Piker, I've seen, we talk about how Patrick Melton cannot take any criticism without becoming a little baby.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like me compared to Hasan Piker. Could Patrick learn something about taking criticism from me? Of course. I'm the best at it. It rolls. We joke. It's fun. We convert them into fans. Patrick is a bitch when it comes to criticism, but compared to Hasan Piker, he's the Dalai Lama, mostly because he's fat. But Hasan Piker gets one person in his chat. And I don't know if you've watched. Hasan Piker's chat moves like crazy.
Yeah.
But for some reason, that motherfucker can pick out an AsmonGold or an Ethan Klein or a Benjamin Netanyahu or a Trump reference in his chat like that, and he'll skip 300 of his crazy fans and their horse shit talking about how great he is. He'll pick out that one little AsmonGold reference, and he'll or Destiny, and he'll rage and yell and scream and what a bitch AsmonGold is and how bad he sucks and how terrible he is. I don't know if it's because he has rich parents. I don't know if it's because he has a rich uncle. He's never had to work for anything. He's never had to face adversity. But I have noticed in the last year or so that people who come from wealthy families and have never had to earn anything on their own feel the need to respond to every piece of criticism. And
right, because they're usually criticized for never having earned anything.
Right.
They feel really bad about it. They want to prove it. No, I've earned it. I deserve to be here. Yeah, but your dad bought your ticket. But that doesn't mean anything. No, that's what I'm saying is nobody bought my ticket. I earned my way here. Right. You did not do that. Yeah, but that sounds critical of me. Grr, and they just get butthurt really quick.
A Hasan Piker hears about AsmonGold, who was this. AsmonGold is this little string bean Coca-Cola addict, can't stop pounding soda. They had him drink water on stream, and I hope this was a joke. but he drank water and then chased it with soda and went, oh, that's horrible. How do people do that? I'm going to go with it's a joke.
It's probably a joke, but he's a gamer, and that's the other thing too. Like, I don't think he had any like wealthy parents or anything like that.
Right.
He just became popular streaming World of Warcraft way back in the day, turned that into a company making computers, and now he's a popular streamer with like his little computer side business thing that he does, and he's just set.
And again, none of these people would talk shit about Hasan Piker if Hasan Piker would just shut the fuck up, which he's really good at, because if you ever watch him do streaming, he'll just turn on the news and walk away.
Or eat a bowl of cereal, because that's entertainment.
You got some oatmeal.
There's
the news. It's like I'm watching, Fox 9 with my grandpop. It's
like what it's like to live in a dorm. Remember when you lived in a dorm and you'd smoke a doobie in the morning and your buddy would come down and eat a bowl of Frosted Flakes and watch the news? It's just like that, except Hasan Piker is lame.
Can I ask you a personal question?
Yeah.
How old are you?
Right now I'm 40.
Did you say doobie?
Who? Yeah, I said doobie.
People still say doobie?
Some people.
I'm not a weed guy, so I don't know, but I never hear doobie anymore.
It's a reference to the specific use of the joint, but yeah.
Okay. All right. Sorry. No, it's my fault. I
don't know.
I apologize. Doobie's a thing. I'm not a drug guy.
I was referencing a time that passed, so maybe the lingo's from there too. I don't know.
So AsmonGold and Hasan Piker start poking and pecking at each other. Hasan Piker is out at these protests in L.A. with all the Mexicans. He's out amongst the people, and he cannot help but bring up AsmonGold. He's obsessed with AsmonGold lately. AsmonGold recently started multi-streaming on Kick to prove that you can go on any platform and make money if you're a popular guy. So he goes on Kick. He starts kicking ass. He's immediately like the guy on Kick. Shout out Kino Casino. But like Hasan Piker, people start giving him shit in his chat about AsmonGold going to Kick. And instead of this motherfucker going, that doesn't have anything to do with me, and just letting it go, he's like, oh, Kick, who gives a shit? It's AsmonGold. Like, Hasan is the perfect, like, showing people it bothers you, so they're going to keep doing it guy.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, I can't imagine, if I had Hasan Piker's money, I wouldn't even look at my fucking chat. If I had Hasan Piker's money, I would go, you guys can say whatever the fuck you want about me. I mean, I do that now, and I don't have anywhere close to Hasan Piker's money. I go, I don't give a shit what you guys say. We'll have fun. We'll do a show. If I had his money on top of it, there's not a goddamn thing you could say or do to get to me. But for him, you just say AsmonGold or Ethan Klein. And, he's a piece of shit. It's like, it just literally said his name. So here's Asmon and Hasan, kind of the internet's yin and yang on the two positions of these protests.
Really bad, I'll tell you that. And let's see, Hasan mentioned you on the protest. Yeah, I saw a little bit about that. I mean, I'll look at, you know what? I'll look at it right now. Why not? Yeah, I saw this. Where to go? Yeah, here it is.
By the way, I have changed my opinion on AsmonGold so much over the course of like the last few months, because I didn't really know who he was. I wasn't familiar with AsmonGold. I don't have time to watch like political streams and shit. I'll watch a little Dave Smith here and there, and even that's kind of boring. But when I first watched AsmonGold, I'm like, who's this skinny Holocaust-looking dork? You know? And then I started listening to him a little bit. I'm like, this guy's all right. You know, he's not, a charisma personified, but he's good. He does a good job. Like the thing he does it well. He's efficient.
Yeah, he's out there. He's out there talking about me. Where is it?
Imagine you're going, and this is further evidence that everything Hasan Piker does is a fucking LARP. Because imagine you're out there and he puts the mask on because he's part of the resistance, man. But imagine you're out there and it's supposed to be about immigration and human rights and all that, and you can't help but bring up AsmonGold.
I would love it if, because he's covering his face and everything, they just kind of sweep him up and deport him, assuming he's an illegal.
He did get...
The whole time he'll scream, you know who I am? I'm Hasan Piker. Like, he'll name drop himself the whole time.
He did get pulled aside, and he did get pulled aside and questioned.
Well, that's a shame.
So he didn't get.
But I would
scooped,
love
but-
again. I'd love it if he got swept up in that net. It'd be like a weird clown world thing, like USA accidentally deports American citizen Hasan Piker. Other country demands that we take him back. We say, no.
Right.
Like just like that'd be great.
Turkey.
We took Abrego Garcia. No, we already took one back. So that one's actually ours. So we're, you know what? We took one that isn't ours. We're gonna get rid of one that is.
Turkey demands the return of Hasan Piker to the United States.
Hopefully one day we'll see the largest political commentator AsmonGold out here in the streets.
Okay, right there, that's jealousy. That is fucking jealousy on Hasan's part to slip that little most popular political streamer out there. And by the way, you know what's brilliant about AsmonGold and what's really cool about him? He never set out to be a political streamer.
No, he again was a fucking gamer who played one game specifically for the longest time. He's here still because people like what he does, and he just kind of kept going.
He had, like, he would just slip in based takes on shit, and people were like, hey, you give good commentary, blah, blah. It just kind of grew from there.
He grew into doing this shit.
Whereas Hasan Piker has wanted to be, like, America's voice on news and politics, and he has been pushing and forcing this so hard. So when Hasan is a great example of a guy who can't be happy with what he has and is always looking at someone else and seeing what they have and being ungrateful. Because he with AsmonGold, he looks at a guy who didn't even try to be what Hasan wants to be, and he accomplished it. And so he can't fucking let that go. Hasan should be thrilled that he has so many fans watch him do low-effort streams where he just watches the news. Honestly, if he crashed out in a recliner, it would be like watching the news with my granddaddy. And
but do you think it's because he knows he's only here for, because correct me if I'm wrong, isn't he only a thing because he hung on to his uncle's coattails?
Yes. Well, and his parents are wealthy.
Right, that helps get you going and get you started and stuff. But like him getting into the spotlight and even having like an audience, the same way anyone could argue I have an audience on the internet because I do this show.
It was Cenk, Cenk
brought him in
his boost. And so I wonder if Hasan Piker doesn't have like a serious case of imposter syndrome. Like he has all this success and all this money, but deep down he's like, I didn't really earn this. I'm a piece. I'm a fraud. They're gonna figure me out any day now. Like I wonder.
Hopefully I pitch all these communist ideals, but I live a really, really wealthy lifestyle that is very counter to that.
Hopefully one day we'll see the largest political commentator AsmonGold out here in the streets, for protesting, for, I don't know, making.
Okay, sure. Yeah. I'll go with the National Guard to arrest everybody who's standing in the highway.
Fucking
I love him.
Fucking based AsmonGold. This is why people like him. Because like
I got turned around on him doing this stuff.
If Hasan Piker would have done something like if the roles were reversed here and Asmon made a shitty little comment about Hasan Piker would crash the fuck out on stream and lose his mind. Whereas AsmonGold gets shit on, gets a little heat thrown his way by Hasan. He goes, all right, cool. I'll go arrest people like you. That's a funny little quip. And that's the difference in likability between Asmon and Hasan. Hasan is a cunt with no sense of humor. And Asmon just kind of lets shit roll off his back.
Yeah, I think that sounds great. Yeah, if I could go and do that, I feel like, you know what? That sounds like a really good idea. I love that idea.
So I wanna see AsmonGold by Wednesday. I want to see Asmon out there with like with the helmet on and a fucking nightstick, and he's out there like
he's tear gassing people.
Yeah.
I want AsmonGold and Hasan Piker calling themselves out like King Arthur and the other dude on the battlefield, just kind of sitting there just like, AsmonGold, and they just meet.
I think Asmon...
You best remember my eyes, Parker, for when you meet me on the field, for I shall remember yours.
I think Asmon would see himself more as the Stellan Skarsgård character, which is good. Bappa Shab says Asmon is king fence sitter who occasionally says what everyone thinks.
Okay.
Well, look, that's a very popular place to be.
Right?
I wish I had the ability to do that. I can't. I run my fucking mouth. That's a good skill to have. But also, is he like sometimes there are fence sitters Like, I see Tim Pool as a grifting fence sitter. But sometimes people just really are fence sitters because they feel that
They're
way.
in the middle.
Yeah. They just don't have dramatic takes one way or the other. There's a genuineness in AsmonGold that I don't see in guys like Tim Pool. And that's the difference. Doom. I have to call out Doom on this one. In fun, this is just in fun. Doom's got a good sense of humor about this stuff. He goes, I can't imagine caring about Hasan. Bro, Doom, you understand you sweep for a pedo who's obsessed with me and can't exist without me and can't make a dime without me. And by the way, full disclosure, Hasan Piker, far and away, eons and galaxies more popular than I am. And you're like, I do love that you said that, Doom, because you gave away the game so nicely and people are going to think you and I are working together. I can't imagine caring about Hasan. All right, now take that attitude. And then how sad is it to make your entire living based on me if you can't see someone caring about Hasan? I'm sorry to do that to you. I didn't mean to, but he kind of walked into it. That's not on me.
Right. He opened the door and stepped through.
You, as they say in court, you opened that door. Aaron, what would you know about court? You're right. I haven't been there in a couple months. It's been.
Hold your horses. The week's still young.
I'm a good boy now. I'm reformed. I'm a good boy. Hey,
Doesn't
kids.
do that anymore. He's been gentrified.
Hey, kids. 2:35 away from today. That's right. 2:35. The sword of Damocles of 2:30 continues to hang over our head. So go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks and let's get it right down to 2:30. Doom says, I like niche internet celebrities and their drama. Hasan has a following of millions and is a fucking boring dope. Well, so is Patrick without me. So what's your point? My point is, Doom, you don't get to be on a high horse and be like, I can't understand how anyone would care about Hasan. Well, you know how you care about people who are infinitely smaller than Hasan? That's how other people can care about Hasan.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's just a different scale, my friend.
If you're someone who doesn't like any kind of drama, then I can understand you going, I don't know how anyone could fucking care about Hasan. But if like you're into any kind of internet drama, you don't get to fucking moral fag and be like, I don't get how this could be a thing. Stop it. If there's one thing this show does over any other show that you like, Doom, it keeps you honest. It makes you look in the mirror. And I'm happy to do it, bud. Riding Dirty Llama says, 20 years after the toe is long gone off the internet, Clippers still trying to make money off steel toe material. Patrick doesn't have a retirement plan. He's just like, I'm going to hang on to the tow rope while my face hits the water and Aaron's boat is still moving. That's the best I'm going to be able to do. All right, we got more LA Riot stuff. Do we call it LA Riot?
I like to. Because I don't like I felt that the Minneapolis riots were riots and they kept saying peaceful protest. So it's this weird kind of fighting the news media system where I don't call them protests. They're riots. People are rioting. People are burning things, destroying stuff, probably looting. They're burning things. They're destroying stuff. They're probably looting. These are horrible riots.
Gray Duckling with $6. Now, wait a minute. That doesn't get us all the way to 225.
Oh, son of a bitch.
And if it doesn't get us to 225, Gray Duckling, that means the goal is...
Son of a bitch.
It's 230. Yeah. Oh. 230 away from today.
Had leg spasms that hurt worse.
230 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Oh, our favorite part of the day. Thank you, Gray Duckling, for walking us into it. And everyone, enjoy 230. Or get us under 200, and then I'll shut the fuck up for the next hour and 45 minutes. How's that sound?
Sounds like a beautiful plan.
You guys are ahead right now. Just stay ahead. Nice and easy. Hey, you know, a lot of people have their takes on what's going on in Los Angeles right now. And a lot of people are very confused. They don't know who to turn to. You know, we've played a lot of clips from a lot of different personalities. And, you know, maybe, just maybe, it's time to go to this country's leaders to figure out what to do about Los Angeles. And honestly, maybe an experienced leader, maybe somebody who has, who's been around the block a couple of times and knows the area. Someone like, say, Congresswoman Maxine Waters.
Oh, dear Lord.
What? Just because you don't like her, she can't have a good idea? I think if she's going to talk, we should hear her out. You know, Maxine Waters is one of those people. Maxine Waters is one of those people who, when the anti-Trump stuff was going on, she had the great idea of telling people to go ahead and fucking riot.
Okay.
She said we should go and we should resist and we should fight them at the post office and fight them in the neighborhoods and fight them. You know, Maxine Waters, she's a calming influence.
So she's going to be in favor of these riots then?
No. Look, I'm telling you, man, these people have solutions as to how to fix all this. And we should listen to them. So I give you now Maxine Waters just trying to fix the LA riots.
Stop here where the guns are. I want y'all to take pictures of these guns and let people know that they're in our city with guns, and I'm sure they have orders to shoot and kill. I don't know, but they...
That's funny.
So, again, yeah, that's why we're deporting them. They're here with guns. Some of them brought drugs. Like, they're not safe. And then we didn't even check who they were when they came over. That's why we want them out. You can't want the people with the guns out.
Dude, she's talking about the National Guard and the police.
Oh. Well, did nobody tell her that the violent criminals are the ones that are here illegally? And the people with the guns that are the National and the Guard police were issued those?
I just love her take.
They did tests and background work.
I love the take that she's like, look at all these officers here with guns. And they might have orders to shoot to kill. I don't know, but they could. Oh, good. That's good to put out there. Like, we're trying to put this fire out. We're trying to, you know, calm this whole thing down. And here's Maxine Waters going, maybe they're going to kill your ass. I don't know for sure. I haven't heard anything. I'm pulling it completely out of my black asshole. But maybe they're going to shoot you to death. Good. That, you know, that never got people riled up and, you know, stirred up more emotions. And so it's always worked out.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have guns.
One question, Representative Ms. Waters. If there's one statement that a message that you can send to Donald Trump, what is that message here today?
Kiss my black ass, Orange Cheeto.
My message to Donald Trump is you are a cruel human being, and that you are using the poorest people in the land, the most vulnerable people in the land, to promote your politics.
I mean, in fairness, maybe if we deported them, the GDP would go up. I mean, the averages always come up when you get the, you know, bottom rung of the ladder out. So maybe some of these black people in Los Angeles who don't have jobs and are poverty stricken, maybe there would be more opportunities for them. You know, it's amazing. Liberal America is proving you can't serve two masters. They're starting to lose the black vote little by little each election. And the reason they're starting to lose the black vote is because they're simping for illegal immigrants. And when you simp for illegal immigrants, you simp for low education, low skilled labor. Well, in a lot of really poor inner cities, you have a lot of people who have very little education and very little work skill. And now
that's their job market you just fucked up.
Right. And now you have to compete with illegals for those jobs. And black people are starting to figure that out. They're like, illegals are taking our jobs. And we're gonna push back by voting for Donald Trump. So it's a very precarious position they're in. Honestly,
there's only so many seats at the table, Gunny. Like that's sadly true. You can't just bring in people willy-nilly.
If I were Democrats right now, I would abandon illegal immigrants and put all my efforts into winning back the black vote, because there's an extra step with illegals. With illegals, you have to get them legal, make them citizens, get them voting rights. That's going to take a minute or two.
They want to just short circuit the whole thing and just allow illegal immigrants to vote. That's the big one that they push.
And you have to win elections to do that. And they're not winning elections. So, I mean, if I'm Maxine Waters, I'm throwing the illegals to the wind, and I'm doubling down on getting the black vote back.
You are wrong. We know what this is all about. We have people who are immigrants here who are trying to seek a better living, who have come from places where they have experienced this kind of thing that he's doing here today.
And we got white folks here at the protest. They're seeking some fella named Kyle, and I don't know who he is.
People who work every day, people who are paying taxes, who are raising their families, who are supporting education, they should not be treated this way. They should be given an opportunity to tell their story, whom they are, and why they're here.
Well, good. They can go back to Mexico, they can form a mariachi band, and they can make a song about their story, and they can tell it. It'll be great. Remember that episode of Breaking Bad with the Heisenberg song?
No.
They can make a banger like that.
Ask the United States to...
By the way, later in the show, we have a video. Apparently, the guy who owns the house from Breaking Bad cannot keep people off of his fucking property. He's spraying them down with garden hoses.
Because they want to take like pictures and shit?
Yeah, they want to come to his house and they want to visit the Heisenberg house. So
That's sad.
He just put the sprayer attachment on his garden hose and started shooting at him.
Please do what the Constitution allows us to do, and that is give them consideration for having citizenship here.
Miss Maxine Waters.
So Maxine Waters' solution, and I'm glad we have it on record now, to stop all these riots and stop all these problems is, and she goes on for another like 2.5 minutes. She rambles on and on. Maxine Waters' solution is just make them citizens. I mean, shit, why didn't we think of that?
Right. Just give them a path to citizenship. They currently apparently don't have one. I mean, maybe it can be reformed and be better. Is there any path to citizenship currently? Like what?
Yeah, come here legally and pass all the tests and get documented. That's what you got so far. I mean, you can easily do it. It's like they paint this picture that like Trump's not going to let anybody in the country.
No. It's literally we're going after the people that are here illegally. And they're focusing on the ones who have either violent criminal records or, and this is the bigger one, are doing violent criminal stuff here. It's weird that we have to keep pushing that caveat.
Corn Diff on the Breaking Bad house. We might do that one next if I have it. I think it's in the next hour. It could be. Corn Diff says that's been a thing since the show ended. He put up a chain link fence, for Christ's sake. Yeah, like in the show. He says, I'd set it up to look like the damn show and start doing tours. He's missing out on an opportunity. Yeah, get like an animatronic Cranston and Aaron Paul and just have him just do that.
Just build a mock meth lab in your basement. I mean.
And you got to build a real one because people can tell a fake. So. Plus, you can tell the cops, like, look, it's for a performance. This is an art house. And then you can make meth on the side and you can sell it. You make double the money. Be pretty good.
That sounds risky.
Jay Fish with $2 says Con Inc. and their chats love to bitch about masks and Soros shit, but forgot all about geofencing for the 6th of Jan Mimas that wish they wore masks. There are more streamers than protesters. Well, it's a grifting opportunity. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, I just took a dump and it's got more personality, charisma, and is better looking than Maxine Waters. It's true. If black is beautiful, I just shit a masterpiece. Well, that is racist as all fuck. See, this is why the people who watched our Sin City Manny video should come and watch our live streams because
We're not racist at all. It just was funny.
I'll show you the bad guys. The bad guys are all my fans. I didn't do shit. These people are the monsters. Are you kidding me?
I'm not the bad guy. The bad guy is the people who like me.
By the way, Sin City Manny up to almost 12,000.
Oh, boy.
And let's, you want to go through the latest comments?
Yes.
This is some racist trash.
Okay.
They would look at the ground in person. 2L***. I hate the internet too much. I don't know what the L is. His given name is Manuel, not Whippipo. I don't know what that means. Did we make fun of his name? Probably. Wait, so they were YouTubers with like 20,000 subscribers combined? They're fighting over what wild world we live in. You guys are racist. Someday there will be a rapper called Sin City Manny. See, like, there's this new thing where people have seen how many people are saying how racist we are, and they're pushing back against that.
Nice.
This guy. Yeah, some people are so mad at me, they want to kill me. Propane Oak Lane says, this is actually really funny. I want to see this knockoff Jim Carrey host in Fear in real time. I'm not too sure about the co-host. So they want me to be scared shitless. They might let you off the hook.
Well, I'm pretty sure, like, I get a lot of handicap privilege. As soon as they see the wheelchair, they'll be like, fuck it, let them go.
Mad Kobe. I love people who don't know steel toe, like discovering it for the first time. Mad Kobe writes, so I guess the guy in the blue wants to be next. Yeah. Yeah, we made black jokes about the Vegas streamer shooting, so I guess, I got to take a trip to the Bellagio. William Jankin writes, worst thing I've ever watched. Super racist.
I can't stand by that. I guarantee you it's not the worst thing you've ever watched. I'm sure we could find something.
Do you remember talking about that yesterday? I don't remember us being that racist. I remember us being cheeky and silly.
Right. Well, like, we did kind of assume that both the people were black until we saw Manny, and we're like, oh wait, that's Sin City Manny. Then we couldn't figure out if he was white or Latino or something, because like he was doing that thing where he would seem very white, and then all of a sudden he'd be like, hey, what's up, Holmes? Like, it just kind of like he slipped into it.
It's on me.
Okay.
So the racism, I'm guessing that's on me. Here's Claire Doherty. She says, you're very disrespectful and racist. Black Cubana. I wonder how Black Cubana feels about us.
Oh, I'm sure Black Cubana thought we were awesome.
This channel is very racist. Fuck. And they don't have to do it. That's the worst part. Is that we don't have to. You are
just the love of the goddamn game.
He says, you actually have people watching your channel without all that, but you're weird losing your hair. Did we have to get personal? I don't think we had to get personal. And then
hurt people.
And then Las Vegas strip cruising just left us a bunch of hearts. So you have, you're a racist, and then one person red bar is watching. That's fun. We all make provocative statements and indulge in dark humor behind closed doors. They're just upfront and don't care. All feelings aside, good content, sad story, first-time watcher. See, I get disappointed by those.
I love that one. I know you do, but I love them. I'm like, all right, nice, we're in the right lane.
N80 Days writes, most black nicknames were given to us by family members or friends, sir. I'm going to write back, sorry, Unc. Oh, just like, I love when people discover us. And I love watching an outsider's take.
Right, that's fun. I feel bad for the ones where like, oh, dude, this is racist. Because I'm worried they won't come back and enjoy the show.
I don't care about that part.
Yeah, but I do. I want more people to come enjoy the show.
If they didn't like what we did on Sin City Manny, they're not going to like the rest of the...
Right, but that's not like that's the whole show. Like, they thought we were being serious. We're being cheeky. Like, as soon as they learn as soon as they learn we give and take at the same rate, like, for every Sin City Manny, we have like a 20-minute segment of you blowing dudes or something where the audience just goes after you for being gay.
Don't listen to him, guys. I don't blow dudes. I mean, that would be fucking gay. Now let's be like anti-LGBT in June and put that clip up there. This person says, that man is not white. He's Hispanic or Latino. This is not funny at all. You need God in your life badly. All right, they're not wrong.
I don't think I do. The last time he showed up, he took my legs, so we're not in the
He doesn't
best
like
of speaking
you, yeah.
terms.
He thinks you're Mexican. God Slay Theron says low impulse control. All right, that one hurts because he's right. That one just stings.
You haven't seen him around a loaf of bread. Oh, boy.
And one person says, why do you have to make these middle school jokes?
Because if we don't, who will?
How can we give Sin City Manny is white? What about his nickname? Sin City Manny. Oh God. This person. Oh, okay. Racism. Got it. All right. Just trying to have some fun over here.
See, they get it.
Yeah. So we're at 12K and climbing on that deal. It's a lot of fun. Los Federales says, how do these mariachi Mexicans make any money? I mean, there's like 20 of them in the band. How much can a quinceañera pay? On a side note, in a restaurant with blacks and beers, who is server and who cooks? I would say the blacks are the servers because of their history in like the 50s on trains in New York. Ham and cheese here, ham and cheese. Like Denzel Washington and Malcolm X.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Aims to please, sir, and I'm pleased to aim. I like you, boy. Thank you, sir. 383 Novocaine says, with $1, says, with Manny trending, are you planning a trip to go to Vegas to find Melton? Yeah, that won't work, onions. Don't get outside. Professor Tie-Dye says, Aaron loves when people discover the show just as much as he loves when he discovered the priest can put things in Aaron's butt. I would never say anything like that.
He was looking for Jesus. Those were medical instruments.
I didn't know they was looking for him, sir. 2:25 away from today. We are inside of 2:30. But hey, guess what?
What?
We're like a half hour from being behind again.
Oh.
It's just a regular fucking Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday morning show for the old toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Do us a favor. Throw us a few bucks. Just keep us away from the begging table for a little while. That would be great. I'm having a lot of fun doing today's show because we, with the lower goals, we don't have to worry about anything till 8:30. But, if you guys just keep contributing a little bit throughout the show, we never have to worry at all, which would be the preferred state of things. So keep us perfect. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's get under 200 by 8:30 so we don't have to sit here and, do this part. We got a couple more LA clips. I think we have one. This is our last one. If you're wondering whether or not CNN has picked sides on this whole deal, how they treat this next guest is going to spell it out for you.
What are you thinking?
Well, we got to this moment because California has a sanctuary policy. The state law forbids local law enforcement from cooperating with, or local government from cooperating with immigration enforcement. We have immigration laws that govern the entire land, and California is willfully ignoring them.
By the way, peaceful protests, I want to point out, peaceful protests. It's what always happens when protests are peaceful. Cars randomly.
Oh, and by the way, those are they didn't go after just any car. They went after all of the racist self-driving taxi cab cars. A bunch of them would order them, and when the car showed up, they'd torch it.
Well, they don't want anyone getting away. They got to pump up the numbers for the protests, of course.
Oh, boy.
California's left-wing politicians set this up. If California had long been cooperating and helping enforce immigration laws all along the way, this would not be.
It's not the whole state. You do know that some of this is jurisdictions. There are certain towns that do. Yeah, but there are certain towns that absolutely have cooperated with federal authorities.
Right. I mean, in fairness, the sanctuary laws just means the local authorities don't have to cooperate.
Right.
With they can. They're allowed to. They just, it's kind of like Gavin Newsom's workaround on the teachers not reporting trans kids to their parents. He's like, oh, no, well, we gave them a choice. Well, yeah, it just so happens that the hippie teachers in California choose not to tell the parents.
To do the thing. Right. Yeah, it's a problem.
No.
This is part of the issue that is always interesting here is when Republicans want to talk about states' rights. It's about states' rights when it is something that they're interested in and not when it is something that perhaps Democrats.
He's not criticizing states' rights, though. He's
saying cities are defying the federal government and the state law is to go along with the federal government, if I'm not mistaken.
He's not criticizing states' rights. What he's criticizing is the actual policy. He's not saying California shouldn't be allowed to make its own rules. That's not the position. What he's saying is the position they've taken has kind of led to this moment. It was a bad policy. Just because your state's rights doesn't mean you can't criticize a decision a state makes. That's insane.
And their states are interested in. And so I think...
But we've all agreed on what immigration laws are.
Well, hold on.
There's not a state
We're going to talk about this more in the hour. I want to...
They just cut it off.
Look, we got to stop doing this because it's not looking good for us. We're eating a dick, so we're moving on.
You're making us look like total assholes right now, so we're going to just move on. How's that? $1 from Tim Bollinger. Oh, Tim came to Seethe today. It wouldn't be the same without Tim showing up. He says, what are you going to do with all your newfound fame from that 10K video? Well, it's up to 12 now, and we're very excited about it. The thing, I'm not really worried so much about the view count. I'm excited about the comment section. I
reading the comment section, I learned how racist this show is. I'm going to go use the bathroom and just leave this horrible.
Okay, I am always happy when my shock jock persona is picked up in the nostrils of others who have never seen the show before. If that video would have been nothing but like, fucking based, blah, 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 I'd have been annoyed. I'd have been annoyed with all the compliments. But the fact that it is just people angry and if you know one thing about me, it's that making people rage and crash out over things I say make me feel remarkably powerful. It's an ego thing. I can't help it. So like Melton crashes out, Carl, Moot, all those guys, they have to have a fucking group therapy session every Friday because they just can't even. That makes me so happy. These people in the comments on the Sin City Manny video, like, this guy's a fucking... There's something about me sitting back and having fun, doing a show, being silly, and watching other people take it far more seriously than I do, that I almost feel like a scientist researching inferior creatures. Like, I get to watch their emotional reactions, and I'm like, how are you having a more passionate response to what I'm doing than I am? And I got to tell you, it's fascinating to watch, and I love it. 2:20 away from today. Oh, you ain't getting my money came in to see. I missed you guys. I thought you weren't coming in to be emotional today, and here you are. 2:20 away from today's goal. I like when these guys come in and let me know I'm still on their mind. I'm still getting them. I'm still owning them, because it distracts me from the fact that outside of Jeremy, we've had fucking dog dick come in all morning. We are 2:20 away. I took a lot off the goal this week to pass on the savings from the Rumble Creator Program, and boy, are you guys taking advantage. 2:20 away. Let's fucking go. Jesus. We're about 20 minutes away from falling behind again, and like I said, I should be used to it, but I'm just hoping one day something clicks and we're rewarded for the work we do in a way that doesn't make me go, hey, first 2 hours of the show, a lot of fun, good time. Oh, wait, shit. It's Begathon time. So keep us ahead. Go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships. Show me you care. This next clip is my personal favorite for the day. I don't know how much you guys like Michael Rappaport, but I love Michael Rappaport. I think he's the best. He's always whining. He's always bitching. He's kvetching. He hates everything. One day he's a liberal. The next day he's yelling at liberals. Well, Michael Rappaport in this next clip, I mean, I want to go with bottom of the barrel levels of self-awareness. Michael Rappaport, if you didn't know, is Jewish. Sam Show, calm down. And, one thing that the Jews hate are Nazis. Naturally, it's understandable. The Nazis' big thing was that they were part of a master race, that they were above and beyond and different from everybody else in the world. They were on a different level and a different pedestal. And that's what kind of allowed them to justify rounding up and killing Jews and other people. So you would think the one thing the Jews would want to stay away from is claims of superiority, some kind of hierarchy of people, because it hasn't worked out well for them in the past. But one thing you can say about the Jewish culture, they're a stubborn bunch. Here's Michael Rappaport trying to explain to us why we're Goyim dogs. I'm excited.
Yo, Jewish people are the chosen people. We Jewish people are the chosen people. But just because you're not Jewish doesn't mean you're not dope.
Oh, thank you. Hey, guys, good news. Jewish chosen Michael Rappaport says we can still be dope.
Right.
I didn't know if you were worried about that.
This has been the sentiment for a while where I'm like, you guys realize when you have this idea, it's weird that you're all like, oh, the Holocaust. It's like right when another group of people went, hey, this group of people are the chosen people, as opposed to you guys. Like literally there was a documentary I was watching on something to do with like Israel back before Gaza and shit happened. And a taxi cab driver who's Palestinian was saying how it sucks to have Jewish patrons because they always think they're the chosen people and they're kind of rude. It's just, this is a thing for them.
It's, the longer I live and the more I listen to people, the more I realize I think the Nazis and the Jews like kind of oddly had more in common than either of them thought. But the things they had in common conflicted with one another.
Right.
So, I mean, here's Michael Rappaport. Someone tell me, what's the difference between master race and chosen people?
There isn't one.
I don't see I just see different words. It's the difference between the terms yummy and tasty. They both can be used to describe jizz. And
hold the phone.
And the thing is, master race, chosen people, I'm not seeing a difference. But don't worry, Michael Rappaport's about to explain that just because you're not chosen, you stupid goy fuckhead, doesn't mean you can't be dope. Let's listen to how we can be dope while not being quite as cool as the Jews.
Doesn't mean you're not fantastic. Doesn't mean you're not brilliant. Doesn't mean you don't have all the rights, capabilities to every single thing that the world offers.
Wow, it's really nice of this Jewish man to allow me to have the same rights and opportunities that the world offers. I didn't know that the permission was his to give, but now that I know it is, I'm very glad that I have it.
Well, then I guess I ask, what does chosen mean then? Sounds like we're the same.
He's about to tell you.
World offers. You're just not chosen. There's so many other things that you are.
So you can be dope.
Like, again, a second-class citizen, not one of God's privileged people. Like, that.
You can be dope. You can be awesome. Hell, you can even be my waiter. But you just can't be chosen.
Isn't this the same kind of shit he goes off on the internet on for being racist if someone were to say something else about some other group of people?
Well, I mean, it certainly speaks, he calls a lot of people Nazis. And honestly, if you put a funny mustache on him and had him talking about Aryan people, there'd be a lot of people cheering him in a courtyard somewhere.
You're just not chosen. I don't know why people get so upset because the Jewish people are chosen. We are chosen.
I don't know why the rest of you get so upset that we rub it in your face that we feel we're superior to you and we look down on you. I don't know why that pisses you off so much. You would think if any group of people in the world could understand why people would be mad that they're looked down upon, it would be Jewish people. Like, this is what I don't get, is the talking out of both sides of your mouth. We're victimized, Holocaust, we've been kicked out of so many countries, persecuted everywhere. Hey, but we're chosen and we're better than you. Like, which one is it? Are you victims? Because we'll play by those rules, that's fine. Or are you way fucking cooler than everybody and you're chosen and everyone else is fucking beneath you? We can't do both.
Look it up, Google it, read it, Chat GPT it. It's a fact. But it doesn't mean you can't be plenty of other fantastic, great adjectives, adverbs, pronouns, and nouns. You're just not chosen.
Right, so we're the they, them of cultures.
Did he just say that, like, again, the word chosen, it's a fact. According to who? Like, according to you guys, right.
Well, I mean, Jesus was chosen. What did you choose him for? What was the choice for Jesus? Guys,
Actually,
Michael.
I'll laugh if there's like a wave of anti-Israel like sentiment that brews off of this video. We're like, hey, we were supporting Israel, but explain Michael Rappaport.
Yeah, right.
Not chosen. I'm Israel High. 55 hostages remain in Gaza. 55 hostages remain in Gaza.
Well, that's what they were chosen for.
Yeah, they were chosen to be hostages. Kind of like the people around them were chosen to be street pizza after you leveled the whole place.
20 months.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's weird to see a guy like cock off and brag about being chosen and then go, hey, after I told you guys that you're not chosen and I am, could you do me a favor and feel sympathy for my people who are currently in captivity after 20 months? It's like, okay, could you come at us with like hat in hand sympathy energy instead of fuck you, I'm flexing on you for being chosen energy? You might catch more flies with honey than with Manischewitz. That's all I'm saying, Michael. Michael Rappaport has a unique ability to be unlikable in pretty much everything he's in, except Next Friday. Michael Rappaport was the shit in Next Friday as the delivery man. Remember when he comes to the door and he's like, oh, it's a nice house. I didn't expect you to be here and answering the door, but this is a nice house. What are you, one of them athletes? Yeah, I'll play for the Cucamonga Cracker Killers. Whoa,
that's right.
Easy there, partner. You don't have to call your posse and pull a 187 in my ass. Matt Joe with $2.99 says, God chose me. Well, us Goyim are just upset. We're just bitter that we weren't chosen. I'll be honest with you. That's really what our problem is. We didn't get to be chosen, and now we're bitchy about it. That's the problem.
I just always just like, it's an overreaction. When I know there's 55 hostages. Like, yeah, but look what you guys are doing.
Well, and look, when it comes to Michael Rappaport, someone said it in the chat. They go, he looks more Polish Catholic than anything. That's the thing. Whenever I see Michael Rappaport, I'm like, that doesn't look like a Jewish guy.
Like, yeah, when you pointed out, even in the back of my head, I'm like, I didn't know they took in gingers. Like, it was, because didn't he used to have way more of a tint to him? Like, his hair's turning white. That's the part that's weirding me out.
Michael Rappaport was the guy you got when you couldn't get Bill Burr.
Right.
That was Michael Rappaport's whole thing. He was Bill Burr light.
I'm just not comfortable with him being old because it reminds me of him.
220 away from today's goal. We've made a whopping $55, and 35 of that was our buddy Jeremy. Help out if you can. That'd be fucking awesome. That'd be really cool. 220 away from today. 10 minutes away from falling behind again. We were only at the beginning of the show $70 away from where we needed to be at 8:30, 2.5 hours ago. So. Cheers. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I'm just sorry. I'm psychologically preparing myself for the next 2 hours of the show, which is the precipice of fucking eternal failure, and just trying to get my audience of 700 people to just throw in a couple of bucks. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Go on a fucking rally. Let's feel good. We've got good stuff today. We've been giving you good stuff today. Throw us a couple bucks. Let's get us a win, please. Here we go. This is, since we're getting away from all the LA stuff and all that shit, this is just good, clean 15 seconds worth of fun. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the modern police force.
Oh my God!
He's getting away too. Like, he's gone. They ain't getting him.
Nobody has a taser? Where is this?
They're all punched in the head. They're all like, oh, fuck, God damn it, that hurt. This is what happens when you lower the push-up limit for cops.
Mm-hmm.
and you just go, oh, you can only do 15 lady push-ups? You're fine. Here's a badge and a gun. Go patrol the streets. I mean, this guy reminds me of Jack Black's character in Orange County. You know, like he's just Lance. He's Lance. He's just punching people in the head, running away. I mean, look at.
Are they allowed to use their guns at any point? Like,
oh no, you can't discharge a weapon in this area. You'll fucking kill somebody who's not him.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think you're. This is what tasers were made for, but they're too busy licking their wounds.
I love he punches out 2 dudes and a chick.
Look at that. Boom.
That's equal opportunity. that right there is not a misogynist. For all you racist people.
Watch this. She drops her sunglasses, and instead of giving chase to the guy who's escaping, and by the way, his pants are down around his asshole.
This man should never have been able to run away from you.
Never in a million years should he have been able to get away from you. This woman gets her sunglasses knocked off, and instead of pursuing the suspect, she's got to pick up the sunglasses. Watch. But she's going to pick up the sunglasses rather than pursue the suspect.
Well, to be fair, she knows she has no chance in hell of catching up with him at that point, even with his pants around his ass.
Bro, he's running with one hand on his pants, holding them up. He gone. Like, they ain't getting that guy. He's gone. We're killing it, man. By the way, that was in Fargo, North Dakota. And I don't know if you just don't get much in Fargo, North Dakota for police applicants, but holy shit. We do have an update on this guy, though.
Did they ever figure out who he was?
New tonight, a man is in custody after assaulting 3 Fargo police officers Saturday afternoon. At 4:35 p.m., FPD officers utilizing the real-time crime center alerted officers in the downtown area to suspicious activity taking place in the 200 block of Robert Street North.
And it was a man down there saying, I'm going crazy out there by the lake.
Officers located the suspect, 37-year-old Joseph Manitowabi.
Boy, if that isn't a Midwestern name. Joseph Manitowabi. And a Midwestern-looking dude, too.
According to police, Manitowabi resisted and assaulted 3 officers as they were attempting to detain him.
Which was like the most badass thing he did. Like, that was pretty cool. I mean, even if it's 3 shitheads, beating up 3 people and getting away, especially when they're cops, is pretty hardcore.
The 3 officers sustained minor injuries. After a short foot pursuit, Manitowabi was detained and arrested for preventing arrest, possession of meth, assault of 3 police officers, and possession of drug paraphernalia.
There you go. Well, that explains it. Man, how'd he run away with his pants around his ankles after punching 3 cops? Meth.
Meth is a hell of a drug.
Yeah, it was the meth. That's what did it for him. That's if you're looking for an explanation, the explanation in the Midwest is usually methamphetamine. Oh no, we've got breaking news. Full House actress Jodie Sweetin spotted inside the LA ICE riots. Oh, Stephanie.
Which one was Jodie Sweetin?
Stephanie Tanner.
I love Full House. Full House, yeah. I love your movie. Yeah, be careful out there to the fire here. Be careful. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that shit is tough.
What was her thing? What was her big line? She wasn't "You got it, dude." That was the Olsen twins.
Yeah, that was the Olsen twins. I don't remember.
She was like the Thuffer and Thuckatash one. She had like a little bit of the lisp going
Perhaps.
on. Sergeant Holka with $5. Thank you very much, pal. I appreciate it. Someone says this. Oh shit! I lost. Oh god damn it! Tilt says you don't need a belt when you're on meth. You don't need a lot of things when you're on meth. At least you don't think you do.
No, you need a belt because you can continue to lose weight.
That guy wasn't doing a good job. He wasn't doing enough meth. Somebody, too, writes, Bicycle Cop. We need backup. We need backup. It's only 3-on-1. Oh, shit. 3 guys, 1 cop. We'll get backup. Bicycle Cop. No. 3 cops, 1 guy. Now, in fairness, he was on meth.
And is it really 3 cops? One of them was a lady. Can we say 2.5?
Yeah, right. I mean, 2 real cops and then 1 DEI hire. How rude. That was what she used to say. How rude.
Oh.
She could say that when they start abducting Mexicans and throwing them in windowless vans.
How rude.
How rude. By the way, some of our fans were writing wrong answers only. They understand how the bit works. Wrong answers only for what was Stephanie Tanner saying. MSO, suck it. That was her line, apparently. She was, hey, Dad, I got 2 words for you. Suck it. I think that was a different 90s thing, but I could be wrong. Thank you for the $5, Sergeant Hulka. I appreciate that. Also, a big thank you as our pity party gets to Eric for $2. He says, Wagwan, my youth, we gwan take care of the racist bomba clot goal. Origin of the universe. Big up, big up. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
For the $2. We appreciate that. Let's put some zeros behind that and really knock it out. 215 is the number for today. Hey, 2 minutes until we're behind again for the first time today. Who's not excited? Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. If every time I ask we get $7, I'm only going to have to ask every 2 minutes.
And we're good.
I think we're going to be okay here. 215 away from today. Help us out. Throw a couple of bucks in. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Let's go back to being able to do a real show. That would be nice. Here's oh no. We got a clip. What's the clip? Uh-oh. Pull a 187 in my ass. Man, Joe. That was it.
That's it?
Pull a 18. That means murder. 187 just means murder. It means pull a murder in my ass.
I mean, I guess it'll be a crime scene when we're done. What?
I suppose. Thermodyne Diesel with a big 10.
Thank you.
Gifted memberships. We got a Thermodyne sighting. Thermodyne dropping a nice little number on the toe. Let's see. Does that get him in the top? Let me see if that gets him in the. No, it ties him with Captain Joe.
Okay.
For 4th place. Thank you very much for the 10 gifted memberships. Throw that man.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
There we go. See, there we go. Now we're at 185. Now, enough with the horse shit. Just keep going, and we'll have this thing hammered out. We're ahead again until 9:30. Get under $100 by 9:30. Let's stay ahead of it. You guys got this. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Veldrain with $1 says meth addicts don't need it, but it definitely helps. That is the Benny Hill theme music. Oh, okay. All right. There we go. All right, we got 185 away from today. There we go. It's now updated in both, all of the chat, all 4 of the chats. Thank you guys so much for your generosity. Let's open up those 7 o'clock hour stories.
All right.
We've got, we can get to we kind of did the Blake Lively thing, but I had it scheduled for now. Let's talk about All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, with All Care, they have the trucks and wreckers to handle everything from motorcycles to heavy-duty equipment. So if you go in the ditch, if you get in an accident, flat tire, lock your keys in your car, anything from embarrassing to uncontrollable, how about All Care Towing? 320-253-5203 for Tim and the team at All Care. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. You know, somebody sent me a picture yesterday. They got a knife from Midland Armory, and then Oz, who's back in the laser engraving business, engraved it for him. Yeah. So Oz was able to get that engraved for him. Ask your questions. Get your information at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Derek and Tracy and the staff, they can take care of you, get you what you need for hunting, sports shooting, personal protection, carry, whatever you need. They've got it at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, or check it out and make an order online at midlandarmory.com. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, the site of the Steel Toe Morning Show 11th anniversary party on Saturday. And then at Wapakata Golf Club on Sunday, you're going to have the golf tournament, the first ever golf tournament, and that is filling up nicely. I'm very excited about the turnout we've had for the golf tournament. Also, if you're a VIP, claim your tickets to the comedy show. Gino, Keanu, Johnny, myself, Roots Calhoun, and I are going to have a rap battle. It's going to be kind of fucking bananas. And at 2 p.m, the party will start with the cornhole tournament. So come on out to Stoney's on Saturday. The cornhole tournament's free. Show up. We're going to give $200 to the winning team, $100 each, winner take all, and be a part of the party. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville on Saturday, July 26th. And July 27th will be the golf tournament at Wapakata. Sign up for those. Get your tickets at eventbrite.com. The Steel Toe Morning Show 11th anniversary weekend. Very.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan. We coming for you.
And of
I love
course,
that none of those pictures were the same size.
You saying I don't take my time with design?
I don't. It looks like that was by design. Like it's kooky and wild. It was fun. You had the balls to put that your photo up there.
Yeah, I did it.
I'd like to see a lesser show host pull the same stunt.
Yeah, I did that on purpose. That was intentional for that. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Thursday is bike night, and every weekend they've got live music on the Fireball stage. That is Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. All right, keep gifting those memberships. Keep throwing in a couple of bucks, 185 away. Let's stay ahead. We're ahead by a little bit. Let's keep it that way. I'd appreciate it. Johnny appreciates it. We don't have to look so fucking pathetic. We appreciate your contributions. All right, let's go to the Breaking Bad house thing. So this is apparently, I mean, the show's been over for, God damn, man, 10 years? Is it 20?
Fuck, has it been that long? I was going to say 5. Shit.
I thought.
Although, with
did
Better Call Saul, it just felt like it kept going.
I feel like Breaking Bad ended in 2014. I could be wrong. Felina was, September 29th, 2013. So for 11 or 12 years now, Breaking Bad's been off the air. And then, of course, I think like 2-3 years ago, Better Call Saul wrapped up. And the house that Walter White lived in during Breaking Bad has become somewhat of a local tourist destination, a little legendary hangout, to the point where the guy who owns the house has to put fence up all around, like driveway, everything. He's like had to make his own little mini gated community. People still come around. They still, some of them are nice. Some of them just want to take pictures. Some of them are yelling shit and being assholes. And he's had to now, like you see here, he's got a security camera set up, and he's had to take some personal measures to try and deter people from coming around, including this one.
Because I'm not a Jack Mormon.
Yeah, get him, Joanne. Get him, Joanne.
Oh, it's a lady. So it's a woman who owns the house.
It's the house cleaning lady, I think.
The only criticism I have is that you got to get a pressure washer.
Yeah,
you got to get a power sprayer. I mean, that little stream, that's nothing.
Have you seen anything else but Breaking Bad stuff since you've been here? You can take a picture from that corner. Do not get close. And no tripod, no nothing. Just quick snap. One picture, then you go. You say.
I mean, you can say she's being a bitch, but it's like, that's her house.
Yeah, dude, it's her house. But did she get paid for it being used in the...
Oh, yeah. She got compensated
then fuck
nicely. Her. And also, fuck her. It's like, why are you still living there? Like, that house is worth so much more money now to, like, collectors and shit. Sell the fucking thing.
Right.
Your neighbors will be happy. Think of the property value, because everything's averaged on comp sales. So, sell the house. You'll get way more than market value for it because of its historical importance. So, sell the house. Get the fuck out of there. And I understand pride. I understand being like, this is my home. I'm not going to leave. But it's like, I also understand profit.
And like I said, nobody forced you to be in the show. And you certainly didn't. I'm sure she didn't scoff at the money when it came across.
Right.
So fuck off. Like, this is part of the deal.
Street, dude. Back up, cowboy.
Hey, here's your
No. Yeah, you. Across the street. You don't get near my house.
Mind if I get a picture?
I'm a fan of the show. I was just wondering if I could
So?
take a picture real quick.
Everybody, the whole world's a fan. Doesn't impress me.
Yeah, you're being a dick.
Eat a dick.
Yeah.
Eat a dick.
Fuck you. You
The
know,
whole
look,
world's a fan. It doesn't impress me. You fucking agreed to this. This is like celebrities who are like, no, I'm not in a movie in this exact moment, so stop paying attention to me. I demand my privacy. No, when you want to be the person who's on the big silver screen, everyone wants to see
it's
it.
it's not like Vince Gilligan came to your house at gunpoint and like forced you to do the show.
Right.
And like once it started becoming a hit, season 1, season 2, make them switch it. You know, tell them no. But you took all the money. You took, and now you got it. This is the cost. This is the price. And these people are standing on the sidewalk. They're not doing it. She's like, back up across the street. Fuck you. I don't have to. In fact, if you don't antagonize these people, they'd stop by for a minute or two, take a couple of pictures, and then they'd leave.
And go.
I just want to be respectful about it.
Okay, just stay on the sidewalk, take your picture, and then you can go.
Super sweet lady. Is that Aaron Paul? Or is that just a guy?
I think that's just a guy.
Well, I mean, then what? She'll take a picture like that. Why won't you fucking... I don't know. I don't get like selling out your house to do something like that.
I don't get doing it and then getting mad at people.
Yeah.
If they care.
And also, like, even the spraying them with a hose thing, like, the sidewalk is public property.
They're not doing too much to you. If they were, like, bitching about you or something.
Right.
Is it she's secretly mad because they're all there to see her house and not her? Grandma's real sad the kids ain't calling no more.
Right. Corn Dip, and now Corn Dip, who's the moral arbiter of this program, says fuck her. By the way, I saw that I was on Twitter this weekend and I saw that I think it was Corn Dip got in a little spat with Kumia.
Ooh.
Yeah. I saw Corn Dip had a little back and forth with the Ant-Man. Corn Dip took a shot at Kumia. And Kumia called him out on it, and Corn Dip went, "Nope, I was making fun of myself. Just relax, just chill." I don't know, Corn Dip. I think you snuck a spitball past the batter. Anthony had tweeted, because he's back on radio now, and he tweeted out that I've months back on radio, and my follower count on Twitter hasn't grown. That's bullshit. And Corn Dip said something about mediocre. I thought that was just the price for mediocre content. Now, I would read that the same way Anthony did, which was he's saying Anthony has mediocre content.
Right.
And Anthony called him out on it, like retweeted it, the whole deal, fucking smoked him on it. And Corn Dip goes, "Oh, no, I was making fun of myself. I was talking about, my follower count is stagnant. I just figured it's because I made mediocre content." And Anthony goes, "Oh, that's all right. We got off on the wrong foot, blah, 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 blah." And I'm like, I was reading it and I'm like, I'm not convinced. I think Corn Dip might have snuck a little dirt breaking ball past Kumia. I think he might have got away with one, to be honest.
I can see what he means though. Like he's saying, like this guy made the thing and he's doing like a self burn, but it's text, so you can't get that sentiment across. But yeah, I could see your point too, where he's just being a cunt.
Corn Dip says he caved and deleted his tweet after everyone started telling him he was in the wrong. See, now, Corn Dip, this is kind of talking shit. This is kind of bragging. You're kind of going like, yeah, that's right. That's like when the guy walks away and you go, yeah, you see him back up like a bitch. Yeah, that's right. I don't know, man. I'd take my win and go home. Corn Dip,
just let it be the day.
Corn Dip says, I told him I've noticed the same, but I thought it was just because of my shit content. Now, the problem, Corn Dip, is that you didn't say my shit content. You said...
You thought that was mediocre content.
He said because of shit content. So you left it open for interpretation, and Anthony decided to interpret it as, you're a fucking asshole. So I believe you. I believe your side of the story. I'm just saying it was, I don't know. I feel like
Seems like some fuckery was afoot. That's all I'm saying.
Corn Dip, you're known to be a fuckery kind of guy. You built a reputation Forgive us for thinking there might have been some fuckery. Corndiff says, are you joking? I wish he kept the tweet up. Being insulted by Anthony is a milestone for my corn career.
You know what? That's very true. I'm winning back over on his side now.
That tracks. That tracks. I agree with Corndiff. He should have kept the tweet up shitting on Corndiff. See, Corndiff, you should have kept your mouth shut and you should have let him believe that you were shitting on him, and then he would have kept the tweet up. Instead, you made nicey nice, and what did you gain by it?
You should have gone on your show and made videos being like, I was talking about myself, and really like lean into that, and then let him find that out when people want him to be like, no, you're a piece of shit, Anthony, because we give as much of a fuck about this guy, but because you're bitching about him, we looked and it turns out he was this, and he'll find out. He'll feel
be nice to the corn, Anthony. And also, anybody who argues with a corn, it's funny. Like, it's always silly if you argue with a corn.
I have the high ground and the butter. Like, you're not winning this. He's an ear of corn.
Like, I always just imagine people going to their relatives or their friends in real life and going, yeah, so today on Twitter, fucking, I set a piece of corn straight. Hey, what? What'd you do? Yeah, there's a piece of corn telling me I wasn't shit, and I fucking got him to back down and apologize. So you made the piece of corn apologize? No. He's not a piece of corn. It's a whole ear of corn. And I made him say sorry. It's like, and like, I feel like sometimes when people get on Twitter or Reddit and they start flaming each other, I feel like there's this moment where everybody forgets how old they are. And just everything is high school again. Like, because again, if you remembered how old you are, you would be going, why am I arguing with the corn?
Right. Like, that's literally the way I look at all of this stuff now. Is like, even though people aren't, it's just like, no, we're all pieces of corn.
Yeah.
Who cares?
JH is like, why does Kumia praise Carl so much? Dude, if someone gave you great blowjobs for that long constantly and was never critical of you, you would keep them around as well. Corndiff says, Chad proved it's a winning formula. Yeah, he's going with the Zumach formula. Wasn't it? Yeah, wasn't it Chad did a stream where he like argued with the corn for like an hour? I feel like Chad went on the corn's show and they got in a fight. Red Scoper says, what about arguing with a potato? If you argue with any food item online, you're losing. You've lost because you're fighting a food item. Honestly, if you're having like a crash out argument on Twitter with anybody, you're fucking retarded. And you've lost the plot. Damien with $10 over on Venmo says, thanks for the entertainment. Thank you very much, Damien. Hey guys, 175 away from today. Keep going. We're getting close to striking distance. I would appreciate the 5s and 10s. They look good and they help us get to 0.
Just do a show.
Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, 45 minutes to get to that 100 number, and we're all comfy. Go for it. Let's do it. Everybody a little bit at a time. And we've got ourselves a W. Let's go to this, the Justin Baldoni, Blake Lively thing, because these two, I have the hiccups. I thought for sure that this Justin Baldoni, with all the, shit that was talked and all the people turning on Blake Lively and thinking she's dog shit and kind of like Ryan Reynolds catching some flack over it as well. I kind of thought that Baldoni was heading for a settlement of some sort in this $400 million lawsuit. But Blake Lively dug her heels in. It cost her friends. It cost her reputation. But yesterday, a judge threw out the lawsuit, dismissed Justin Baldoni's $400 million lawsuit against Blake Lively. But I got to say, it's going to cost her work. It's going to cost her roles. It's going to cost her money. People are not going to want to work with her as much because even though Baldoni's lawsuit got thrown out, I think everybody kind of saw him as like kind of the victim in this whole deal.
In the long run, yeah. At first, it seemed like he might have been a creepo. Now it just seems like, honestly, like fucking, like she's nuts.
Well, she painted him as a creepo because she wouldn't basically he wouldn't let her direct the movie.
Right.
He was the director of the film she was in, and she's like, I want to do this and I want to do that. And he's like, well, and he was really nice about it with all the Texans and the voice calls they released. He was really nice about it. He's like, well, I'm the director. This is the part I do. I'll gladly listen to your ideas. If you want to get together and have a brainstorming session, that's fine. But ultimately, I'm the film's director. So then the film didn't do well. She blamed him. She shit all over him publicly, and this was all his fault, and he's a creepy guy, and this and that. So he decides to sue for $400 million because his reputation is damaged. The problem is, and I've said this many times before, it's very difficult to successfully sue for defamation when you're a public figure. Because in America, you are allowed to say essentially anything you want
about a public figure,
especially when it's public figure on public figure, because you can both use your platforms to shit all over each other. And court could go, well, aren't you two both basically just shit talking and defaming each other constantly? I'm going to throw this lawsuit out. The problem is, because of this lawsuit, because of Blake Lively's behavior, people like Taylor Swift were deposed, other famous people were deposed, and they were not happy with Blake Lively because of that, because when you get deposed, they can ask you anything they want. They even went into the Scooter Braun shit with Taylor Swift, so that had to be dredged up again in the media. So Blake Lively was looked at as kind of a selfish bitch who didn't really give a shit who she bothered, as long as she could have somebody to scapegoat for her movie failing.
Okay.
And that's ultimately what this came down to. And this Justin Baldoni is like, well, wait a minute. This isn't right. I'm a director. This is what I do for a living. I need people to think that I can make a decent movie. And if Ryan Reynolds' wife, who's a star in her own right, is out there shitting on me saying this guy can't direct for shit and he's garbage. Oh, and he's also kind of creepy. I mean, that's going to fuck up my chance.
That won't burn me at all.
Exactly.
Actually, wait, hold on. In Hollywood, that might help him.
Right, being a creep actually can help in that city. And then also, let's not forget, Blake Lively's husband gets dragged into it. He simps for his wife, as you're supposed to do. And then as more evidence comes out, we find out, oh, his wife was actually kind of the instigatory asshole in this whole thing. So
they pulled, Deadpool into it by going, hey, isn't this character just an open mockery of this guy and how that's related? Because they thought Nice Pool was supposed to be
Justin Baldoni,
this director. Yeah.
Here's the problem with that. Justin Baldoni, you're allowed to make a character that shits all over some other public figure. That's totally fine. There's a reason Donald Trump can't sue for defamation every day. Otherwise, presidents would do it constantly. Ed Harlow with $2 says $2, and I put some zeros behind it. Oh,
thank you.
It's cents zeros. I get. Thank you, Ed Harlow, for the $2. Guys, keep going. Let's just let's keep those coming in. Let's do it right now. Let's get to that comfortable. Let's get to that cushy spot. What do you say? Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships. Let's see another win today. We made a whopping $7 on the PayPal end of things.
Woot. Could use a few more in there.
$7. All right, let's go to the coverage of this.
Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni legal battle. A judge has dismissed the director's $400 million defamation lawsuit against Lively, her husband Ryan Reynolds, and the New York Times. We'll speak with Dan Abrams after this report from Janine.
Oh, speaking of defamation cases, George Stephanopoulos is a guy who lost a lawsuit to Donald Trump. Do you know how big of a piece? Now, on the flip side of this, do you know how big of a piece of shit you have to be to lose one of these lawsuits against a public figure? You have to be a pretty bad piece of shit. Now, the thing that Trump gets these guys on is they call him things that are legally, provably not true. Like George Stephanopoulos called him a rapist. Now,
that's to figure that is absolutely false, actually.
Now, even if you're a public figure, you can sue for that one because that's a true or untrue thing. It's not like you have to gather evidence to prove it. You go, no, I'm not one. I wasn't convicted of that crime. That's a lie.
Norman,
it's false, Your Honor.
Hey, George, good morning. Blake Lively posting that she felt, quote, the pain of a retaliatory lawsuit, including the manufactured shame that tried to break her, now celebrating the...
What a fucking asshole. And this is the shittiest part about
what
this
a
lawsuit.
Cunt.
Yeah, this is the shittiest part about this lawsuit being thrown out is now she gets to brag that she won. And she did. But, like, she brought so much of this on herself.
Judge's ruling that she says defeated the suit. This morning, a legal victory for Blake Lively. A judge dismissing Justin Baldoni's $400 million countersuit against Lively and her husband, Ryan Reynolds, as well as this $250 million lawsuit against the New York Times.
God damn, this guy was trying to become a billionaire off of a shitty movie.
I don't know if I'm proud of him for that bold move or annoyed, but because let's face it, if this is going to be the end of your career, maybe cash it in and just be good.
Yeah. I mean, I'll say that he doesn't deserve $650 million, nowhere near it. He doesn't.
Right.
I don't think he deserves any money. You made a bad casting decision. You made a movie that didn't work out. The people who worked on the movie were bitter and said mean shit about you. That's allowed, dude. That's allowed.
Our client, as were we, was thrilled with the results. But I think the most important result is that people understand retaliatory defamation lawsuits are not okay. No one has to.
You know, you're not allowed to say that women are starting to look old. It's bad form.
She's looking old, though.
She's looking old.
She's in great shape.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying she doesn't look great, but it's like, when I think of Blake Lively, I think of Accepted. And it's like, that movie was 20 years ago, bro.
Dude, or Gossip Girl. I had to be reminded she was on that show.
Shit.
To be silent.
Lively first filed a complaint against Baldoni with the California Civil Rights Department in 2024, followed by a lawsuit alleging sexual harassment and retaliation during the making of their hit film, It Ends With Us.
You have a really nice view.
I do.
The New York Times was the first to publish portions of Lively's allegations. Just a few weeks later, Baldoni countersuing, accusing Lively and the New York Times of defamation and Lively of extortion.
So now she claims that he's a creep. He says that's bullshit and he countersues. And now I do think there was proof, however, that he wasn't a creep, right?
Yeah, there was proof that she kind of set him up to look like a creep.
Yeah.
Because it was very she aired half of text messages kind of deal.
Right, and he released voicemails and shit like that. So
right.
He wasn't necessarily a creep. He was a simp. He was kind of a pussy.
Yeah.
But he wasn't a creep.
But it turns out he meant all of his simpy stuff. It wasn't like, I'm just doing this so I can get close to you. Like a lot of creepy, weird simps might be.
We'll never know. Because their movie fucking sucked and they started suing each other.
Well, that's the thing. That's why I said hit movie. I'm like, I thought this whole thing stemmed out of an almost Snow White level, this movie bombed.
No, I thought It Ends With Us I thought it lost money.
Yeah, because they said hit movie. And I'm like, I don't believe that.
Vitriolic smear campaign to end his career. His attorney releasing raw footage from the set of This Is Us.
I'm probably getting spray tan too.
That smells good.
But Monday, a judge ruling the alleged facts indicate that the Times reviewed the available evidence and reported, perhaps in a dramatized manner, what it believed to have happened.
Right.
The Times had no obvious motive to favor Lively's version of events.
Right. You can't sue the media for reporting on information they have. The media gets information from somebody and they report it. You can't get money from them for that.
Maybe with the other people that have sued the media and won because of the stuff they've done to them. But again, these weren't public people.
Right.
These were independent, regular citizens. Maybe he thought he could.
Right. Like Rittenhouse, Nicholas Stuckman, the Christian school kid in Washington.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. Stuckman's his name?
Yeah.
Ugh.
I don't know. That was just stored in the back of my brain for some reason.
Fucking Stuckman.
I hope that this ruling helps people understand that the kind of claims that were brought here are problematic and there are laws in place that prevent them from proceeding, and those laws work today.
Sources telling People magazine exclusively that Lively cried with relief after the ruling.
I mean, I can't shit on her for that. I mean, if there was a $400 million sword of Damocles that was removed from over my head, I'd be pretty fucking stoked.
Yeah, I'd be pretty happy about that.
If someone says, hey, guess what you don't have to worry about anymore? A $400 million lawsuit. I mean, you know what? I think today's going to be a good day. I think no matter.
I don't know. It might not be 400 million, but the damage is kind of done because this tainted not just her career, not just Baldoni's, but also Ryan Reynolds. And like you said, broke her friendship with Taylor Swift and stuff like that. Like, I don't know. How much does that cost?
The worst part about this whole thing is she doesn't get to be a Swiftie anymore.
Yeah,
that eats
all of our losses.
That eats a dick.
And posting on Instagram, I'm more resolved than ever to continue to stand for every woman's right to have a voice in protecting themselves.
This is the gross part of this story where I don't like, hey, you probably didn't deserve to lose a shitload of money over this. It was a spat over two bitter actors and directors in a movie that didn't work out. That's fine. But like, now you get to do this thing where you go, you know, I'm a fucking victim. This happened to me. But like, now you get to be like, you get to be a Me Too chick, basically. That's not what the court ruled.
No.
The court did not rule that you were a Me Too victim or anything like that. The court just ruled that this guy's lawsuit didn't have merit. There's a big difference. A really big difference. Ed Harlow, this $2 showed up 3 times. Rumble does that from time to time. Says, negative, buddy. Slander is slander. Being public doesn't change that. Why hasn't Monograph's suit been dropped? That's not, no. I'm talking about defamation. Slander is different. Slander is you say something that is demonstrably not true.
False.
Like, Nick Rekieta called Monograph a PDF file who likes to do a certain thing to babies' regions. I mean, if anything, it shows Nick's so fucking retarded that he
brought himself into the realm of it being literally something we can look at and go, no, that's false.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that you fucked up so bad that a public figure has a slam dunk case against you, that's just being way too fucking dumb. I mean, I'm talking about like back and forth shit talking like Baldoni and Lively were doing. And people are like, why don't you sue for defamation? It's like, because you can't. You can't. He's a creepy guy. If you dredge up some private citizen and you start dragging him through the mud like that, yeah, they've got a case. But,
and his countersuit, a lot of it relied on the going after the Times piece too, because the Times aired this article of hers or whatever, her opinion piece. And so they're like, oh, no, the Times is responsible. No, they were just acting on the information they had at hand. That's all it was.
Yeah, they didn't do anything wrong. Times was fine. JH correcting us. Okay, where did this info come from? We just pulled this out of our assholes. It ends with us, had a $37 million budget and made $357 million.
All right, so I guess that's financially a hit.
What the fuck are these two bitching about?
I don't know.
They're
drama queens.
Bro, if I netted $300 million in a movie, if you and I would be bestest buddies foreverist if we gross $300 million together. Holy shit. How did this even get to that point? I can see if you lost $300 million. You know, if what's her name, Rachel Zegler and Gal Gadot, they start shitting on each other, which I think they did. I could see that. All right, understandable.
You know, Disney's still. I think they're still going after Zegler for that.
Going after her how?
Like they're holding her responsible, some sort of suit against her. Last I heard a long time ago, they're saying that she tanked it with her negative attitude. Just all the clips of her out there about being like, it's not going to be some lady waiting as a damsel in distress to be saved by her man. Sorry. Like we have a lead actor, but you know, he might get cut, you know, like from the film, those things happen. Too bad. And then like, it's not a weird, like misogynistic film, you know? And so like,
you hired a staunch feminist actress to play a legendary Disney princess. That I hate that, because that, to me, that's on Disney, and now they're going to try and go after her.
Dude, and like the best part is I've seen people review the film, because I won't watch it.
Yeah.
But I've seen clips of it and people review it, and I'm like, even if everything they're saying about Zegler, making this not great in the public eye, it's still a just steaming pile of dog shit that you served up here. So I feel like she didn't have that much control.
JH says, Aaron, changed my mind. Ava Green is way more smoking hot than Blake Lively.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'll go with that. Ava Green in Kingdom of Heaven and Ava Green in 300 Part 2. Very, very pretty. 300 Part 2, Ava Green. Rise of an Empire. That's what it was called. Yeah, she was fucking, Ava Green was a cutie. Is she still?
Oh God, yes.
Really?
That she still looks like that, just a little bit
What?
older.
Ava Green 2025. Oh shit, she still does.
She's fucking smoking, man.
I mean, she has a very English complexion, I will say that.
What's wrong with that? Nothing. There's zero wrong with this.
Really white. It's like that wrestler Paige. Holy shit. Oh, she's in Zenith with Keanu Reeves. I almost said something really fucking gay.
That's a first. What was it?
Like Keanu Reeves, the older he gets, man, that guy's a smoke show. That's gay. That's so fucking gay. That I can't help. I can't. That's all right. Look, Keanu Reeves, as he ages, he's a very attractive guy. See, that doesn't work.
It still doesn't help.
I can see where women would find Keanu Reeves attractive at his age.
I mean, that could work, but the ones that have come before it already mean that this is still gay.
Keanu Reeves, as he gets older, maintains a gentleman-like appearance.
She's saying he's like a fine wine. He ages nicely.
It's gay no matter what, because now I don't like when I'm talking.
It's too late.
Here's the other problem I'm having. When I talk about Keanu Reeves, I'm trying to be careful. Like, even if my lips are dry, I can't stick my tongue out and like lick my lips because that's going to look really gay.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't be like, Keanu Reeves is a decent looking dude. That looks like I just did something, even though I just...
Right? Like, you want to lip smack that motherfucker, right?
I just have dry lips.
Mm-hmm.
Papa Shab says, calling another man a smoke show is crazy.
Oh, buddy!
What? Ed Harlow says, Aaron, try using the word handsome. See, that sounds gay, though, too.
I mean, given the other options, I feel like that was probably the best one you could have gone with, though.
Aaron out of the closet in the hallway, says Dub. 09 Canyon says he is, though, and his girlfriend is an older woman with gray hair. She looks very elegant. See, at least I have somebody helping me out who will go down with me, who will go, you know what I mean. Hey, guys, we're 175 away from today's goal. We're 25 minutes away from being behind again. And if we're behind in 25 minutes, I think we're looking at an L for the day. So we do need pity, unfortunately. We do need those rescue contributions instead of earning it 5 or 10 at a time. We need the big drops, just like every fucking day. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I hope we did a good job for you today. We got an hour and a half left. A lot of that hour and a half looks like it's going to be asking for money. I love doing this show, so if that's the price I have to pay to get to do this show every day is for the last hour and a half, I got to hope that we can squeak our goal in. Whatever. That's what we do. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. If you appreciate what you're doing, the best way to show your appreciation is monetarily. That's just the way it is for this program. But if you can't do that, don't just sit on your ass. Hit the thumbs up. Hit the like button. Hit subscribe. Hit share. Help us out just a little bit here on the old Steel Toe. All right. Hey, full monetization on the Sin City Manny video. Isn't that wonderful? That's lovely news to get. So let's throw in and let's get ourselves another win for the Toe. That would be fucking cool. Dub says, Aaron, just say no homo. We're gonna do this story next. I'm gonna pee first, and we're gonna regroup because I gotta psychologically get ready for the 9:30 to 10:30 slog. unless we can, get it back on track here. I'm going to go pee, and then we've got some really dirty, rotten shit going down at the Department of Justice. We also have the Riley Gaines, Simone Biles thing. We didn't get to that yesterday. Riley Gaines and Simone Biles are they're having a little bit of an issue regarding they're at odds on the trans athlete thing. Now, Simone Biles is like world class gold medalist athlete, and in order to stay in the good graces of the people in that world, you have to play the political game, if you will. Riley Gaines is a little more right wing. She doesn't have to play the game.
Nope.
And so she
in
can
fact,
just,
she hasn't been for a little bit.
She can talk a whole bunch of shit. So we'll get to those stories in just a little bit. Hopefully you guys feel like contributing to our show. Johnny can plug his stuff and what he's got going on. 175 away from today. Chip in if you feel like it.
All right, I'll be on today. We have some answers on the YouTube membership stuff. We'll talk about what's going on there and why those aren't available yet. I have what else? I don't have Digger coming on today, so I got kind of distracted with that. But we've got a couple of different news stories from yesterday left to cover. We'll go over the memberships thing, and then of course we are going from 1 to 4:30 to just kind of hang out and have a good time. We're funding wise kind of ahead a couple days, so it's a nice chill stream. We have a good time, just talk about different stuff and hang out. Hope you'll join us. If we could knock out the goal while he's gone, that would be awesome, because that would make him look like a dick for the whole like, oh, we gotta do it, like just punch it out real quick. And now we'll do a show for the rest of the hour and a half, and he just has to kind of eat it. That would be awesome. If you could do that, I would appreciate it. I would love it. It would make my day. It might make yours too. Certainly hope it would. It's just weird now, though, because he's gone. Like, how long is he going to pee? Like, that's the question. Because some days it's more, some days it's less, but he had that Celsius, and I don't know what that stuff does to you or your body. That's why I don't drink it. Tried it once. It wasn't for me.
What did you do?
What do you mean, what did I do?
Did you keep them entertained? Did you keep it high energy? Were we good?
Of course not. No, I took a nap while you were off.
Fucking hell. Every time I'm in the bathroom, I keep the door open, and anytime I hear a dead air, I'm like, uh-oh, what happened? What happened?
Oh, no, I just spaced out for a second. I'm sorry.
What happened? Oh, we can't have dead air. Oh, boy. Atomic Ray with a gifted membership. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that. That puts Atomic.
I said it'd be fun to like get the goal knocked out while you were gone, so then you kind of eat a dick when you come back and like, it's all done. Fuck.
That would be fucking awesome if they knocked out the goal while I was gone. I don't care about spite donations or anything like that. Way
to ruin it.
I'm shameless. I just want to fucking win. As long as we get that number to 0, I don't care how much begging we have to do. I don't care how much complaining we have to do. As long as we get that W, that's what I'm all about. Blade Nicotero with $5 says, we're filing a class action lawsuit for fake donations in order to meet the goal. See you in court. Hey, that's a lawsuit I'm going to win. We can't fake donations, otherwise we go out of business. Wally World gifting 5 memberships over on Rumble. Thank you very much.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
There we go. Now we're down to 140. Keep going. Who's next? JH, Veldrain, Hobo Chili Recipe, JL Not Here. They all got gifted memberships. Go on and pass those along, and we can knock out the goal just on passing along the gifted memberships. Sam Show Loves Black Men, getting a gifted membership from Atomic Ray. Keep fucking going, guys. 140 away from today. Nice little rally. Nice little rally. Let's see it continue. Another one of those, and we're back to ahead again, which would be lovely and awesome and amazing and incredible by this fine, mostly American audience. All right, let's continue on. This is a Department of Justice story that doesn't have to do with Epstein. Well, it doesn't totally have to do with Epstein.
Okay. What did Pam Bondi do now?
It's very Epstein-esque behavior. By the way, Wally World is now at 40 for the week. Where does that put him? Does that put him in the top? Does that put Wally World in the top 4? I got to check that out. Make sure I'm... Nope, he is also tied with Captain Joe. Jesus, we got Thermodyne, Wally. 40 seems to be the magic number. They're all tied for 4th place with old Joe. Hobo Chili. Oh, I thought Hobo Chili Recipe got gifted a membership, but it says Johnny was gifted a Working Legs membership by God.
No, he wasn't.
Oh, boy.
Because they don't.
Dub says, in all seriousness, Keanu Reeves, according to legend and sources, seems to be a very down-to-earth, based, decent human being, unlike most Hollywood snobs. Of course, Aaron's focused on his looks.
But there is a really tragic story behind why that's a thing, so I just don't want to bother.
Why? Wasn't it like a
he
death
lost like
or something?
all of his family and friends and his like original wife like in a short span of time.
Fuck. So just tragedy.
Yeah. To the point where it's just made him super real that this is life. We have what we have. Cool, chill dude, just all over.
That's actually kind of awesome, though. Like, it sucks.
It is, but it's also super sad.
That's
true. I learned that shit because of John Wick. I ended up doing a Keanu Reeves dive when John Wick came out.
That's kind of fun that you just got obsessive about that. I mean that, by the way.
Right?
Yeah.
I wanted to learn more about the dude.
Thermodyne Diesel with 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. That's going to change up our standings quite a bit. Thermodyne is now in second with $60. We got Jeremy in 4th with $50. Atomic Ray with 55 in 3rd place. Thank you, Thermodyne Diesel, with the 5 gifted memberships. Dan Vicious with $2 says, what's Johnny's channel?
Just Kidding LLC on Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble, or you can look up Johnny K. I'm going to have a nice little rant opening my show.
Ooh, what's your rant about?
About YouTube and how I literally just found out something earlier while you were going to the bathroom. That's why I paused for a moment.
What'd you find out about YouTube?
I can't drop that news here. It's for my channel, motherfucker. You taught me one thing, like I'm going to get them views.
Fucking tease it.
I've been going back and forth with YouTube on why I don't have memberships. I have an answer for that. It'll be on today.
Well, the memberships thing, you're monetized, right?
Mm-hmm.
The reason you don't have memberships is you have to have you mean like gifted memberships or memberships?
Just memberships, like YouTube memberships. You could do super chats. You could do super stickers. You can't do memberships. And everyone's been like, where's your memberships? Why don't you have memberships?
Have you turned them on?
What?
Have you turned them on?
I don't have the option to, and I've been looking into that, and I've got an answer for why that is, and you can find out too today on my show.
What the fuck is that all about?
It's fun, and I'm not saying any more than that.
That's very, very strange. My God, with $5 over on PayPal. Look at us. Look at us.
Thank you guys
just
so much.
Rallying around here. 120 away from today's goal. Hey, see this? Let's do this at like 6 a.m. tomorrow. And let's see what happens. 120 away from today's goal. $20 in 15 minutes. We can do this. Everybody just start dropping $1 or $2 in. And then we'll do
I don't
that.
think you realize how much of this audience is more like me and that they ain't here at 6 a.m. to drop in like that.
We'll do this $1 and $2 at a time. We'll get it down to 100. We'll just do 1 or 2 a minute for the next 15 minutes. And we'll get her down to $100. And then they're usually pretty good from there. Thank you, my God, for the $5. I appreciate it. 120.
Thank you so much.
Away from today. People are saying, oh, you better hold on to that story.
Yeah.
Your membership story. So you got a reason why?
I've got a reason why.
Why is it? Why is that?
Like I said, it's today at 1
o'clock
Central Standard Time.
Yeah. So what are you going to say?
What am I going to say?
Yeah.
I'm going to say the reason. I'm going to not just say, I'm going to show. I'm going to show the reason they gave for why things are the way they are.
And what was that?
And I'm going to then react.
Oh, what was the reason?
You'll find that out.
Oh.
You got. I'm not dropping it here, man. We're not doing it now. God damn it.
What'd they say though?
They sent an email. They sent.
They sent an email about it. Okay, so it wasn't like a phone call. It was an email. What'd the email say?
I'm not doing this. I know you want this, but no, this is for me. This is mine.
That's what women always...
Can't have it. This is my sandwich.
That's what women always tell me. I know you want this. Can't have it. Dub gifting a membership over on Rumble. Thank you very much. Keep those going because now we're 1:15 away from today. Like I said, everybody, a buck or two a minute, and we'll be back ahead of the game. Thank you so much. So YouTube told you about the membership thing.
Yeah, we'll get into it today
at 1 o'clock today.
At 1 o'clock Central Standard Time. Yeah.
How do you think you'll start that? What do you say?
I'll be like blah blah blah. This is what happened.
Sure.
And I'll show stuff. See, I feel like if I keep covering,
so are you
going
to get memberships now?
You'll have to tune in to find out.
Oh, that's what we call a cliffhanger in the business,
right?
Yeah. Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch.
Today could be the day. For all anyone knows, this could be your chance.
Wow, this is big breaking news
that
you're not going to be able to hear.
All 50 of the people who watch me at once.
Until I thought you had like 100 with all your platforms.
No. You put them all together, and it swoops between like overall, it gets up to like 80 at some points.
Hey, 80's doable. Got to get you into the triple digits, guys. Just Kidding
I'll
LLC.
Get there, it's a chill stream. It's
Share the clip of us talking about Sin City Manny. That'll get you some attention. Everyone will call you a racist. You'll just be a bigot the entire time.
You need to stand up to that guy about that.
That was my favorite comment, is that somebody wrote, yo, why doesn't that co-host just walk out on his racist ass?
That'd be more of a roll.
I got bad news for you, my friends. All right, 115 is the number. Let's get to 100 in the next 10 minutes. Let's have everybody throw in a few bucks and call it a win for the toe. So the Department of Justice story we have, it's not Epstein, it's not Pam Bondi, it's not Kash Patel, it's none of that. It's just some IT worker at the Department of Justice. Now, if I have a story about an IT worker and it made the news, what do you think it's related to?
Somebody had porn on their computer?
It being a creep, right?
Right.
If it's an IT guy, he's being a fucking creepazoid. Well, you're right, but I don't think you realize how right you are. A U.S. Department of Justice IT worker has been charged after Texas officials say he surreptitiously slipped a drug in his girlfriend's drink to induce an abortion. He fucking killed her baby, dude. He tried to kill her baby. Like, that's like, okay.
Is this a new story, or has this happened again? I feel like I've heard about this before.
No, this is a new guy trying to kill. There are a lot of guys out there who really want to kill a fucking baby because it would inconvenience them. And by the way, I don't like that guys get looked at as a piece of shit when they try this, but if you get a fucking abortion, you're a hero and it's hands off. You know?
Right.
Why does the guy want to slip the pill in her drink? Because he believes the baby will inconvenience his life and be an unnecessary burden on what he wants to do. The same reason a lot of women get an abortion. In fact, it's probably the number one reason that women get an abortion. They say like less than 1% of abortions are because of the R word or incest. So a lot of it is convenience, right? So a guy tries to put something in a drink that would end a pregnancy. He's a piece of shit. He's evil. I agree with you. That is a terrible thing to do. But a woman goes to a clinic and puts the pills in her mouth voluntarily to get the same result. That's shitty too. Like I understand your self-preservation. I understand that. I just don't like this idea that we lionize the abortion somehow. I mean, it's a shitty thing to do. Get an abortion. Yeah. Getting an abortion is a shitty thing to do, but it should be your right. You don't want to inconvenience your life. Okay. Should you have gotten pregnant in the first place? Probably not, but we're here now. But this guy tries to slip a poison pill in her drink. And, you know, I don't know. I think both of them should be looked at with scrutiny. Justin Anthony Banta, 38, is charged with capital murder and tampering with evidence. Oh, shit, he succeeded? According to the Parker County Sheriff's Office, authorities say the girlfriend told Banta in September that she was pregnant with his child and that he suggested she get an abortion via Plan C. Bro, you can't just spit that out there, can you? When a woman tells you I'm pregnant, you can't just be like, well, fucking kill it then.
Yeah. But if a lady finds out she's pregnant and she's like, well, I'll effing kill it then.
Like, I mean,
that's the hypocrite. That's the hypocrisy of our nature.
She can bring it up first because she's housing the thing.
Right.
But like him to just go, oh, so you're going to get an abortion, right? It's like, whoa, slow down there. Let's hold our horses a little bit there, pal. You don't get to bring that up first. Look, again, because
if you're a piece of shit, you do.
And he is a piece of shit. And I'm going to get comments now, people saying, Aaron, how dare you stand? I'm not standing up for him. Fry him. This guy's a fucking asshole. I'm just saying, he's a worse asshole than she would have been for getting an abortion because he surreptitiously drugged her, and we don't know what that could have done to her. However, my thing is, I don't like that when you decide to get an abortion, somehow we should look at that as like an honorable.
That's more noble somehow. When you
Right.
make that decision as opposed to someone else. Right.
When she was 6 weeks pregnant in October, the alleged victim met Banta at a coffee shop after visiting the doctor. A sonogram indicated the baby was in overall good health, which must have pissed him off something awful. However, a day later, officials said she suffered from extreme fatigue and heavy bleeding. She went to a local emergency department and miscarried. Cops say Banta put the drug in his girlfriend's drink when she was not looking. They also say Banta tampered with evidence after they confiscated his phone. Police allege he remotely initiated a factory reset of the device. These fucking IT guys, man. Cover their digital tracks and deleted potential evidence that he purchased the drug or conducted searches that might incriminate him. Banta was arrested on Friday and was booked in Parker County Jail. He has since posted bond. And also, let's not forget, he did this in Texas. So I think even acquiring those drugs in Texas is a bit problematic.
Oh, it's not going to look good for him.
Wow.
Dear Lord. I don't know the effort that people would go through to do that. Like, I mean, wouldn't it just be easier to have the kid?
Well, okay. Look, don't make me defend this guy because he's a piece of shit. But you're asking, and I'll give you the answer. It's 18 years of payments because it sounds like he doesn't want to be with this chick that bad. So it's 18 years of paying for the kid. I mean, it's a long slog.
Well, while we're on that subject, why is that a thing? Like, the ladies get to choose whether or not they have it, but the guys get zero say in whether or not they want to pay for it.
You can sign away your parental rights.
And then you're not financially obligated.
You're not financially obligated at that point, no.
Well, then why doesn't he just do that? Just be a full piece
Well,
of
she
shit.
might not let him. Like, both sides have to agree, I believe.
Well, that's bullshit. I feel like if we're going to be, and I am, by the way, pro-choice, if we're going to be pro-choice, that the lady gets to make that decision. Look, you want to be a piece of shit and you want to end that life for, inconveniencing you. Fine. That's your choice. That's your body. I'm all for you having that right and that choice. But then don't I, by rule of equality, then have the right to decide to be just as equal a piece of shit in this and be like, well, I don't want any responsibilities. So no.
It's interesting because it does seem like the whole abortion thing, everybody hides all the negatives of their side and only accentuates the positive. Like on the pro-choice side, it's, yeah, a woman's right to choose or this and that. It's like, yeah, but you get to choose to kill your kid.
You get to choose to murder a baby.
That's shitty, and we probably shouldn't get too excited about that. Meanwhile, guys can be like, well, I'm running away and I'm not paying. And it's like, yeah, that's
right. I'm saying both are pieces of shit, but that's fair.
That's like this guy, like drugging that woman's drink is an extra level of shittiness above an abortion because she didn't know. And then you drugged her, but you still end up with the same result.
You do have a completely unconsenting person. Like, I will say this in defense of the chick. At least the all parties involved, except the child, got to have a say when she's the one, pushing the veto button. But if he's doing it,
she's got no idea. Like that's
no. If you push
stuff.
if you push the veto button, someone comes in and sexualizes your child.
I should have realized that.
Veto. You're saying the veto button.
Yeah, the veto.
The veto button, not the veto button.
The veto.
Totally different. Sam Show writes, Stairs, the great equalizer. I should have known this was going to get bad.
Yeah.
Riding Dirty Llama says, why don't these people know that they can have the baby and adopt or foster it out for money? You can sell babies. Oh, yeah, because didn't Pete Buttigieg talk about how he got a discount for buying a black baby? Which is how everybody should be talking about the children that they love and want to care for. Like, I got a discount for the black one.
This is Michael. I love him. He's great. Not only is he awesome, get this, got him on a deal. Like, that's not really good.
Guys, we are 1:15 away from today's goal. We are 3 minutes away from falling behind, but we are a couple rallies away from calling it another win for the toe. 1:15 is the number. Do us a favor. Hit up the Streamlabs, the PayPal, the Venmo, the Super Chats, the Rumble Rants, the gifted memberships. All of this stuff helps this show so much. If you got a few bucks to spare for the toe, throw it at us. Let's get a win. Then, if you don't have a couple bucks to spare for the toe, or you do and you're feeling extra generous, go ahead and hit like, hit share, hit follow. JNP Jr. gets a gifted membership from Wally World, one of those gifted memberships that we're hanging around. Yeah, if you got gifted a membership today, pass it along. But let's hit that 1:15. Let's call it a win for the toe. In the next 2 minutes, let's get 20 bucks dropped in right now and be ahead of the game. So in Texas, abortion is outlawed after 6 weeks of pregnancy. Republican lawmakers in the state are seeking to prevent the mailing of Plan C and other abortion-inducing drugs to addresses in Texas. God, Texas doesn't do anything halfway.
No, they're going to lock it down, except the border thing because they were forced to.
Right, the border thing is a federal enforcement, so they were kind of at the whim of the Biden administration.
And that's another really weird thing for the people that were all just going, oh, well, states' rights. Right, remember when states wanted to enact their right to erect a border and the federal government had the military go in and tear them down?
Right.
Somehow, and like some of them just looked like shit, but I guess they were effective. They have fucking boxcar containers just stacked up. Like, no.
Yeah, like people would put makeshift barriers.
And the government removed them.
Yeah.
But now those same people are like, well, Republicans argue states' rights. And it's like, right, but it.
Yeah, well, didn't Governor Abbott had a wall built.
Right.
And
Biden made him take it down.
Or no, it wasn't a wall. He put like barbed wire on the Rio Grande.
Barbed wire fencing, and I think parts of it, like I said, legit had like fucking shipping containers dropped in and welded together, and they literally they're like, no, you have to take this down. We're gonna have the military come in and do this. When that happened, all those same people going, well, this immigration issue, it's a states' rights. Like, no, it isn't.
Yeah,
when the border was wide open, plenty of states were like, we don't want to play that game.
Not only did they not do border security themselves, but they actively sabotaged people who were doing border security. That's
right.
I mean, if you want to say that there's no replacement and you want to say that wasn't intentional, the bad immigration policies, I'm sorry, I can't buy it. I can't go with you on that one. I'm worried about this 1:15 now, so let's get it knocked out. I'm distracted. Let's throw in a couple of bucks. I think we've earned it today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's go. We got an hour left and 1:15 to go. This is kind of scary. People make all kinds of threats towards the government all the time. You got crazy people, mentally ill people, just throwing threats out there. And agents might show up at your door and might be like, hey, what do you mean by this? And they might have to take a look around and investigate. Well, what happens when somebody decides to make those threats and you go in and you're like, some shithead again. You go in to check it out and you find out, holy shit, there's Waco going on in here. A 22-year-old man from southern Minnesota is facing numerous weapons charges after witnesses told police he allegedly threatened to deploy pipe bombs at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester and at the Minnesota State Capitol. Now, here's the problem. There's lots of retards out there who go, I'm going to bomb the Capitol, or I'm going to bomb the Mayo Clinic. I'm going to put bombs everywhere. Well, they went and searched his house, and guess what they found?
Whole shit ton of shit to make explosives and weapons, I'm guessing.
Bombs and a shitload of guns. This guy was not fucking around. We actually stopped one, which means it wasn't a government psyop this time. You know,
damn it.
Anytime you see that a mass shooting or a mass attack was stopped, you're like, oh, that's one that was actually a real guy.
That was a real tragedy in the making.
Yeah. So he told police he was joking about blowing up the buildings. It's a good one, right?
Guys, I was just goofing.
Just kidding around.
What's with this pipe bomb stuff? For the bit. I commit. Yeah. I commit to the bit.
It's just for the goof. For that, he wasn't charged. But he is facing 8 counts of possessing guns without serial numbers after police searched his home and found 30 guns and loads of ammunition. You know, when they don't even they love to give you the number of rounds they found. This time they didn't even give you the number of rounds. They just went shitloads of ammunition. So a guy goes, I'm going to bomb the Capitol. I'm going to bomb the Mayo Clinic. And they're like, all right, let's go check on this dipshit. And then they go in and they find the mother lode. They're like, oh, fuck, this guy really was going to blow up the fucking hospital and shit. According to the criminal complaint filed in Mower County District Court, the person who reported the man's behavior told authorities that he saw a device that resembled a pipe bomb in the man's garage, while also accusing him of making comments about, quote, how easy it is to make pipe bombs and that he could blow up a building if he wanted to. You know, we really do have to credit the intelligence of this person. They saw a pipe bomb and then heard a person talk about how easy it is to blow shit up. And boy, did they do a great job of putting 2 and 2 together. The original reporting party and another witness told investigators that the man owns about 30 guns, including some that are homemade. Great. And others that were made from a 3D printer. Oh, God. They also expressed concerns about the man allegedly saying unhinged things, including that if he could blow up a building, he would blow up the Mayo Clinic's Gonda building in Rochester, the Olmsted County Government Center, the Minnesota State Capitol in St. Paul, and cover your ears, Sam Show, a synagogue.
Well, now he's going to be a fan. No, dude, don't give them specific targets that you'd like to aim for when you've got that kind of arsenal in your basement. It's not a good idea.
Yeah, this guy's just this guy's a chatty Cathy. You get him going and he'll just confess to all kinds of shit. You know?
Dude, I don't know if he could be a little more specific. Could you give us the room and the floor number? I'm going to the gondola building on the 3rd floor, the maintenance shaft on the east side. Like, fucking,
you know, there's
Jesus.
a loose floor tile on the left side of the hallway when you're walking toward the elevator bank. Just describing everything. By the way, him saying that he wanted to bomb a synagogue as well, there went your plea deal, asshole.
Right?
You had a chance. Now
there's a whole bunch of pro bono guys that ain't doing this now as soon as they saw that.
You're done. Sam Show writes, release him immediately.
Oh, fuck.
Hobo Chili Recipe says innocent.
Uh-oh.
The charges state that the witness described the man as having white nationalist views and accused him of making racist comments, including going into detail about what he would do to Jewish people. Oh, boy. One of the witnesses said Mr. Neek is anti-law enforcement and has said multiple times that he is not afraid to shoot police if he is pulled over and run. Well, why would you run? You're in a car.
And, dude, you shot the cop. What's he going to do? Chase you?
I shot the clerk. Neek allegedly openly talked about Ruby Ridge. Boy, this guy is just a walking red flag. Holy shit.
I'm so glad they caught him. It would actually look really, really bad if they hadn't. He has everything but a giant flare by his house to let you know what's going on.
The 1992 standoff that left a U.S. Marshal fugitive Robert Weaver and his wife and son dead. Wait, no.
Yeah.
Fugitive. First of all, his name was Randy Weaver, not Robert Weaver, and he didn't die. That's fucking shitty reporting. Who was this? Joe Nelson from Bring Me the News. Wow. Wow, that is shockingly retarded.
Maybe that's just what the world believes now. Is that
the 1992 standoff in Idaho that left a U.S. Marshal, fugitive Robert Weaver, his name was Randy, and his wife and son dead. First of all, Randy Weaver didn't die. He was awarded millions of dollars. Randy Weaver died like a year or two ago, I think. He just passed away recently. But his wife and son were killed. And that if cops came to his house, the whole neighborhood is in danger. Oh, my God, with this guy.
So why is the neighborhood in danger? He's going to go after his neighbors because the cops showed up?
He's going to blow up the fucking neighborhood, bro.
He's going to hold everybody accountable?
Oh, yeah.
Who the fuck called him, you son of a bitch?
Yeah, Robert was the son who died.
Oh.
Now, Randy was the father. Randy was, God, imagine being a journalist and not knowing who fucking Randy Weaver is. Jesus. Rebecca with $5.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rebecca, for the $5 over there on PayPal. Guys, $110 away from today's goal. About an hour left. So please, pretty please, help us out. Let's get this goal knocked out in a reasonable time frame so it's not the fucking beggy guy show until 10:25. 110 away from today. All the links are in the chat. Stop what you're doing. Click one of those links. Throw in some money. Gift some memberships. Do something. And let's knock out this 110 and call it a win for today because right now it's just going through the normal motions of being the toe. Neek is also accused of injuring his hands. And by the way, this doesn't stop. Like Sam Show just wrote, this story keeps getting funnier. Oh, this guy's not done.
Okay.
Neek is also accused of injuring his hands in May when a medicine bottle with match shavings in it blew up and melted his hands. So I don't think that the Mayo Clinic and the Capitol building were ever in any kind of danger. This guy wouldn't have gotten the bombs to the destination.
He was too busy playing with them.
Now, it prompted Neek to seek treatment at a hospital. Neek told police that he burned his hand with matches, which is not a total lie.
It's accurate.
By the way, what the fuck are match shavings? Does that just mean the heads of matches?
The heads, I think.
He just put the heads of matches in a medicine bottle. Fuck. When police executed a search warrant at Neek's home, they found around 30 guns, including 8 ghost guns with no serial numbers, and several made from a 3D printer. 3 of the ghost guns appeared to be completely homemade. This guy was ready to go. After the search, Neek was read his rights at the Mower County Courthouse, where he had just been arrested for dropping 2 .22 caliber rounds inside the courthouse before a scheduled hearing. He brought ammo in his fucking pockets. Now, you can't bring a gun into the courthouse, so he didn't have a gun on him.
No, but I'll bring the bullets. I can throw them real fast like.
It's fucking comical. He just dropped 2 bullets right in the middle of court. Neek admitted to owning the guns but denied making a pipe bomb and practicing with explosives, even though his fucking hands were blown up. He also told police that he was joking about blowing up 2 buildings.
Dude, I love all this.
Guys, don't worry about it. The guy who's got a shitload of guns and explosives and blew his hands off, he was just kidding about blowing up buildings.
I'd like to picture that while they're doing all of this before the judge, he's got like giant mittens of bandages for hands. And they're sitting there like, they go, all right, so obviously you were planning to commit these terrorists. Whoa, Your Honor. Look, the guns are mine, yes. But what do you mean I've been playing with bombs? I mean...
Sir, what happened? Well, Your Honor, imagine a firecracker in the palm of your hand. Goes off. What happens? You burn your hand. Close your fist around that same firecracker. Wife's going to be opening up your ketchup bottles for the rest of your life. Now, in total, let's get the grand total of what this guy's charged with. Neek has been charged with 8 counts of possession of a firearm without a serial number and 1 count of possession of a dangerous weapon, bullets, in a courthouse. But nothing on the bombs or the threats to bomb shit or blow shit up or anything like that.
Yeah, why would we have to worry about that? Clearly he wasn't serious. He said he was joking.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. You know, you can't hassle a guy for telling a fib and a goof, you know?
It was a goddamn goof.
The guy's just trying to do some joking around. I mean, don't we have the First Amendment? We got to do the Michigan Spirit Airlines story. I don't know if you saw that one, but some people will do anything to make a flight, or at the very least make sure that the flight doesn't leave without them. Before we get to that story, I do want to beg you, if you will, to help us with our goal today. 110 is the number. We had a nice rally back at about 9:20 or so, and I really thought that was just going to continue, and we were going to keep this bad boy moving, but we have stalled. So I will go to the what I've become accustomed to, and that is, you know, really pushing you guys on the money end here at the end of the show. We got 45 minutes to go. We're 110 away. We need a win. It's good to have these big wins. I don't want to rely on the evening show for everything. We've also given a huge break on goals this week. So help us out. Throw in a couple of bucks. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Your contributions go towards keeping this show alive like you have for almost 5 years now. I appreciate it very much. Every dime that comes our way. Oh, my God. There is no amount too small when it comes to supporting this program. So please look at one of our links that are pinned to the top of the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Donate to the show and help us notch a W. We really would appreciate it. 110 is the number. The sooner we get going on this, the less you got to hear this spiel 500 times. Until 10:30. All right, let's do the Spirit Airlines story. I love this one. This fucking retard. A Michigan man has been arrested after missing his flight to Los Angeles. And after missing that flight to Los Angeles, now you can't be arrested for missing a flight, right?
Doesn't seem like a crime.
No. So, this guy, this poor bastard, this poor victim, if you ask me, misses his flight and then they fucking arrest him. I mean, you talk about, rubbing it in. Well, it's because after he missed his flight, he decided that he would call in a bomb threat to the Detroit Metropolitan Airport. Now, missing your flight is one thing, but you're not going to make your flight if you call in a bomb threat. They're going to shut everything down. Like, you're not getting off the ground any earlier because you threatened to blow up the plane. Everybody threatening to blow shit up yesterday. Yesterday was a big day for...
Hold the plane for me. No. I might have left a bomb in the bathroom. Like, dude, you can't do that. That's not how it works.
Now, no American wants to hear the words bomb and airplane in the same sentence, said U.S. Attorney Jerome Gorgon. I thought that too. But then I went on vacation to Florida, and we were at MSP, and SP's carry-on got flagged, and they had to search it manually. And the reason they did was because she had a vacuum for vacuum sealing what we pack. She has a little battery-powered vacuum. And the black lady that's looking through her bags goes, "Oh, it's this thing. This looks like a bomb, don't it?" And we're like, "What? Holy shit." We were like, "What? You're not supposed to say that, are you?" She goes, she was so cool. She goes, "Oh shit, that's right. I'm not supposed to say bombs." And she just immediately starts laughing at herself. I'm like, well, that's great, because if one of us would have said that, we would have been detained and we would definitely miss our flight. But if you're with the TSA, you can just go, "Oh shit, this looked like a bomb, don't it?" Yeah, she can just pull an oopsie and go, "Oh, shit, don't this look like a bomb to you?" It's like, I can't answer that question. And then, of course, the thing that she thought looked like a bomb, she just put it right back in the bag. Here you go. You're free to go. So then we're walking later, and we've got, there was a family, behind us, and somebody said, in earshot of the TSA agents, They said something as we're walking away, they said something to the effect of, it's not like I've got a bunch of box cutters up with me. And I'm like, when did the rules change? When did we start being able to just start shouting bomb and talking about box cutters? And
like, I'm all good for humor and dark humor and all that stuff, but that's almost like what are you looking through my bag? It's not like you're going to find the weapons that people have used to hijack planes in those bags. Like, no, I don't think that's quite funny here.
Corn Diff says, holy shit, your chick travels with a vacuum sealer? Yeah, so we have these plastic bags, right?
Surprised me.
You pack your shit. You pack your shit in the plastic bag thing.
And then you vacuum seal it.
And then you vacuum seal it, and it saves a shitload of space.
I just have a really big bag. I guess I went the wrong way with it.
Yeah. What'd you think? She's
just
putting it up to my asshole?
I don't know, man. I guess that's how you were able to go out and come back with more gay shirts. It's just
I got some gay shirts I ain't even shown you guys yet.
Oh boy.
I have a sleeveless hooded tank top.
That's pretty gay. But
it's a hoodie tank top. If we knock out today's goal, I would gladly show you the hoodie tank top.
I feel like we got to get you wearing one of those for the anniversary party, because this time when you're gay and you give $20 to a random dude, he'll really think you're hitting on him.
I'm never living that one down.
No, you're not.
That one's never going away. 09 Canyon says, if I ain't flying, ain't nobody flying. Let's go to another win for Al-Qaeda, says Carlos Cameo. Carlos Cameo also says, the person behind you was doing method acting for the Muhammad Atta biopic. Oh. Ed Harlow says, I got investigated at the airport because I had hand sanitizer. Yeah, I get that. Chips and Diff says, you vacuum seal your shit. I didn't until SP came along. She vacuum seals her shit. So she vacuum sealed my shit as well. Vacuum sealing.
Sounds weird.
I'd never seen anyone else do it before, but it works. It saves space. That's why you only bring carry-on for your 4-day vacations. You don't have to check a bag.
You're doing it so you don't have a baggage.
Yeah, I didn't have to check a bag.
All right, now it's brilliant.
All right.
Before then, I was like, all right, it seems a bit excessive, but all right,
Right. So
now I understand why.
Now it's Now it's like the coolest thing you've ever heard, right?
Right. I have never flown, so what the fuck do I know about it? I have a giant suitcase that I used to go on a 1-week vacation 2 blocks across town.
Really?
Right. Yeah. No, I got a hotel not 2 blocks, but I got a hotel like fucking 10 minutes from my house, because obviously the lady couldn't stay here. So we stayed at that hotel, and then I was nearby so I could come see my daughter in the middle of the day. Like, she'd go out and watch TV or whatever. I'd be like, I'll be back in a couple hours. I'm going to go hang out with my daughter. And I came back, hung out with my daughter.
The authorities were alerted Thursday, June 5th, around 6:30 a.m. after the budget airline received a call that there was a bomb on an airplane headed to Los Angeles. Now, they should have I know that you can't take bomb threats loosely and you have to investigate all of them, but like, the first sign they should have known this was a hoax is like, nobody on a Spirit airline flight is smart enough to build a bomb or rich enough to afford one. Nobody's bombing a Spirit Airlines flight.
Guys, the Spirit Airlines flight is late. Well, no, this time it's not their fault.
I mean, Spirit Airlines, you're not getting a bomb on a Spirit Airlines flight. The worst you're getting is crop dusting. That's about, and you're probably getting a lot of that. I'm guessing Spirit Airlines flights smell like farts. It's hard to believe they don't. I mean, and just the ugliest fucking planes. What I kind of respect about Spirit is they dress for the job they have. Not the job they want.
The special ed bus of the sky.
Oh, God. It really does just look like you're flying in a Greyhound. And I've never flown Spirit before, but I'm sure it's that kind of experience. There's going to be someone who's going to try to blow up the airport, the man was reported as saying on the call. There's going to be somebody that's going to try and blow up that flight 2145. The man then said, they're still threatening to do it. They're still attempting to do it. They said it's not going to be able to be detected, Please don't let that flight board. What a fucking dick. So he's late for his flight, and he's going to shut it down for absolutely everyone else. What does he think? That they're just going to sweep the plane and then go, all right, everybody get on. And he's going to make it in that time? Fuck him. The flight was soon postponed, and all passengers and crew were told to exit the plane. An investigation, which included bomb-sniffing dogs, unearthed no credible threat, and no explosives were found. The flight reportedly left about 6 hours later. So now everybody's trip got delayed by 6 hours, and he still wasn't on it. Everybody should be able to line up and punch this guy in the nuts.
How do they know he did it then? I thought they caught him because he tried to get in on the flight.
FBI agents soon learned that a 23-year-old man named John Robinson had been booked for flight 2145 but arrived too late for boarding and was told he needed to rebook. The FBI investigators connected the Michigan man to the threat through phone records. He was arrested when he returned to the airport for another flight Thursday night. So this motherfucker didn't even try to get on his original flight. He calls in the bomb threat, makes everybody 6 hours late, still buys a ticket for another flight, and God, what an asshole.
I feel like it's got to be some sort of way he was like wherever he was going, that was his excuse. Like, oh no, I couldn't make my flight. There was a bomb threat and the plane didn't take off, so I had to rebook.
You know what's nice about flying out of Detroit, though?
What's that?
Know that wherever you're going is better. You know? Somebody with $1.
That's not true. What if you're going to LAX?
Ooh, good point. Or O'Hare.
Yeah.
Fuck. Somebody says, hey, Aaron, that peninsula you got on your head is looking more like an island. Don't you think it's time to shave her off? No, it's looking good today. I like it. TJ with 199 says, your show sucks more than SP's vacuum. Well, that's battery powered. It can't suck that much. Hey, guys, 105 away from today. Can we make a play? Can we make a run? It sure would be nice. Let's go. We got about 40 minutes left in today's show. A $105 rally would be great. If you're feeling generous, throw in a few bucks. Let's see if we can stave off defeat today, or if we're going to have like our weekly fucking tragedy where the evening show audience has to come in and rescue the damn thing. I hope we can rally and that we can call it a win for the toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants would be nice. All right, what's next here as we stare into the abyss of a fucking L? 110 away. Oh, yeah, the Riley Gaines, Simone Biles
I was excited to hear
thing.
about this.
Yeah. By the way, today the last two stories have been fucking dynamite. We should be making bank right now, but we're not that good of a show. Prove me wrong. It's every day, this approach. Let's see if it works again. A story that has gained national attention in recent weeks reached a fever pitch this weekend when the trans girl in Minnesota, the Champlain Park chick, won the state tournament.
Yeah.
She throws really hard, mostly because she's a big, tall dude.
Mm-hmm.
And she hits really well, too, mostly because she's a big, tall dude with better hand-eye coordination and faster reflexes and more muscle mass. Now, oh, yuck. Oh, you know what? Is it yuck or is it not yuck? They put a disclaimer in this story. Bring Me the News has elected to refrain from identifying the teenager despite local and national media and some elected officials identifying the high school junior. I mean, if you're the pitcher in a state championship softball game, you're pretty much a public figure. I mean,
yeah, people are paying attention to it.
You're on the roster. Your name's out. It's not like they're trying to hide her name.
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys have noticed this. I personally have not seen a whole lot of people in that particular community that don't love attention. So,
by the way, Head Harlow writes, Aaron, is this the one with the nice midsection? I didn't say that. I've never said that. There was one protester.
He just loves a strong core.
There was one protester who had a nice core, and she was a girl. She was just an activist for a trans group.
Yep,
you gotta believe me. After the junior pitched every inning of every game, as is now they. By the way, bring me the news. Did Joe Nelson write this? Yep, he did. I was gonna say, like, he is such a lib. Like, he's such a lefty dude. He's got to run interference. This is so not journalism because you're not reporting the facts. You're just trying to, like, throw in excuses as you go. After the junior pitched every inning of every game, as is typical in high school softball during the tournament, to lead her team to a state championship, the issue served as fuel for a public spat between 12-time NCAA All-American swimmer turned political activist Riley Gaines and 23-year-old Olympic gold medalist gymnast Simone Biles. Now, I do have a little bit of a beef with Simone Biles because she totally bailed on her gymnastics team during that one Olympics.
Right.
Like, she couldn't win the gold in some event, so she's like, oh, no, for my mental health, I have the twisties. I can't perform anymore. It was totally because, and I don't feel bad saying this, it's totally because
she knew she wasn't going to get gold.
Right. She knew she couldn't win gold, and she was such a perfectionist that she couldn't face it. Gaines, who was against transgender girls competing in female sports, mocked the Minnesota State High School League for not accepting comments on its X post featuring the state champion softball team. Now, I understand why they did that. I mean, you can't really give the Minnesota State High School League shit for turning off comments on that because they knew it would be a fucking nightmare.
Even if it wasn't just the trans case in general, turning off internet comments, I don't blame any like high school league organization that's like, hey, when it comes to the state championship stuff, we don't have comments up because, again, people are shitbirds and who knows what they'll post, so fucking screw off with the comments.
Shithead.
But I love that the guy, Joe, missed a fact in that little reporting thing he did.
What's that?
That, like, the pitcher didn't just pitch every inning of those games. Complete shutout of every inning.
Didn't give up a single run?
Yeah.
Nice.
Like 2 or 3 games, nobody hit off this dude.
Gaines, who is transgender, comments off, laugh out loud, Gaines wrote, to be expected when your star player is a boy. Look, the Minnesota State High School League, it's not their responsibility to host a fucking unproductive Twitter comment spat section on their account. So Simone Biles responded to Gaines by saying, you're truly sick. All of this campaigning because you lost a race. I mean, in fairness, she lost a race to someone who declared being a woman like a year and a half ago. Like, Riley Gaines lost the national championship in swimming because someone who was a guy the previous season was now saying they were a girl and beat her. I mean, that would be upsetting. That would be frustrating. I mean, Simone, what if you were in a sport? I don't know. Are male gymnasts stronger and better than female gymnasts? What if you had to compete against male gymnasts on like a floor routine or whatever, and you got your ass kicked? Wouldn't that bug the shit out of you? I mean, you quit when you couldn't beat girls. You gave up and quit when the girls were better than you. Straight up sore loser. You should be uplifting the trans community. Yeah. All you women, you should be taking part in your own removal from sports. What's wrong with you?
You should be uplifting the trans community. Sports are so much better now that you put dudes in all of it.
And perhaps finding a way to make sports inclusive or creating a new avenue where trans feel safe in sports. Then let's start a trans sports league. Maybe a transgender category in all sports. Okay, I agree with Simone Biles there. Great, let's do it.
Yep. Yeah.
But instead, you bully them. One thing's for sure is no one in sports is safe with you around. What a pussy.
What a cunt.
I mean,
she bullies them. Did she not hear what Riley and her friends went through when the whole UPenn thing happened?
Yeah,
like you were told not to speak out. Like bullied. Like I'm not saying Riley Gaines is right or wrong. I'm saying I understand why she has her opinions because from what I've seen, that is literally like, to use an analogy, that's like a fucking dog-fighting pit bull. You can't be surprised it growls and snaps at you. It's been trained through experience that pain's a coming if it doesn't fight back.
Well, all of those girls were trying to tell the school, like, we're uncomfortable with her dressing in here and all this other stuff. And the school went, you have to keep this quiet. It's going to make us look bad.
Yeah.
So that was kind of a shitty deal. Well, those two going back and forth on Twitter, I mean, I'm sure that'll be productive, and I'm sure the two of them will show us all the way and how to lead productive debates on very sensitive issues.
Oh, this just in. Simone Biles found out she can't win the debate, and she said, quote, I need a mental health day. I can't.
Oh, no, that's terrible. There was that tennis player, Naomi Osaka, too. Like, they're supposed to talk to the press and do a press conference after the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And her big thing was, I can't even. My mental health can't take it. It's like, well, then you got to get the fuck off the tour.
That's like, you got to understand, that's part of the game you're playing, okay?
Yeah. I mean, being able to mentally handle the rigors of a sport is just as important as being able to throw a ball. If you can't do either one of those things, you can't play the sport. I'll tell you what we can't do. We can't hit our goal today.
Shitballs.
105 is the number. Throw in some. Guys, let's rally a little bit here. We got 30 minutes left. 105. If you got something, throw it in now, because it's I'm going to open up these 8 o'clock stories. We're going to breeze through them. We might, we're kind of at the, and I hate that you guys like wait till the point where I'm like, yeah, we're done. We're going to take an L. I'm accepting it, blah, blah. And then you guys are like, oh, here's what you need to knock it out. Let's just all take part in it. Let's all do it together and support the show, help out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Do what you can. Can you give us a fighting chance, please, at having a chance here today? I'd appreciate it. I do think the morning show should stop throwing so much pressure on the evening show, seeing as they have like less than half the viewers you guys do. And you guys could team up and do this every day in the first 10 minutes if you wanted to. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Just throw in a few bucks. Won't hurt. We can get ourselves a win for the toe. We're 105 away. Sure would appreciate it. Whatever you can do. Thank you. Whatever. All right, let's go to oh, God, yes, we have pictures of this one. I'm so happy. I love these home car accident stories. You know, in St. Cloud, we used to have a word we would say when we saw one of these pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Somali. In this case, let's see what happened in Milwaukee, which is Algonquin for hit the fucking goal.
Incredible video this morning. A vehicle lands vertically into a home in Milwaukee after a crash overnight. Look at this. That crash happened around 2 a.m. near Sherman and North.
How the fuck do you get a car to do that?
I mean, in every situation I've seen it, it's been like there was an overpass above. But if the roads are all, if this house is built street level, then I have no clue.
Like, it, usually you'll see these cars and they'll be like inside the house. They'll crash into it and they'll just go right through.
Yeah.
You
never see him doing like a handstand.
You never see him getting wedged in there like that.
Also, who still has their fucking Christmas lights up? What's wrong with
you? It's a little fucking embarrassing, guys. Let's get our shit together. Jesus Christ. Look at that. You got full leaves on the trees. It's summertime. We've still got our icicles up. God damn it.
As Duke Carter spoke exclusively with the homeowner who is asking drivers to slow down.
It seemed a bit surreal because I had never seen a vehicle, a car in a vertical position after making impact.
Pastor Demetrius Williams never thought he would awaken to a vehicle slamming into his home, but it landing vertically.
Where was your God, Demetrius? Well, it didn't crash into the house. God kept it outside of my home. God damn it, you got us again, Pastor. Fuck, you're good.
The driver was told when leaving the bar, you need to find Jesus. Yeah, well, someone show him to me.
Well, he crashed him into the house. He crashed a car right into God's house.
A room filled with sentimental items, now debris.
It took me a while to really figure out what was going on.
Williams describes a chaotic scene moments after the crash when first responders arrived.
Fire trucks were already here before just before arrived. And I saw two people, a young man and a young woman, kind of climbing out of the truck.
Oh, boy.
Surveillance video 12 News obtained shows the moments after the crash.
Oh, his pants. Oh, you got another one with the pants down around the ankles.
I'm sure he's just going to sit there on the sidewalk and wait for the authorities. This was a horrible accident. He'll want to give his insurance and
Yeah, I mean, he'll want to let them know, I didn't mean it.
Right. You can see a gentleman gets out the vehicle and later a woman, both appearing disoriented.
There was a young man and a young woman sitting on the sidewalk over here, and I could tell that he was injured.
Williams, though, hoping people will slow down.
That is a fucking cool sight, though. Like, I don't want to take the car down yet. Like,
well, the lights stayed up this long.
Yeah. Yeah, how about that? How about the cops tell him, like, look, sir, we're going to bring a tow truck here. We're going to take that car down as soon as you take your Christmas lights down. That's the deal.
Yeah, it's quite disturbing because it's disruptive to our life. Now we have to have it repaired and secured.
The tenant here tells me that they're going to work with a contractor to get the awning replaced as well as this wall that's now completely boarded to try to get...
Oh, so they did, the vehicle did go in a little bit.
Yeah, I'm guessing it hit the house and then it popped the rear end up.
Wow.
The home get back to normal as best as possible. Reporting in Milwaukee, Duke Carter, WISN 12 News.
All right, that's a fucking awesome news name. Duke Carter is that's a goddamn, if that's his real name, he's got an awesome real name. If that's
I'm guessing off of the build, he would have been a great linebacker too, but he just couldn't go full pro.
But if that's the news name he picked, that's a badass fucking news name, dude.
What if it's just his name?
Duke
What if that
Carter.
big swinging dick just has that name and every morning he wakes up, I'm Duke fucking Carter.
Mick Buster gifting a membership to Phantom X. Let's fucking go. $100 away. Let's get this thing. 20 minutes away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Come on. Everybody throw in a little something. Thank you, McBuster, for your generosity. Enough of this nonsense. The evening show does more than enough. We're not hanging a $100 L on their head. Go ahead and rally up. Let's get this hammered out. Let's get it taken care of. If you listen to the show a lot, pay up and show your appreciation for this amazing little program we do. Get it. $100 away. Do the damn thing. Otherwise, we're fucking eating a $100 dick on today's show. And I hate that because we've really put in a good one again today. We just can't stop. The hits don't stop fucking coming. Give it to your favorite racist show, according to the comments section of our last clip. Oh, guys, $100. Let's rally up and do it. Come on, baby. I mean, it's every day. It's the same thing. But if this is the price I have to pay to have this much fun every morning, fine. It's just, set your fucking watch to it at this point. Hit us up.
Stupid thing fucking sucks.
Hit us up and do something about it. $100 away. Let's go. I don't want the last 20 minutes to be like this. I don't give a shit about this story. Fucking enough with trans athletes.
Right.
I don't give a shit about
There's been a lot about it.
There's a lot of the trans athlete shit out there. There's more than enough. Oh, yeah, the Chinese are sneaking biomaterials into the United States. Have you been seeing these?
Yeah. University of Michigan.
Chinese are just trying to sneak shit into the country. By the way, Corn Pop says it's a $90 dick. Oh, thank you for the $9.99, Corn Pop. Appreciate that. Guys, it's a $90 dick that we're having to take. Let's go. Don't stop. Keep it going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Fucking $90. 20 minutes left to go. I ain't going to stop bothering you. I'm going to lose begging today because I ain't going to have any pride and dignity and go, oh, well, I'll just lose quietly. No, I'm going to lose loud. $90 away. Do it. I'll humiliate myself. You chip in a few bucks. Let's talk about the Chinese, even though I'd rather just see $90 come in. This story would be a lot better if the goal was hammered out. A Chinese researcher allegedly tried to smuggle biological materials into the U.S. from, hey, do you know where they tried to smuggle it in from?
From where?
Wuhan.
Wuhan?
Yeah, you ever heard of it?
Got you all in check.
Yeah, it's this place in China where nothing bad ever fucking happens. And when it does happen, they always tell us the truth about what happened. Boy, I tell you, every time Donald Trump becomes president, we got to have biological materials from Wuhan. Change it up a little, guys. A Chinese researcher allegedly tried to smuggle biological materials into the U.S. from Wuhan and lied to the feds about the secretive scheme. I mean, lied to the feds about how they're working with our feds. Shengzhuan Han was arrested Sunday after landing at the Detroit Metropolitan Airport on a flight from Shanghai. She was charged with smuggling goods into the U.S. and making false statements. You know, this is why other countries want nukes. Because you can pull all kinds of bullshit. Like the Chinese pull so much bullshit just fucking with the United States. And we have to allow it. We're not going to go to war with them. We're not going to bomb China.
Use nukes.
Right. So we just have to put up with them trying to fuck with us. And our excuse is, well, they didn't succeed. It's, so if you try to rob a bank and you fail, you shouldn't be arrested because...
and I'm sure she was the only one that was doing anything, as I would say, hinky.
No, she's the third Chinese... She's the third Chinese scientist to be charged with smuggling illegal biological materials into Michigan in recent weeks. So there's something about Michigan where they're trying to smuggle all this shit.
Do you know what the biological material they've been sneaking in and working on? If it's all the same stuff. It's a natural fucking crop blight thing for like oats, grains, corn stuff. You know, like the worst thing that you could have leak out of the lab and spread in America's breadbasket. Like the absolute worst. So that obviously University of Michigan, that's where you want that baby to go down.
I'm sure it's all
Oklahoma
harmless.
wasn't available?
Han is the third Chinese... Yung King Jian, 33, and her boyfriend, Zhong Yang Liu, 34, were charged last year allegedly trying to smuggle samples of a dangerous crop-killing fungus into the United States.
It's the same fungus in all three of them? That's weird.
So are they trying to kill our crops then? Is that what this is? Is this like a Chinese operation?
I think that's what I think they're trying to lab leak our crops and thusly kind of F up America, because then we can't export any grains. All the people in third world countries we support with food aid and stuff, that has to end.
So China's trying to kill off our food supply with shit from Wuhan. That's great. And by the way, we've caught 3 of them. How many have gotten through?
Right? Thank Christ we didn't have like some sort of weird open border policy that would have made this shit infinitesimally easier.
Thank God China's never given any money to Burisma.
Yep.
Jian, a Communist Party loyalist and lab researcher at the University of Michigan, who received Chinese government funding for her work. Why are we letting these people into our country?
Why are we letting them buy farmland? I don't know.
Was charged last week in a plot the national security insiders called an attack on the U.S. food supply. Upon Han's arrival to the U.S., border officers discovered Han sent 4 packages that contained biological material related to roundworms from China. And again, we're just going to let them get away with it. We're going to pretend that the Chinese Communist Party didn't have everything to do with this. That this wasn't
they don't
totally planned on their part.
Do they? You can't. They own all the companies in that country. They can't they literally have their thumb on everything. They can't obviously observe it all.
Yeah, hobo chili recipe. I'm starting to really not like these cunts. Right? Hey guys, $90 away. Let's go. We got about 15 minutes left. Knock this fucking thing out. Enough already. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We appreciate everyone who financially supports this program. I want to get these goals knocked out without fucking being a cunt for the last 15 minutes. That would be nice. People are wondering if the woman who smuggled it was hot.
Not really.
And that's your bag, too. Like, that's your people.
Right? Well, not them specifically. I'm more like, if we're going to phenotype it, it's like Japanese. But
What's the difference?
Taller, darker skin. The almond eyes aim up a little more.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's a lot. See, this is the thing that a lot of people I think Meme Copium was talking about this recently. A lot of people think like my race of people, we all look totally different. Like me and Aaron look nothing alike, whatever. But when you go to
stop me when I get to where you like them. Ready?
Well, the problem is
holy
it's
shit! Look how far up this is.
Probably more like that. Yeah.
Holy shit! This would hurt.
Just hold that.
Like this.
Just hold that for the rest of the show.
Oh, Godzilla! Oh, hit my $90 goal because I'm being so racist right now. This hurts my fucking eyeball. Oh my god.
Yeah, dude.
How do Japanese
It's not
people
easy being Japanese.
How do Japanese people hold their eyes like that all the time?
It's fucking dedication.
And how do you get eyes like that, like evolutionarily? Is it because of is it high winds? Is it
I'm guessing ocean glare? That's all I've got.
Yeah. I don't know why your eyes would do that. I mean, there's a scientific reason.
I'm sure there is.
I don't
Either
know
way,
what it
this
is.
chick wasn't hot enough to make the smuggling game work. It's not worth it for me.
She's not your kind of
taking-
she's not your kind of Asian.
Yeah, pass.
Ew.
Yeah, no.
The New York Post title was "This Means Spore."
Oh.
Yeah. That's fucking gay and shitty. That's a really shitty headline. I would have called it "Slippery Slope." You could have called it "A Chink in the U.S. Armor." Because that's a saying about armor, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
A new slant on an old story. Because it's Wuhan.
Right.
Back again. Yeah. Hong Kong Hak Tui. I don't know. I'm running out of them.
Yeah.
I don't care, dude. We're gonna take a $90 L today, so fuck it.
I get you.
What do you want me to do? Give you my best stuff?
No.
I gave my best stuff for 4 hours today, and with a smaller goal, we still lost by $90. It is mailing it in time here on the toe. Don't you worry about it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Give us a fucking chance. Like, maybe let's not all give up at the same time. Okay. And like maybe a little something would be nice. Fuck. I applaud the relentless efforts of the FBI Detroit Counterintelligence Task Force, working in close coordination with Homeland Security, blah, 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 government jacking itself off, the whole deal. And then they write at the very end of the story, Wuhan is the central Chinese city where COVID-19 emerged before it spread into a global pandemic. Thanks for the reminder.
Yeah, that's kind of why a lot of us are questioning this whole situation.
Do you think we are working on this with China, or do you think this is just a China thing to fuck with us? I don't really see what benefit we have from attacking our own food supply.
Just a China thing to fuck with us. Because, again, whatever they're doing, whether it's straight up legit research or, like I said, kind of setting up a way for a bioweapon attack thing to happen without it being an attack because, oops, it was just an innocent leak from the lab. It's weird how we bear all of, like, the responsibility and the problem. Because, like, if it happens, China just doesn't take any food or grain from us while this whole blight thing goes through. And we're completely fucked.
Shit. Yeah, because like it's like introducing Burmese pythons to Florida. There's like no natural predator for this parasite or whatever, and it just will eat all of our food.
Yeah.
Yay. All right, still 90 away. Throw a couple bucks in. You probably won't, but I got 10 minutes to fucking pout about taking a $90 L today. Like usual, it was off to a good start. We were ahead for a couple of hours, and then Johnny and I did a fucking dog shit show, and nobody thought giving money was a good idea. If you can throw 5 or 10 in to make us less embarrassed for how shitty of a fucking performance we put in today, I'd appreciate it. But then again, I don't think that matters. Freaky Deaky with $20. I appreciate Freaky Deaky taking pity on this dog shit fucking program. Freaky Deaky with $20 says, "Here you go, boss. Thank you, buddy. $75 of a failure today. Maybe we can, I don't know, maybe a miracle can come by in the next 10 minutes. Thank you very much, Freaky Deaky. You're the man. You're fantastic. You're amazing. You're incredible. I appreciate it. Maybe there might be a little more where that came from. Maybe there might be a couple more people who feel like doing that. Or maybe we'll take a $75 dick in the ass. You know what? I don't know. I don't know about this Rumble creator program, like automatically cutting the goal. I don't think it makes a difference.
Yeah.
Might as well just go all the way and pocket it at this point. Rust Belt gifting a membership. Thank you very much. $70 of failure today for the, you can pass it down to the evening show because they'll make it a perfect week still. Adam Simon with $1. That is a very nice gesture. Thank you very much. We appreciate those as well. $70 away from failing. Thank you, Rust Belt, for gifting Marble Arms a deal. $1.99 from Mr. PayPalington says goal seems to go easy without a certain co-host. Yep, it's all Johnny's fault. We're going to blame him.
It's all my fault. And if that were the case, I feel like you would have done something about that by now.
Chad Buzamok says, got here late, but this is a weird way we're going to spin this into a... We can't spin it into a win if we lose, Buzamok. We got to get the W first. Corn Pop with 99 cents. What a guy. Look at that guy right there. Thank you very much. So now, $70 of failure here on the toe. It's better than 90, but maybe we can do a little bit better than that. Let's go to... I'm tired of it, Johnny. I'm tired of me losing my fucking mind for 20 minutes. Riding Dirty Llama says, thanks, guys, for a really big show. Toof Hurdy Tuesday, $102.30. Oh, $2.30. Thank you very much. Throw that man in Elon. I think me having fans of this show and haters alike have been saying the same thing. They've been saying, Aaron, you understand that they're fucking with you. And you losing your mind is part of their entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, no, they're not doing that. I just sound pathetic and like a piece of shit. They're like, no, they're making you do that. They're always going to knock it out. They always do. And I'm starting to think that I really am being had.
I kind of, that's why I was trying to get him to, trying to sell the idea that it would be more fun to make you eat the dick early, and then we just kind of berate you about it.
Riding Dirty Llama with 102. Putting him in first place. Steven is at 85. Thermodyne is at 60 in third place. And Atomic Ray is in fourth at 55. Jeremy now dropping out of the top four. Well, now here, Buzamok, this is your favorite part. Now we get to spin it into a win. Guess what, you fucking losers who thought we were going to take an L?
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Riding Dirty Llama was coming in hot the whole time, and I fucking knew it. Suck my dick. I'm better than all of you. Fuck you in the ass. Steel Toe always wins. You always lose. Fuck off.
Wow. And now for the next 6 minutes, it ain't nothing but show.
Fuck off. Fuck you.
That's right, Buzamok. We're the best in the business, and there ain't nothing you can do about it. We make shitloads of money, motherfucker. I need Buzamok to be in the chat and let me know how that was for spinning it into a win. Is that pretty good? Corn Pop with 199 says, you're in full-blown psychosis, bro. No, I think I'm doing great. Rebecca with Tooth Hurdy says, for you, Aaron. Thank you for the Tooth Hurdy. I appreciate that. So now we're 30 extra into tomorrow.
There you go.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pass that along to tomorrow's goal, and I bet you that we have a very easy time in knocking it out, and we won't in any way play down to our level of competition. This audience fucking rules. Marble Arms with $5. Thank you very much. 383 Novocaine with $1 says Aaron's reverse psychology wins again. Yeah, I totally mean to do this. It's totally my intention.
Of course, I'm in control. Yeah.
Chad Buzamok with two happy smiley faces writes, got him. Yeah, that's right, Buzamok. We got him, buddy. I like full, like 100% full transparent disclosure. Hey, there we go. It's back. Don't
Sweet
worry,
Christ.
guys. OBS just disconnected. Freaky Deaky becoming a member for 33 months says, best show around. Thank you,
Thank
buddy.
you.
Appreciate that. All right, I want to catch up with the chat here. Buzamok says, this is what I meant. Now you're going to spin this into a win after acting like a whiny bitch complaining about the goal. Yes, have you been here before? Have you been here before? Ed Harlow says, you type it right. It's 10230. 230. Yeah, I know. I understand he ended it with 230. Chad Buzamok says, I think the audience knows to wait till the last few minutes. They like to make you spaz, then give up the loot. I know. I mean, it's fun. And it is, I will say this, it is fun to like kind of lose your mind over it. And then when it hits, go, yeah, fuck you guys. I knew the whole time. Suck my dick. Like it's kind of, it's part of the fun.
The best part is you don't know. You're praying in the background.
Right. I'm secretly sitting here going, I fucking suck. I'm terrible. Which is true. But they just want me to admit it.
I understand.
Corn Pop with $4.99 says, I'm an expert on psychosis. Been there twice, and you're in it 3 times over. Shit. Damn it. I'll go to the gym. I'll work it off. How's that? A federal judge, I really wanted to get to this today. A federal judge upheld Colorado's restriction on firearm sales, requiring buyers to be 21 or older after Rocky Mountain gun owners and 2 people looking to purchase firearms sued Democratic Governor Jared Polis. That is kind of fucked up that you can just draw a weird arbitrary line at 21 for gun sales. Kind of the same thing for alcohol, too.
Yeah, but there's a difference, whereas in like a young person can learn to handle a firearm safely, correctly, and in the right circumstances operate it perfectly well. Alcohol literally will just fuck with your body, and as a young person, you shouldn't have it. Like, it'll destroy parts that are growing, and it'll have detrimental effects.
As far as the gun thing goes, it is hard to put an age on it because there's, like you said, there's a lot of kids, especially in this area, they grow up learning about guns. They grow up hunting.
Learning to hunt and shoot. You go out with dad and sometimes grandpa at fucking duck season or deer season. You guys are all carrying 12 gauges. Like,
right.
Makes sense.
I don't understand. The whole, this state over here, we're going to make everyone wait till they're 21. I feel like at 21, if you make them wait till 21, they're not going to be interested in guns, and the people who are going to be interested in guns are going to get them illegally.
Right.
So,
and again, like I said, with hunting, and I feel like Colorado has enough rural areas for this to be a thing. You guys have hunters in your state, right? Like, you have people like, no, hunting, I believe in carrying on the tree. Like, how are you going to do that with your youngins?
Yeah.
If they have to wait, like, well, someday you'll be a man and I'll teach you to shoot a duck.
Well, it seems like, a lot of people talk a lot of shit about this being a Donald Trump Supreme Court and all that. They are being really hands off with a lot of shit.
Mm-hmm.
They recently were hands off on the Maryland gun ban. They said, we're not going to hear this. This is a states' rights issue. I think they'll probably do the same thing on this Colorado law, too.
Yeah, there've been quite a few controversial things, not just about guns, but they've been ironically like, no, we're not going to hear this issue. We're not going to decide. It's like weird. You guys could just opt to not be part of something.
I have a question. Like, what are college kids supposed to do if they want to have a gun or carry a gun to protect themselves?
Wait till you're 21.
I guess you're fucked. Yeah. Now, Chief U.S. District Judge Philip A. Brimmer agreed with the Court of Appeals for the 10th Circuit's decision that age-based requirements for purchase do not fall under the Second Amendment's right to keep and bear arms. That's weird. Seems like it does. The 10th Circuit and Brimmer agree that the issue falls under a safe harbor exclusion, placing it outside the scope of the Constitution. That's odd that you just carve out a safe harbor in the Second Amendment. Let me see that. What's this judge's name? I want to figure out. Philip A. Brimmer. I want to find out who appointed. You want to guess?
I'm going to guess probably Obama.
I'm going to guess Obama, too. Oh, shit. You ready for this? On July 10th, 2008, Judge Brimmer was nominated by President George W. Bush.
All right, so Obama light.
I mean, I don't know. I think Corey Adam used to say this, and I agree with him. I think people think that these judges are like Republicans or Democrats, and they just rule that way, and that's so not the case. These judges are, it's the way they view the Constitution. You know, it's not necessarily Democrat or Republican. Yeah, their decisions may side with how liberals or conservatives feel one way more than the other. But a lot of the times it's all about interpreting the Constitution and also deciding whether or not it's your place as a judge in this jurisdiction to have a say in a particular case. Like in this case, this Judge Brimmer, who might be seen as a more conservative guy, might have said, hey, you know, personally, he may be a Second Amendment guy, but he's saying the way Colorado made this law and the way they went about it, there was nothing wrong with it. I can't overturn it. It was done by the letter of the law. So
okay, so he's just saying, look, they played the game the right way. I can't change.
Right. I don't think these judges are as political, all of them. I don't think they're all as political as people think they are.
Oh, probably not.
You know, they're probably it's just the way they interpret their job. Somebody says you cannot buy a gun until you're 21. Go into the military. Here, take this gun and shoot it. I mean, that's true. That's kind of fucked up.
That's the part that gets weird on me with the gun age restriction thing is like, all right, so you only have to be like, I think in some cases 16 or 17 at its youngest to be able to get into the military, but at the very least 18, you can just join the military. Here's a gun.
Yeah, so I mean, technically, Colorado, you shouldn't be allowed to join the military until you're 21.
Yeah.
If that's a fucked up law. That's just a silly law. It's a silly law, and I don't think it's going to stop anything. You know, I think if you want to shoot a motherfucker, people get guns to shoot a motherfucker. I mean, how many of these school shootings have we seen where the gun was just, you know, obtained illegally and bought by the shooter? He usually smokes his grandma or kills his dad and then steals the guns and goes off and does his thing. I mean, of course, after the FBI tells him how to do it.
Right.
Yeah.
They never knew anything about it.
After all, he was known to law enforcement most of the time. Coltrane says, can't own a gun at 18. They shouldn't be able to vote. Fuck or anything that is allowed of adults. I don't know if you know this, but most of us fucked before we were adults.
Right. Like me and a person of the same age, it was around 16.
I was 17. They were 16.
Ooh.
Yeah. I was getting it, son. God, I was so fucking bad at sex. Everybody's so goddamn. Basically, like our age and older, the first time you had sex, I'm pretty sure you're just imitating pornos, right?
Right.
And you're like, wow, I can't do that. Like you try to imitate the porno and you're like, you know what? Missionary until we kind of, you know.
Yeah, I was poor. So for me, the hardest part was buying the pizza.
Like the first time, Chad Buzamok says you're still bad at sex. Yeah, I figured that was coming. The thing is, like, girls in high school, the first time they get on top, they imitate the porno and they're bouncing. You know, they're just bouncing up and down. It's like it's not a fucking trampoline. Like let's work a little here. What the fuck? Just hopping up and down like it's a goddamn pogo stick. All right, guys, let's get out of here. Thank you I went a little later because we got a little fired up.
Right.
Or as Corn Pop says, into psychosis about the $70. So I figured, you know what? We'd finish off that story. We'd hang out a little bit longer. Say hello. Say thank you. We appreciate it. I'm going to be back at 6 o'clock tonight for the evening show. It's going to be all kinds of fun. Chad Buzamok will be there too. Also, Johnny's going to be back at 1 p.m. Central Time on Rumble, YouTube, and Twitch on Just Kidding LLC. So go ahead and check that out. And Johnny has that big story to report.
Oh, yeah. We get to drop the big news on the YouTube membership stuff.
That's right. Johnny has big news on YouTube membership. If you miss it, you're gay as fuck. All right. I'm out of here. You're out of here. I'm going to follow up yesterday's Sin City Manny clip with the Joey C clip and see how we do.
Okay.
All right. Take it easy, everybody. Thank you very much for knocking it out again. We've got a lower goal tomorrow. Hopefully we continue to knock them out. and you don't give me a heart attack. See you later. Talk to you soon. Have a great rest of your day.